Well, kia ora from the talkSPORT 2 cricket team here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Thank you so much for staying up to join us throughout the night. If you're watching or listening on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel in the UK. For those of you tuning in early, I suppose the news you want to hear is about the toss. Well, that is taking place right now, and our man Steve Harmison is getting ready to speak to Ben Stokes just as soon as we get news of who's won it. We've got a good idea about who the teams are. You can hear in the background the PA is just kicking into gear. The toss is just about to take place. News about the weather, though, always important in this part of the world, as it is in England. And after a changeable few days, which has seen the team switch between shorts and trousers, flip-flops and shoes, just as seamlessly as an off-spinner bowling leggies, I am delighted to say that the sun is out. Sun-drenched, hazy blue skies here above Hagley Oval, light fluffy cloud and grassy banks, which are going to be full of local and travelling fans. And I tell you what, the mantra here is about slip, slap, slop, and getting that suntan cream on, wearing a hat, covering up. You're going to need it today because there's not a lot of shade, and we have been promised beautiful conditions. The news from the toss, we've just had it. Ben Stokes, it appears, has called correctly. It's England who have won the toss, and they, as Steve Harmison has been saying all week, are going to have a bowl first. We know the team, we know both teams, and we'll be hearing from Ben Stokes shortly. Alongside me in the commentary box, whilst we wait for the captains to speak, is a man who, alongside myself, began the cricketing journey on talkSPORT 2 back in 2018. He was part of the team way before that, of course. He's been one of the go-to men for the tours that we brought to you, either on talkSPORT 2 or the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel ever since. Neil Manthorp, you've been in the biz for quite some time, and but the excitement as we made our way to the ground today, it was like the first time. There's nothing like the morning of the first test of a new series, a three-match series, New Zealand's first three-match series for quite some time, and we are set fair, aren't we, for what could be a really, really entertaining game of Test cricket.
Thrilling, John. Absolutely stunning sight, the Hagley Oval. It's a bleak place without people in it, but when there are 8,000 of them, and the hospitality tents are up, the umbrellas away to our left on the grass banks, and as you said, the sense of excitement extends far beyond the Hagley Oval. It's throughout Christchurch, throughout Cantabrian cricket. There was a function in the Sir Richard Hadley Pavilion last night to celebrate, commemorate New Zealand's first ever victory against England, which came after 45 tests in 1978. It was a wonderful occasion, and as you said, I mean, the sense of excitement in the whole city is just palpable.
Well, they've been playing cricket here. We went on a 2-hour tour of Christchurch yesterday, and it started at the public school, the Christchurch public school, which opened its doors back in 1857, I think. The first 4 boats arrived here in Christchurch, in Littleton, what is now known as, it wasn't back then, in 1850. And Christchurch hosted its first game of cricket in 1851. So they didn't hang around.
Waste any time, did they?
I mean, considering it was swampland, they still managed to get their priorities in place and convert and get cricket on the go within a year of landing here.
Not on this exact spot, but
no, not here, but in Christchurch.
I know, it's just remarkable, and it's a new city in so many senses, isn't it? I mean, 1850 is a long time ago. The people first arrived here, the first settlers, European settlers, and but it has that sense of history, doesn't it? I mean, we went on that 2-hour walking tour, and the neo-Gothic architecture is still quite stunning, but a lovely fusion as well between some bright. Just new convention centre is stunning, isn't it?
Well,
brand new architecture,
and you very much get the feeling it's a facing forward city and country. Yes, a nod to the past, beautiful architecture, but it's also about the now and what's to come. It is a city rebuilding. after the devastation that was wrought from the earthquake and the catastrophe that occurred some time ago now, 2011. But from the ruins, from the wreckage, is something very special, and it's certainly a special place to be. And you know what? Bringing it back to the cricket, Manners, coming so soon after that tour of India, and New Zealand has enjoyed a rich generation of cricket, hasn't it, over the last 15 years or so. But I just wonder whether there's been quite as much excitement about a series in quite some time, not just in here, but across the whole country.
They didn't have time, I think, due time to celebrate what was, I think, the most remarkable result in the history of Test cricket. You know, New Zealand had never won 3 in a row before against anybody, anywhere, and India had never lost 3 in a row at home before. So for New Zealand to go, they'd never won in India before, and to go and win 3-0 there. I mean, a couple of them had to go and play a couple of T20s in Sri Lanka before they could even get back home. And yeah, I mean, that's just the nature of modern scheduling, but there is definitely a hangover, and the very best sort of hangover from that result amongst the New Zealand players. And I mean, you spoke to Matt Henry a couple of days ago, and you just mentioned the word India, and his face creased into the most delightful smile. And all of them are really duly proud, rightly proud of what was an incredible achievement.
Absolutely. I still can't believe it. It was a series that we brought to listeners on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 46 all out. I still cannot get my head around the fact that New Zealand bowled India out for 46 and then won the series 3-0. And I tell you what, if England face that New Zealand, well, it's going to be thrust and counter thrust. This is known as the most English of New Zealand cities, Christchurch. The weather that we've had over the last 4 or 5 days since touching down has been quite English and Scottish and Welsh. But here at Christchurch, Ben Stokes has won the toss. If you're just joining us, he's decided to bowl first. I understand there's a green tinge to the strip, not as green as some that we've seen here at this ground over the years, but with the conditions overhead being as they are, blue skies, it's a flat track, lightning fast outfield. I know the record books tell you that more teams win tests here batting second than bat first, but with a dropping in the temperature tomorrow and day 3, I just wonder, is it a risk? Has Ben Stokes risked? Should England be batting today?
They love a chase, don't they? I mean, it's with England and with Ben Stokes, it's not, do you want to bat or do you want to bowl for? It's we want to bat last. We want to chase. Fearless run chase. The pitch doesn't tend to deteriorate, and that's why 8 out of the previous 12 Test matches have been won by the team batting second and fourth. Harmy called it, didn't he? I mean, he said that they would have a bowl, and that's exactly what they're going to do. It's fascinating because the pitch was really emerald green 2 days ago with long grass on it. Obviously it's been cut, but it's still lush green. And history and convention tells you that you walk out and have a look at a pitch like that, and you'll think, well, that's going to favour the bowlers.
Brilliant stuff. Manners, you'll be back for the first commentary stint on day 1 of this, the first of 3 Test matches. New Zealand's first 3 Test series since 2017. But the news from the medleys, it's England who've won the toss. They will bowl first. England's team, we know that. We've known for 2 days. Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Jacob Bethell debuting and playing at 3. Joe Root, Harry Brook. Jacob Bethell playing in his first Test, and coming in after him is Joe Root playing in his 150th. Harry Brook, Ollie Pope with the gloves, back at 6, his preferred batting position to fill. Stokes has dropped himself quietly down to 7 with Wokes, Atkinson, and who Harmy says is the best number 10 England have ever put out on the field with bat in hand, Bryden Carr, Shoaib Bashir, the spinner. But let's hear from Harmy. He's just caught up with Ben Stokes shortly after England won the toss.
Ben, you won the toss, you're going to bowl first. The reasons behind that?
Look, I think generally the wicket gets better and better as there's more cricket played out here at Hagley. That seems to be the way, and there's a nice cover in the grass on that wicket this morning. So it's a big first session for us with the ball in hand, and hopefully we can get a few poles.
And it's always special to give somebody their first cap. Exciting times for Jacob Bethell.
Yeah, it is. Look, he's had a an amazing 6 months. Everything's happened very, very quickly for him, but I think that just shows the sign that how much talent the kid has. You know, he's put in some great performances so far. You know, over with England and the white ball stuff, and look, I'm really excited for him to get that chance this week, going out making his debut, and hopefully showing the world, you know, the talent that he has, that we certainly know he does have.
A special player, special friend, 150 caps. A word on Joe Root.
Yeah, I mean, 150 Test matches. You know, that's just phenomenal. You know, he's captained England on, you know, more than 60 occasions as well, to throw in there. 13,000 runs, 30 odd hundreds, averaging over 50. He is a great of the game.
Is that a message to somebody?
No, that's just my opinion.
Very good. Ben, good luck.
Thanks, mate.
A great of the game, Ben Stone. He is a great of the game. How can he not be a great of the game? Any metric, scoring 100 in Australia does not make you a great at the game. I mean, it's nice to have in your CV, don't get me wrong, but plenty don't. Steve Harmison, you're up in the comments box. There was a little mention. Essentially, Stokes is just giving his opinion. That opinion coming off the back of Darren Lehman, the former Australia coach, new Northampton coach, who said that Joe Root just operates that little strata below great and very, 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 very good because of the absence of a overseas Ashes century.
Yeah, good morning, John. Good morning, everybody. Look, I wonder, and I do wonder. Darren Lehman's a good friend. He's a lovely man and somebody who I respect totally. I disagree with what he's saying, and I just wonder if Darren Lehman looks back at that footage and looks back at his comments and thinks, I've got that wrong. I didn't mean that. I hope he would. If he doesn't, well, everybody's about their opinion. My opinion is Joe Root is the greatest that England have ever produced and one of the greatest that's ever played cricket in the world. He's somebody who is going to either go past Sachin Tendulkar or get very, very close to Sachin Tendulkar. And for me, that's greatness. It really is greatness, irrespective if he gets 100 in Australia or not. But the one thing I will say, the way he's performed last summer, speaking to him over the course of this last sort of 48 hours, and if he sort of gets himself off to a good start in New Zealand and carries that form from the summer on, England will not only be a good place in this series, but Joe Root, again, he is a modern day and an all-time great for me.
Okay, so England have decided to bowl first. Now, what is customary after such decisions is to suggest that if you bowl first, you want to be batting by stumps, right? But if we go back to a Mount Maunganui test that took place in 2019, and New Zealand won the toss, they put England in, and they were quite happy to give up 375 because they backed themselves to score 575. So which mode do you think England are going to go at? Do they think that they're going to be bowling New Zealand out by tea and then getting amongst them, or are they factoring in, as Stokes said at the toss, that it actually gets easier to bat on days 2 and 3 here, so they'll give up 350 because they'll back themselves to bat once, bat big, and then bowl New Zealand out cheaply in second innings?
Yeah, there's two things in that. The bat once or bat big, yes, England can do that. The bat so quickly, so there's the option to give them time in the game, but they also like a chase. This England team aren't daunted by a fourth innings chase of over 250, and if this, the pitch is to form, then 250 fourth innings sounds as though it's very, very chaseable. So I think that's in the factor. I think looking at the surface, and we've been here now what feels like an eternity, but we've been here day upon day, and we've seen the colour naturally change on that surface from it being dark green to just basically as the strip looks now, the way the mower cuts it, it does look picture perfect across the square. But that pitches, I think it will have something in it for the new ball. I think it is a new ball pitch. So I think all 4 innings, if you can get over the new ball as openers, give yourselves the best chance of putting runs on the board or chasing a total if it's 4th innings. So I think early on, England put the ball in the right area, try and put New Zealand under pressure, but they will know with the comfort blanket of with the pitch getting better, their innings will be easier to bat on, and they're not bothered about chasing. They really don't. They look at a chase and say, bring it on, 300 plus, we'll have a go at that. So that's the mentality of the Stokes and McCullum dressing room, and I think that factored in. England might feel get into the series early with the ball, put it in the right area, and see if we can get 2 wickets before lunch. And I think that would be normally when you put your team in and you bowl first, you want 3-4 wickets before lunch. I think 2 wouldn't be a bad thing on this.
Well, it's a very good morning here from the Hagley Oval, and a good evening to Gary Morgan, talkSPORT scorer, who's got in contact. It's going to be a long night. I hope he's got plenty of coffee there. It won't be as good as the coffee you get here in New Zealand, but he's got in contact to say on day 1 of the last 4 tests played at the Hagley Oval, the average wicket count on day 1 is 9. So the stats will tell you that New Zealand will still be batting at the start of day 2. So we shall see. We shall see. England have called up Jacob Bethel. He's going to be batting at 3. And Gary is telling me now he's done it before. I'm not sure if you covered this game, Harmy, but he did it for Rugby Meteors versus Uppingham Rovers at Rugby School in June 2023, and he made 40 from 26 balls.
He's got experience, and he can fall back on that when Southey and Henry and O'Rourke are just nipping it past his outside edge. Look, this boy's got a huge ceiling level. I mean, the total disregard for county cricket is definitely there from the England staff and the England hierarchy and the England management. What they do is they see a talent, they believe in the talent, the dressing room believes in the talent and backs him to the hilt. And what they do is they look at a player who they think over time can turn, can do great things. And I think because of that, I think that's why this boy's been selected. I think a lot of people would have said why 3 and why not sort of 7 and potentially move people around. But I think there's method in this. There's a lot of method in this. Ben Stokes is going to 7. That makes a lot of sense. With a longer tail, Ben's been looking for somebody explosive to bat with the tail, to really take the game away from the opposition and take the game away from the opposition quickly. So Jacob Bethel, a bit like Dan Lawrence in the summer, he has to take the position which is on offer, which is at number 3. And what I will say about the selection of Bethel, I think the one of Lawrence, you've seen as though once he was gone, out of a team that was in gone. I'm not so sure, whatever happens here, whether Jacob Bethel plays 1 game or he plays 3 test matches, I think this boy's got a huge future for me in test match cricket.
Okay, well, we've got a bit of news coming your way in about 12 minutes time about the England squad, so don't go anywhere. Thanks for your time, Harmy. Harmy will be back with Manners for the first commentary stint of the first session here on day 1 the first of 3 test matches. Jeremy Coney, the former New Zealand all-rounder, just about to take his seat. We're still waiting to hear from Tom Latham. I can give you the New Zealand team. It was announced yesterday. Latham captaining on his home ground, a permanent New Zealand captain. The first time he's going to be the skipper at home as permanent captain. I mean, 3 wins from 3 tests so far. Devon Conway opening up with him. Devon, of course, scored that memorable double century on debut against England back at Lord's in 2021. Kane Williamson back in the side ahead of the player of the series from the tour of India. Rashan Ravindra, who's top scorer for New Zealand in the last 3 series for them. Daryl Mitchell, what a record he has against England, by the way, as does Tom Blundell. Under a little bit of pressure, truth be told, the wicketkeeper. Glenn Phillips, who bridled at the suggestion he's anything other than a full-time spinner, and certainly the records would suggest he is. Debutant Nathan Smith, looking forward to seeing him. Recent signing for my club back in England, Surrey, followed by Matt Henry. Tim Southey playing in what could be his first, final tour, or final series for New Zealand, and Will O'Rourke. Jeremy Coney alongside me in the commentary box. What a delight it is to say that, by the way. We've just covered a historic series involving New Zealand, but from opposite sides of the planet. But here we are alongside each other. Welcome to talkSPORT's cricket
Lovely
coverage.
to see you, John. Lovely to see you.
It is a delight to see you.
I would have thought you'd have been in shorts. I've seen lots of Englishmen in shorts going around Canterbury. The ones they don't quite fit, and they got these very white legs, coming through, and maybe the odd jandal that doesn't fit. Well, but I tell you what, it's great to see lots of Englishmen around. It's terrific support. I don't know, something like 40% of the cash has been actually provided by English pounds.
Wow, I didn't realise it was that high.
Yeah, it is. It's extraordinary.
you're doing well to spend cash here these days, to be honest with you.
You're right.
I've had I've had a wad of notes in my pocket for 5 days and I haven't spent any of it.
Well done.
They don't take it. Before we get your thoughts, there's loads to talk about before we get underway here at the Hagley Oval. Let's hear from the New Zealand skipper Tom Latham, who caught up with Sport Nation's Daniel McCarty.
The New Zealand captain, Tom Latham. You should recognise him by now, Garth. You're our Christchurch boy. The coin falling the way of England. It was a long course from Ben. I don't know if he was in two minds yet. How do you feel about what you've been asked to do today?
I would have been surprised if he batted. So, look, it obviously looks a typical Hagley surface. Green, we've played on these surfaces many times before, so we know there's going to be some hard work in that first session, but the guys are up for the challenge.
Great conditions, though. That drying nor'wester too. So, what moisture maybe over the first couple of sessions will dry out?
Yeah, I can't really remember a nor'wester on day one. So, as I said, if we're able to do that first session really well, then yeah, hopefully the wicket will dry out a little bit and batting will become easier. So, whether you're trying to do that really well first up, and we've got the first opportunity with the bat.
Make up your side. No Will Young. Was that one of the harder calls this team's had to make in a while?
Look, it's obviously a discussion that when you're having those discussions, it's obviously means your team's in a great spot, and from Youngi's point of view, obviously did nothing wrong. The way he played in India. So, but when you have the calibre of Kane coming back into the squad, into the side, obviously boosts your team immensely. So, you're obviously gutted for Youngie, but we're stoked to have Nossie back.
And you wanted those bowling options, maybe 5 and 6, keeping Phillips in that mix, I guess.
Yeah, I think with the balance of our side, having a couple of guys that can bowl spin in your top 7, fits the balance well, and obviously Nathan making his debut today, fits our balance really well in terms of a batting all-rounder at 8. So, we're obviously really excited when someone makes their debut for New Zealand, and the guys will be riding behind Nathan this week.
Wrap this up. Pretty exciting day for Nathan, but overall exciting day for everyone. This, 3 matches against England. Your thoughts?
Yeah, look, it's outstanding. To have packed out crowds, a beautiful day here at Hagley. Yeah, we're looking forward to getting stuck in.
Go get in there, strap him up. Tom, so much as always for his generosity of time. The New Zealand skipper will make his way into the pavilion and get ready to bat first, because England's Ben Stokes, the English captain, has won the toss and decided to have a bowl.
That was Daniel McCarty from Sport Nation, part of the talkSPORT 2 cricket team, speaking with the New Zealand skipper Tom Latham. A big welcome to listeners on talkSPORT 2 who have just joined us fresh from some Champions League action across the talkSPORT network. You join me, myself, Jon Norman, alongside me, the former New Zealand all-rounder Jeremy Coney. The players have made their way out onto the field here at the Hagley Oval. Thousands in. For the start of what could be a pulsating day's play. They've just been welcomed, an official welcome to the land from some local Maori elders, and now the two teams are stood alongside each other for the national anthems, starting with England. the national anthems of England and Aotearoa, New Zealand. And they don't often get me going, but they did just then. Beautifully sung. And what a picture we have here, bringing you live and exclusive coverage of all 3 test matches between New Zealand and England. Starting off with this, the first test at the Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Former New Zealand all-rounder Jeremy Coney alongside me. Jeremy, so much to talk about, but let's just focus on a guy that was here as a fan in 2016 for the test match against Australia. As we welcome listeners from talkSPORT, Brendan McCullum smashed the fastest century. It didn't go the way of New Zealand, as it very rarely does against the old enemy, but Nathan Smith, as a youngster, dreamt of playing here, and he is playing here today. He's set to make his debut for New Zealand, and he's coming into a winning side at that.
Yeah, an Otago lad from the deep south, and has now moved to Wellington. He was the I think he got the most wickets in the first class arena last year, so he has that behind him. He's apparently bowls about between, forgive me everybody, I use Ks rather than miles an hour, but 135 to 140, so that's about sort of 82 to 85, that sort of range. Swing bowler, bowls in and out swing. He'll be a decent addition to this team in the sense that he bats as well. He's had about 50 odd first class matches, 144 wickets at about 25, and getting a wicket every 55 balls. So you're talking about sort of nine overs. He's picking up a wicket at that stage. So he's a good addition because he's also got 13 50s, so he can bat. And so it's a very handy thing in New Zealand conditions to have a seamer who can score some runs. I haven't seen him bowl. So I'm looking forward to as much as you are.
That reminds me of someone, Jeremy. Seamer who can bat. Huh?
Yeah, well, who would that be? Okay.
Jeremy is going to be part of talkSPORT 2's commentary team throughout this test series. His place just about to be taken by a bigger fast bowler, but possibly couldn't bat quite as well as you. Steve Harmison coming in. We're just about set for the first delivery on day 1 of this, the first test match. Chris Wokes with ball in hand, and to talk you through the first commentary here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel will be Neil Manthorp and Steve Harmison.
Thank you very much indeed, Jon Norman. So Chris Wokes with the first over, and it'll be Tom Latham on strike. England starting off with 4 slips, no gully. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Here is Wokes around the wicket to Latham. Bounce, first touch. That bounced outside the off stump. Very nicely played, comfortably played by Tom Latham, but Steve Harmison, that didn't look short. That looked maybe just fractionally back of a length, but he's pushed that away from sort of chest height.
Yeah, back of a length. Good morning, Manners. Good morning, or good evening, everybody at home. Good morning, wherever you are around the world. It's a beautiful day, and yes, bounce. Bryden Carr standing at square, just in front of square on the leg side. His eyes would have lit up. Gus Atkinson down at fine leg doing some stretches. His eyes would have lit up. That there was bounce.
Here is Wokes once again. Bowls. Forward comes the New Zealand captain, pushing that one gently straight back down the pitch. It's collected by Shoaib Bashir. A rendition of Jerusalem. No trumpet.
I think there is.
Is there?
I think there's
Oh yes, there is. There
There
we go. Sorry, I didn't pick it up immediately. But a traditional rendition of Jerusalem. We heard Jeremy Coney saying what significant percentage of the crowd is actually from England. They've made the long journey. Hopefully it'll be worth their while. Wokes in again, bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Tom Latham once again. So Ollie Pope keeping wicket, as you will all no doubt be aware now, and Joe Root is at first slip cordon for England, an unfamiliar one. Harry Brook at second slip, Ben Duckett at third, and the debutant Jacob Bethel at fourth slip. It became obvious that he was in the lineup to start 3 days ago when he was in slip catching practice. Wokes in again outside the off stump, and this one bounces less steeply, and it's left alone once more by Tom Latham. Absolutely beautiful. Harmy, I mean, we know that the crowd is sold out for Saturday, but I'm not so sure that they can fit any more in today.
Not fitting any more in today. This is a beautiful ground. I mean, it is. The excitement. Man, as we've been here, like I said earlier, what feels like eternity, but we've sat in this box and there's been nobody here, and it's looked beautiful. It looks magnificent now.
Here is Wokes once again around the wicket. That one widest of all the 5 deliveries we've had so far, and that one certainly left alone by Tom Latham. Well, Harmy, it now looks like a glorious sporting venue. When we first arrived, it just looked like a glorious piece of grass.
Yeah, nice piece of grass, and I mean, there was no definition between the wicket and the grass. If you think we got here on Sunday, I mean, the wicket looked as green as the outfield then, but it's different now.
Last ball of the first over, Wokes in, and there's some excitement as he straightens up, hits Latham on the pads, but bounce. I think there was slip cordon all through their arms in the air, but there was nothing verbal to accompany the reaction. And the first over from Chris Wokes is a maiden. New Zealand being asked to bat first, 0 for 0.
Yeah, and there's some breaking news in the England camp. Manners, another countyman, is that a word, a countyman? Another player from my former county, beloved county, as you keep saying, the Hall of Fame of Durham. Ollie Robinson is
got his passport sorted
out, and he's going to make the long journey from Newcastle to Dubai to Sydney or to Singapore, whichever one, then on to Sydney, and then on to Christchurch. And brilliant for the club, brilliant for Ollie Robinson. Disappointment for Jordan Cox. I really feel sorry for him. Got his chance in the Caribbean, coming here, definitely going to play when he left England, knew he was going to make his Test debut, and busting his thumb. It was heartbreaking for him, but Ollie Robinson is getting his chance, and there'll be many in the English county scene. We'll see not before time, because Ollie Robinson's probably the first one they've looked at who actually has got county numbers.
You know, Harmy, we've spent 3 days pouring through doing some scorecard mining and doing our research, and here is Gus Atkinson. He's around the wicket as well to fellow left-hander Devon Conway. I say fellow left-hander to Tom Latham. That is all left-handed opening partnership. And here we are at the start of the second over, and I'm just about to ask you a question that we probably haven't, neither of us have done any research on, but have Durham ever been better represented in the England team or in the England squad?
Yeah, there'll have been a time where Plunkett, Harmison, Mustard and Collingwood probably would have been in a one-day squad, or close to being in a one-day squad. Onions, Harmison, Collingwood were definitely in the team in 2000.
Because there's 4 in the squad now.
There's 4 in the squad now, so yeah, probably would have been max 4.
Here is Atkinson once again. Forward comes Devon Conway, back to form after a slump of about 12 to 15 months when New Zealand stuck with him, and he was struggling in both primary formats. That one is pushed away defensively, no problem there. There's been no sign of sea movement, and that's not, it's very early days. We've only had 8 balls.
There's been a bit of bounce, there's no real swing. I mean, Chris Wokes hasn't really got it to swing, but he hasn't pushed it up there. He's bowled what is a good length. Gus Atkinson's first ball bounced and it went, I mean, Ollie Pope took it probably 20 to 25 yards back. He is. And he took it above his head. A ball of good length, but no real swing.
Here is Atkinson once again. Forward comes Conway and nudges this one out towards mid-off. It's fielded by the captain, Ben Stokes. So Gus Atkinson with a similar field to the one that Chris Wokes opened up with. Well, actually, are they making a change?
Yeah, I like this move. There's enough sort of bounce in the surface, I think, and that obviously we haven't seen any lateral movement, but Gus Atkinson trying to get that ball that little bit full. England are going to go with a short leg. Zach Crawley's got.
He's a very tall leg.
He's very, very tall, and he's going to be very deep. He's gone very deep. Bryden Carter's gone into the sort of slip corner.
Here is Gus Atkinson. Oh, that's good delivery from Atkinson. Bounce again from our commentary in the Port Hills end, and Devon Conway was beaten by that. Just a little tentative prod, but it was the bounce that undid him there, and he walks down the pitch just to confirm walks down the pitch that it was nothing to do with him, and it gives it a little suspicious tap.
One that you will find is this in this first session, you'll get indentations because of the amount of grass on it, the live grass that's on the surface. There will be indentations in the surface from the balls that are bowled. So
4 slips and a short leg as Conway leaves this one alone from Atkinson outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Pope. You're listening to live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary here on talkSPORT 2. The opening day, the first of 3 test matches being played for the Crowthorpe Trophy for the first time, in memory of 2 greats of New Zealand cricket and England cricket, both of whom played over 100 test matches. It's a no ball, is it?
Yeah, no ball. It's his second no ball of the over. It must be really close, because that has been, I think that's been called off the field, not on the field. Yeah, we're just seeing a replay of it again. That's been called off the field, so the TV umpire has called the no ball for Atkinson. That's 2 now. He's getting close to the line. He's scratching around that front line, man, as he's making a good mark around that front line. I just wonder that when a bowler does that, it's because he's slipping just a touch, and it means there's a little bit of moisture on the top of the surface.
Atkinson around the wicket again, bowls to Conway, hits him on the pad again. It's picked up by Zach Crawley at short leg. Now, we're accustomed, without getting too technical, Harmy, we're used to seeing a little bit of front foot slide. That was a lot of front foot slide, which again, it suggests that there is moisture.
Yeah, the live grass on top with a little bit of moisture underneath is just making them slide a little bit, and I think that is happening at both ends, because what normally happens with a little bit of sliding, manners, is you drag the ball down as a bowler. You're trying to put everything in it, you're trying to hold your action, you're trying to hold your shape, and all of a sudden you just drag it down because your front foot slides.
There's a drive in the first runs. It's a lovely shot from Devon Conway, a push drive through point. Ben Stokes is after it, and it's a big boundary, square of the wicket. Quite considerably longer square of the wicket both sides than it is up and down the ground. They've gone through for 2, and New Zealand are off the mark, off the bat anyway, with 2 no balls and now 2 off the bat. Conway has 2, Latham yet to score. New Zealand asked to bat first, and England preferring to bat second and fourth. Presumably they'll go in that order. Drive and caught! He's caught! Return catch! Gus Atkinson low to his left. What a catch! Devon Conway into the drive a little early. Atkinson reacted brilliantly. Superb catch. New Zealand have lost an early one. 4 for 1.
I was just about to say that was a confident push, the one before. Wasn't timed. It went out in the deep point, and that time Devon Conway's gone. It's a lot straighter. He's held, his left shoulder's come in. He's just closed himself off, and he hasn't getting the full face down in time. He's getting a 3/4 part of the bat, and he's looped it back to Gus Atkinson. The hardest catch to take is a bowler. He's taken a caught and bowled, and he's had to get down low. Remember, he's bowling around the wicket, so he's had to go to his left as the ball's going towards the stumps at the non-striker's end, and he's took a brilliant 2-handed catch. A brilliant start from Atkinson and Wopes, and just what Stokes wanted, putting New Zealand into bat.
Superb athleticism from Gus Atkinson, it really was. But not easy. I mean, I wouldn't know from personal experience, but you would. He follows in your follow-through. You know, he's the second step of his follow-through, and he's falling away, and he had to go the wrong direction. Brilliant piece of reaction.
It is. It's a brilliant piece of reaction. The caught and bowled, from a seam bowler's point of view, I mean, I've seen loads of bowlers drop catches which balls just loop back towards them because they're not expecting it. It's like getting startled, man. It's like getting a fright. You get a fright when it comes back at you, because the one thing you're not expecting is the ball to be hit back towards you in the air, you know, and that's why it makes it even, you know, an even better catch for me. Got 2 hands to it, managed to get a hold of it, and he dived the right way as well. He fell, you know, he took the catch into him, you know, wicketkeeper style. He took it into his body and then managed to turn his body and roll so the ball didn't come out as he hit the deck. An excellent bit of athleticism by the big fast bowler, and just what England wanted. 4 for 1.
Bryden Carse is another fast bowler in this England team who's a supreme athlete. I mean, in fact, there aren't very many Steve Harmisons around. 4 slips. We're about to start the 3rd over from Chris Wokes. That was Courtney Walsh, I was going to say.
There's
But
not many Steve Harmisons or Matthew Hoggarts. Simon Jones was an athlete. I'm trying to think of others that played along that time. Mention Liam Plunkett before. Wow, he was an athlete. Bryden Carse is an athlete. Gus Atkinson is an athlete.
here is Wokes again around the wicket to Tom Latham outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Pope. He's got his sunglasses on top of his cap. Ben Duckett has got his sunglasses on. He's at third slip. Jacob Bethel, who was presented with his cap before the start of play. That was the captain presenting him his cap, wasn't it?
Who, Jacob?
Yeah.
No, it was Wokes. Chris Wokes presented him with
Warwickshire
his
teammate.
Yeah, Warwickshire teammate. I didn't see the cap presentation towards Joe Root, but I can only assume that the captain presented that one, the amount that they've gone through. Ben said to us yesterday, I think it was, in the 107 test matches he's played so far, 105 of them, Joe Root was in the team. So, and Joe Root is I think he's the only one that's ever present from, I think McCullum and Stokes have used 32 players, 33 now with Jacob Bethel. And I think the only player to play in every game, I think, is Joe Root.
Here's Wokes around the wicket from the Botanic end outside the off stump and left alone again by the left-handed Tom Latham. Have you had a chance to go to the Botanical Gardens yet?
No.
Well, it has been busy, I must say.
Has it got a bar in it?
Do you know what it has? Is there's a curator's cottage with
Is that the one? Is that the one over the other side towards
close
the
to
city?
the Antigua boat sheds?
Yes, I know. Me and John walked back.
Yeah,
through
so
from
you have
town
been through the
yeah, we went
Botanical
through
Gardens.
That, yeah, there was a cafe in it.
Yeah, here comes Wokes again. Up bounce outside the off stump, but it's wide and left alone happily by Tom Latham. But we will get the chance, Harmony. I'll drag you under protest, even so, nevertheless, around the Botanical Gardens because it's stunning, really, really stunning. And the remarkable thing, not remarkable, ironic thing, is that when you enter this country, you're not allowed. If you bring an apple or a nut or any fruit or veg from another country, you'll get fined $400. Here is Wokes, beaten Latham outside the off stump. Unless he played inside the line, I reckon he was beaten there by one that's 4.5 stumps, maybe fifth stump outside the off stump. But in the Botanical Gardens, you can see vegetation and plants and trees from all over the world.
Yeah, I remember standing. You stand in customs, and you then go. They ask you if you've got anything to declare. It's normally when you go through like Ibiza or Marbella. Or, it's about whether you've got enough fags or enough booze.
Here's Wokes again. Latham nudges it away out past or to Zach Crawley at deep short leg.
You come to New Zealand and it's, have you got any sort of
Fruit and nuts.
Fruit, nuts, vegetables? Have you been on a farmland any time in the last 3 months? Have you got dirt on your juice? And be careful, mind, because if you answer it wrong and you go through and you have nothing to declare, you get fined $400.
A colleague of ours picked up an apple on his flight, put it in his backpack. Here is Wokes again. Forward comes Latham. Little nudge past Stokes at backward point, and he's off the mark finally. Tom Latham with his 12th delivery. A single to Stokes' left, and 3 overs now gone. New Zealand are 5 for 1, and of course it's a long flight, so he was 26 hours later. He's put this apple in his backpack, forgotten all about it, said no. The sniffer dog says, "I suspect that there is something in there." Sniffed out the apple, $400. Expensive apple.
Very expensive apple. Good sniffer dog as well. I bet he didn't. I bet you the sniffer dog didn't get a little cut of the $400.
No, but he gets a biscuit.
It's a biscuit, yeah. He gets to eat the apple.
Glorious, glorious day at the Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Temperature mid-20s, set to rise as high as 27, we're told, and cooling down on days 2 and 3. I've been intrigued by the leg side field. Not so much Chris Wokes is at wideish mid-on, but he's mid-on and mid-off are quite wide, which suggests that Atkinson isn't going to be pitching it up. It's not a drive field. The short leg, as I've just said, is deep, as Harmy was describing, 7-8 paces away. Here is Gus Atkinson for his second over. Forward comes Latham, pushing it up to Wokes at mid-on. And the long leg is not so much he's very square, almost a deep backward square. It's almost like there for the top edge pull.
Yeah, he's more behind square on the leg side. Not quite as wide for you're looking at one-day field. But looking at the field that we are, I wouldn't mind him pitching a couple up, giving him Tom Latham and asking Tom Latham to push. If you get it full, push out in front of himself, bring slip into play.
4 slips in a gully now. Forward comes Latham, pushing that one straight back to the bowler, Gus Atkinson. In fact, 3 slips, and 4th slip has moved into more of a gully position. Early wicket for England. Devon Conway caught and bowled brilliantly by Gus Atkinson, tumbling down to his left at the end of his follow through. Devon Conway went for 2. New Zealand are 4 for 1, and they've added just a single to that. Tom Latham off the mark. Kane Williamson's yet to face a ball. Gus Atkinson 1 for 4 into his second over. Chris Woakes has conceded just a single from his 2 overs. Here is Atkinson around the wicket, and Full does pitch one up. First one he's pitched up, and it's pushed rather than, I can't really call that a drive, just a push past Woakes at mid-on, and will come back for 2 runs. We haven't seen a ball hit in anger, really, and yet outfield is true to predictions. Matt Henry was talking to Jon Norman and Harmy a couple of days ago, and he called it a boundary ground. I mean, it's a vast expanse of outfield, but it's closely mown, not a weed on it, absolutely immaculate, and it's quick. And if you do time one, it certainly will be 4. Outside the off stump again here. Latham leaves alone. Home ground for Tom Latham, home city, loves batting here, super record. He wouldn't have minded being asked to bat first, I don't think.
No, he knows the ground, the surface. I think he played, there was a domestic game not long ago on the pitch where Zach Crawley's standing on, and by all accounts that surface, talking to Tim Sow this morning, he said that surface was really, really slow, so there was a concern that the pitch had, this ground, the pace had gone out of it, but the bounce is still here.
There are 4 slips in the gully now. Atkinson into Latham, and it's tucked away off his pads now to show Bashir, who is in that deep backward square leg position, and it's gone straight to him. The captain was in the gully there, Ben Stokes.
Yeah,
so his fingers are all fine now.
Yeah, well, I think he's at gully because Zach Crawley's at short leg. I think that's the only reason Ben's at gully. It's either him or Bryden Carson. Looking at the way the field is set, Ben could swap with Carson. Carson could go to the gully, but there's no other fielders that could potentially go there. For the right-hander, he's going to backward point. You look at Woakes and Carson at sort of wider, mid-on and mid-off. Bashir's down at fine leg on the boundary. So,
of all the selection traditions and conventions that England have broken, the saddest one for me is youngest short leg. Jacob Bethell, here. Welcome to Test cricket. It's your debut. Here's the helmet.
But he looks like he's golden child, and he's slotted in at slip, so he must be a good slipper as well as a good batter.
Exactly. Here is Atkinson again, and this one bounces a bit. Kane Williamson's first delivery hits him on the thigh pad, bounces over the pad, and drops out on the onside. I mean, that just was the way, wasn't it? No matter how poor you were as a fielder, if you were the youngest in the team, especially if you were on debut, unless you were a bowler, you were in at short leg. But Jacob Bethell's at 3rd slip.
Yeah, he's at 3rd slip. Yeah, you were thrust into that short leg position. The two positions are the 2 things that you didn't want to be very, very good at or renowned to be very good at in a cricket dressing room, was to be a very, very good 12th man and a very, very good short leg. It's not a job you wanted for the rest of your days. But
time for me to go. You carry on. Jon Norman's going to take over for the next 20 minutes.
But Jacob Bethell's at 3rd slip. He's actually, he's not. He's at 4th slip. Ben Duckett's at 3rd. Harry Brooks 2nd. Joe Root, 150th cap at 1st.
Forward, good looking drive as well. Neil Manthorp described a push in the last over for a couple. This is a drive from the bat of Tom Latham. He will only take a couple and adds to his score. So carry on, Harmy.
No, I was just saying the not wanting to be renowned for a good short leg. Zach Crawley, he's a big man. He covers a big space. Duncan Fletcher, my coach, when I first got into the team, Ashley Giles used to be England's gully. Duncan Fletcher always used to like a big gully, an imposing figure at gully. Ben Stokes is there for England at the moment for Tom Latham.
Woakes again, left alone by Latham. Woakes playing in his 3rd test in New Zealand. We don't need to go into the age-old discussion about there's Chris Woakes at home and Chris Woakes away. We don't need to do that.
Stay in the moment.
Exactly, but he's had a fine record for England in the last couple of years.
He's got the new ball as well, John.
He does.
Past times he's had Broad Anderson in front of him.
He has indeed. 45 wickets in the current World Test Championship cycle. No Englishman has taken more as he's in, and this is clipped away, and New Zealand will collect a boundary. Latham moves to 10, and Woakes just erring with line. That's a healthy clip. Black Caps move to 14 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2 and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, just straight in line, because he's trying to get it to swing. There's not really been any swing here this morning, Jon Norman. It's been, if there's anything that's been a bit bouncy, it's stood up off a good length. Everything that's been bowled a bit fuller has floated, and Latham's been able to push it down the ground. Or there, he's just tried to go a bit straight, and he's clipped it down leg side.
Here is Woakes again, and this time Latham will take a single to short mid-wicket. There's a shot at the stumps from Shoaib Bashir. Buzzers. One boundary will become two. Bethel will try and chase the ball, but you can hear from the crowd here, and it's a good one at the Hagley Oval. A full house on Saturday. As Neil Manthorp said earlier today, I don't know how you squeeze any more in from what we've got today, but overthrows there, and New Zealand move on to 19 for 1.
This is a shocker from England, because I think anybody, a decent fielder there, I think Kane Williamson was struggling. There was a hesitation between Latham and Williamson, and I think a quicker fielder getting to the ball, picking it up and throw at the stumps, and I think they might have had the former captain in a little bit of trouble. But it was a poor attempt to get to the ball, didn't pick it up quickly, and then threw it straight over the top of the fielders, bounced just in front of Ben Duckett, and unfortunately for Jacob Bethel, he's had to chase it to the boundary. And 5 runs?
It will be 5 runs, yeah, because they took a single, didn't they? And then the overthrows came in. So Tom Latham has moved to 15. That brings Kane Williamson on strike. It's not often you hear or think of Kane Williamson having FOMO. I'll explain why in a second. He's about to face his second delivery, and he's beaten past the outside edge. It's bounced there from Woakes, and Williamson looked like he was following the path of the ball. Came close to being caught behind.
Yeah, it was a good ball from Chris Woakes, just back of a length, and it's bounced in. The difference here, Jon Norman, is Chris Woakes bowling around the wicket. He's not comfortable. If you remember, you imagine Chris Woakes, he's got an arc, doesn't he, to his bowling run up. He is so more comfortable bowling over the wicket, and there he finished his action off strong. When he bowls around the wicket, he doesn't find it as natural to bowl from around the wicket, and he hasn't quite got it right.
Over the wicket it is Woakes. This is a touch fuller, drawing Williamson forward, and there was just a touch of movement away from the right-handed Williamson, who comes down and prods the pitch. Good start from Woakes against Williamson, back in the side. One of 3 changes for the Kiwis after that historic win in India that we brought to you on talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Williamson back in for the player of the series, Will Young, at 3. Nathan Smith, a bowling all-rounder, he's debuting in at 8, and then Tim Southey, possibly his last series for New Zealand. He will make himself available if New Zealand win this series, progress to the World Test Championship final at Lord's, but we'll see where we are in a couple of Test matches time. 3 changes for New Zealand then, 3 for England. Bryden Casts and Chris Woakes play, and a debutant, Jacob Bethel, who is at full slip as Atkinson is in, and this is the shot of the day from the bat of Tom Latham. He's going to pick up 4 through long off, Stokes the field, but the ball is already just cushioned by the Toblerone. And that was a good looking shot from the New Zealand skipper.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? Absolutely beautiful shot. Timing was, it was elegant, and it was the difference between somebody who is in form in Tom Latham and somebody who's out of form in Devon Conway. There, Latham just goes with the ball full face of the bat, where Conway possibly pushing at it, trying a bit hard, bringing his left shoulder in and closing the face of the bat, and that's why it ended up back in Atkinson's hands.
Atkinson again, this time is left alone from Latham, too wide of the skipper. Yeah, beautifully put there. The Devon Conway would have walked off the field feeling unfortunate. On another day the ball doesn't stick. It's a good catch from Atkinson. On yet another day the ball just goes a metre or 2 to the right of the bowler, possibly to the left, he gets a couple of runs.
But when he's in sync and in movement and in form, that ball goes, I mean, Devon Conway probably hits that ball, what, 2, 3, 4 foot right of Gus Atkinson, and he doesn't even, I mean, the bowler doesn't even turn round, he just lets it go past him.
Atkinson again, round the wicket, and Latham just opens the face. It's a good diving stop by Ben Stokes in the gully. Otherwise, that would have been another boundary to the score. And you can see what Atkinson's doing. He's pitching it up. He's just bowling that fuller length. He's trying to extract what movement there could possibly be at the start of the innings. And it's already paid dividends with that wicket of Devon Conway. But Tom Latham is raced away, 19 from 23. New Zealand 23 for 1 with the start of the 6th over. As Atkinson turns. It's past the umpire now. In again. And this time it's straighter. Just a fraction shorter. And Latham, quick onto the shot, trying to deflect the ball past that fielder at short mid-wicket. Chris Woakes it is, but unsuccessfully does so. So the score remains here at the Hagley Oval, 23 for 1.
It's so important that England do try and pitch it up and get the ball while it's new, because it is a new ball wicket, this. It's a new ball surface. The ball won't last too long, so it's important that they get it up there. I don't think England have bowled that full. I think the ball a fraction too short from either end this morning. Need to get a bit fuller.
Atkinson is in. This is very full. Possibly a slower delivery as well. Yorker length, but Latham, who's in good form, just comes forward and eases the ball past Woakes at mid-on, and he'll come through for another couple of runs. The score moves on, 25 for 1.
Yeah, that's really full, though. That's not finishing your action off and just floating it and putting it there. You need to get that 4.5, 5 metre mark, and but with velocity, with something on it. I'm not sure Chris Woakes really enjoyed that chase. It did look as though he was running on the spot for a while. Woakes bowling at the other end.
Last ball of the 6th over. Atkinson is in, and this time this is driven handsomely, but fielded by Cass, I think, or is that Stokes? My eyes are deceiving me, I think. It is Cass, isn't it? At mid-off, end of the over. Not blistering pace from Gus Atkinson, a man that we know can bowl in and around 90 miles an hour. He's hovering around the early 130s in terms of kilometres, but he has picked up that one wicket. Devon Conway caught brilliantly, truth be said, as Steve Harmison makes his way, and his place in the commentary box will be taken by the former New Zealand all-rounder Chris Harris, who took us out last night. Your hometown, Chris. Welcome to the talkSPORT 2 commentary team, and a very enjoyable evening it was too.
Thanks, John. It's wonderful to be back. Great to be talking to your English audience. Spent a lot of time over in the UK. Love it.
Well, we were talking about it. You gave us a lift back. This is the Kiwi way, right? You take us out, the beers are for free, and then at the end of the evening, you don't get a cab, you jump in Chris Harris's car, and you get dropped off at the hotel.
But the invoice is coming.
Well, will it be paid? Good start for England, but the counter-attack is on from New Zealand. 25 for 1 as Williamson just takes the ball, or the bat rather, doesn't want to play at this. Length delivery from Chris Woakes. His first 3 overs, gone for 12 runs. How have you been impressed by what you've seen from the bowlers so far? First off, no surprise at all by the decision to bowl first, despite these beautiful conditions that we got here in Christchurch.
Absolutely. Latham was going to bowl first as well. The bowler get the most assistance first on in this first session. Just a little bit of grass, but it's burning off already.
Woakes again, and this flies from the outside edge of the bat of Kane Williamson, just dies on Ben Duckett. Possibly played with soft hands, but you seemed a bit surprised by the bounce there, Williamson.
Yeah, surprised he played it. It was just that length, which is a little bit short. I still feel as though England are working out the best length to bowl on the surface. I'd like to see Woakes, particularly with his ability to swing it away from the right hand, just to be a bit fuller. But that did surprise Williamson. Just climbed and went away a little bit. Because the class player he is, played it with soft hands, which I think was the reason it didn't carry into that slip cordon.
Yeah, he's incredibly strong, isn't he, Williamson, all around the pitch, but certainly as he's this time guiding the ball more than edging it into the slip cordon. Fielded at gully by Stokes, but bounces well short, and it was those soft hands again. This time, though, Chris, in control of the shot.
Yeah, I love although I think Woakes is slightly short, I love the line he's bowling, forcing Williamson to play especially early on his innings. That's the time, like all good players, you've got to try and get them early while they're just finding their feet. When his feet start going nicely and he gets them behind the ball, he's a difficult man to remove. Lots of changes in the field, which I like from England. They've brought out their short leg and he's come into a second gully for Williamson.
There's also a leg slip in place for Williamson, so that suggests, it's Bethel, that Wokes is going to continue trying to make the former New Zealand skipper play. Doesn't have to play on this occasion though, leaving on length, and just a touch short again there from Wokes.
Excited to see some of these new players. Last time you were on our shores, what, a little over a year ago. Batting lineup was similar, but who I've seen obviously Atkinson and Cast bowl on tally. Haven't seen them live, so obviously looking forward to seeing them, and one you've just mentioned, Bethel, batting at 3, which is not a position he's accustomed to, but I'm sure he's been given a freedom or a licence from Stokes and McCullum.
He'll be given confidence, won't he? That's for sure. Squared up this time, Williamson, who props forward and tries to play this to the leg side, but it's an outside edge fielded by second slip, Harry Brook, all along the ground. And again, Wokes not quite giving Williamson the working over, but he's forcing him to possibly play at balls that he would rather be leaving alone early on in his innings.
Well, that's the length I love to Williamson early, just when he's just getting his feet moving. That was certainly fuller from Wokes. Williamson played it from the crease. Again, played it with soft hands, which saved him.
There is Wokes again. Over the wicket, left alone this time by Williamson. It is a very different bowling lineup, and it's one of the interesting areas to this English team, one that I'd love to get your thoughts on. Last time England were here, Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, Jack Leach, who is part of the squad but doesn't play today, 10 wickets apiece, very experienced bowling lineup, bolstered by Ollie Robinson as well, who's not part of the England setup as things stand. In their place, Gus Atkinson, he hadn't debuted for England when England were last here at the start of 2023. Bryden Cast, he's only just made his debut, and even Chris Wokes, he's only played a couple of test matches in New Zealand, but of course has been around the side for a long time, but still with questions about his place and his suitability overseas with the new ball.
Absolutely. Well, Chris Wokes was leading us the attack, the most experienced.
Here is Atkinson, bowling round the wicket, left alone by Latham, who's 21 not out. Williamson's faced 9 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. He's in for Will Young. Described the FOMO, fear of missing out, sitting back here in New Zealand when New Zealand were in India winning 3-0. I mean, that was an incredible result, but it shows the riches that New Zealand possess when you can bring essentially your greatest run scorer back into a winning side.
Well, there was some talk of Williamson just about got on the plane 5 times on the way to India. Missed the first test, then he missed the second test, and then it was like, might as well miss the series now. Didn't want to.
Round the wicket again from Atkinson, and Latham comes forward and just plays the off stump line. Beautiful forward defensive shot. Sound of the ball cracking off the bat. He's hit a couple of boundaries already so far in his early innings. I can't think of too many New Zealand skippers. I can't think of any, actually, any skippers that have started their permanent captaincy with a played 3, won 3 record.
We were joking about that earlier. Good time to retire. That would be the best statistics ever. Yeah, it's phenomenal.
25 for 1 then, New Zealand. Asked to bat first here at the Hagley Oval, and Atkinson comes forward and bowls a touch fuller, but Latham's still able to come forward and just play defensively, pushing the ball to Cast, who's fielding at mid-off.
I mean, it's been talked about a lot, but even if you did that at home, that would be impressive in itself. But to do it in foreign conditions in India, where it had never been done before, just makes it even more impressive.
Yeah, full of praise, Ben Stokes, about that achievement. talkSPORT covered England's series to India as well as New Zealand's last month. Early in this year, they lost 4-1. In truth, the series was a little closer than that, as Atkinson is in again, pitched up, driven square of the wicket by Latham. They'll certainly pick up 2 here. There's a chase to the boundary, and the ball is going to win. 4 more to the score, and New Zealand moved to 29 for 1, and Latham is 25 not out.
You're going to discover that over the 5 days here, John. Generally, when it's hit reasonably solidly, quite often here the ground does win, and the boundary very hard to pull it in once it gets past that inner field. But I was so impressed with India, with New Zealand and India. For me, it was the way we batted. We'd always had trouble, as most sides do, to bat in those conditions. But the fact that we out-batted India was so impressive to watch.
The thing that impressed me the most of that series win was just how everybody contributed at different times. Atkinson is in. This is too short and too wide and left alone from Latham, who's picked up 3 fours in his 33-ball stay. He's 25 not out. You know, whether it was Will Young batting 460 deliveries, Devon Conway, 2 innings of note in first innings. Latham, really important innings in second innings in that win in Pune. Roshan Ravindra, 134 in that first test match. Tim Southey setting the tone, dismissing Rohit Sharma more often than not. William O'Rourke and Matt Henry backing him up. I mean, all over the field as this is played uppishly by Latham. It's going to pick up more runs. It won't reach the boundary this time. But this was short and wide and almost uppercut over gully, backward point in Stokes Fields by the boundary, but can't prevent another 3 runs being added to the score. 33 for 1. Latham moves to 28. But yeah, it was an all-round team effort. And then, of course, you've got Ajaz Patel. I think there's only 3 bowlers in history who've taken more wickets at the Wankhede Stadium.
He's only played there twice.
He's only played twice. And then Mitchell Santner, who comes to India with 1 first-class fifer in, I think we worked out, it's 13 years of cricket, and then takes a 10-fer.
Incredible, wasn't it?
It really was.
Just the stars aligned for everyone. As you said, so many contributions from so many different players.
And then, of course, 3 of those names aren't even in this side. There's no Patel, Santner or Young, as Atkinson switching to over the wicket, and Williamson just shoulders arms and lets this ball sail harmlessly over 4th stump line and through to the keeper. A little kick of the turf from Atkinson, who, despite that wicket, and he's not a guy that shows a lot of emotion on the field. He's not one of those guys, whether he's hitting a century against Sri Lanka or taking a 10-fer on debut against the West Indies, that really lets anything be shown how he's feeling, but a little feeling a touch frustrated from that.
It helps you when you get a start like that in Test cricket with 100 and a 10 for, it helps you settle into the game. So it probably makes it a little bit easier not to show frustration, but he does look a very level head, cool customer. I mean, that was a phenomenal catch that he took in the second over. Perhaps a ball that Conway shouldn't have looking to be driving on the up second over, but with him falling away to the right, trying to get off the surface and then reaching back to his left, so hard to explain how much of an amazing catch that was. Incredible. Just the start England were after.
But Chris Wokes is continuing. And it's Tom Latham who is facing the left-hander, who, again, keen to come forward. Can't beat Bashir at mid-on. Chris Harris will continue here on talkSPORT 2. I'm absolutely delighted to say that an old friend will just about to come in. Daniel McCarty was part of our coverage when we were in New Zealand at the start of last year. What a series that was. 2 test series which culminated with New Zealand winning after following on. If we are to be treated with anything approaching the drama that we had at the Basin Reserve in any of these 3 test matches, as Wokes is in again, this time Latham forward, and it's just steered to Ben Stokes in the gully. We're going to be in for quite some ride. A word from Chris Harris, and they'll be returning Daniel McCarty.
I love the theatre from the slip cordon of England and also from Chris Wokes. Those first 2 deliveries of this over, both times hands have gone to heads. I think they've got the line and the length they want to Latham. But Latham now, who's well and truly in and underway, is showing the maker's name. Full face of the bat, but it's certainly the length they want.
Hello,
Daniel.
Harry. Hello, everybody. Here is Wokes, shorter rider of off stump, and the ball at the top of the bounce, pushing into the extra cover region. No run. Great to see you, friend. Great to be back on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I've got to get used to a camera beam there. Lovely spot though, isn't it, Harry? Sort of we're looking gun barrel straight over the shoulders of second and third slip. Right to a fine third man. Lovely air-conditioned box. The smell of lynx black wafting through the air. Delicious. Full of this time. Working the ball straight back to the bowler is Tom Latham. Tom Latham is 28 not out. He's faced 37 balls. He's hit 3 fours, so striking at 75. New Zealand have lost the 1 wicket. If you're just tuning into our coverage, Devon Conway caught and bowled by Atkinson for 2. Last ball of the second over of the day. Really good catch. getting 2 hands down to his left. Certainly not in control of the push drive was Conway. He'll be frustrated. Great athleticism. Here's a play and a miss. Is an expansive drive from Latham, just nipping off the seam. Wokes stands prone in the middle of the pitch, frustrated he couldn't feather an edge.
It's been an excellent over this from Wokes this time again, just getting that length a little bit fuller, inviting the drive from Tom Latham, and it's just a hint of away seam from the left-hander. It's just where it's facing the Botanic Gardens end. You're at second slip, I'm at third slip to the left-hander. That's just in a wonderful area.
Well, it's turned a long way. It has gone a long way off the seam. Almost too much. Root at first slip had his hands across his eyes. He waits. Beautiful straight drive from Tom Latham, who just stands and admires for a split second. Looks down, then scratches his guard. That races away to the fence, his 4th 4. It's 37 for 1. 9 overs now complete.
He's in wonderful form, isn't he? It's like, fool me once. Tell you what, if I get another opportunity, though, that was beautifully played, straight down the ground. Mid-off is quite wide for England. And that time, Tom Latham didn't even leave the crease. He knew that was 4. So a comeback from New Zealand after losing Conway early. 37 for 1 after 9 overs. Good clip. Obviously, mostly to Tom Latham. Williamson still trying to find his feet. Gone past the outside edge a couple of times, have England. Be desperately keen to try and get Williamson early, because that's the time to get him.
Change of bowler, Harry, from the Fort Hills end. Ryan Cast coming into the attack.
Looking forward to seeing him bowl. Hadn't seen Atkinson or Cast live. Seen him on TV, but obviously impressed with Atkinson, but looking forward to seeing Cast as well. We believe has got the ability to bowl pretty quick.
Hits the bat, hits the gloves hard. Army was telling us last night, in between bites, a large stake of his.
I thought you said pints.
Cast from over the wicket. Nice tall action, gets arms up very high. Fizzes the ball down, moving away from Williamson, who leaves alone. The former New Zealand captain yet to get off the mark. They've got a partnership going with 33 runs. He's contributed, well, as we'd say, New Zealand stuff. What a sight this is, though, Harry. Fans in early.
Full house, isn't it?
Full house.
Have we established what that is? About 8,000? 8.5?
You're the local.
Well,
aren't you the propaganda minister for
yeah,
Hagley
varies.
Oval?
It's 8 to 9,000, I believe.
Heavily packed cordon. Goes fuller this time. Good lead from Williamson. A little bit of nibble away from the right-hander as the signal from Williamson, who's quite theatrical post delivery. Watches it and then sort of signalling to the man at the other end. Wanders down and communicates that to their certainty.
Well, you've done your research. What there'll be probably 1,000 from the bar and the army, and I love that tradition of Jerusalem on the first over of the day. Every day, it's fantastic.
Cast, tall, lean figure, bouncing in, moves past umpire Tucker. Oh, short bouncer, too short. That should be wide. Is called wide, rightly so. Well, Tucker had gone wide himself, but then had a cursory look towards square leg. Umpire Raza of Pakistan also put his hand on his head. Wayward, good carry and pace in this pitch. Don't need to drop it that short, Ryder. Goes back, grabs a bit of sawdust. It's Chris Wokes, in fact, doing that. He's not happy with his landing position, so the score advances. Another extra, 38 for the loss of 1. Well, Smithy, and for those listening on talkSPORT 2 via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, in New Zealand it's law to believe everything Ian Smith says.
Absolutely.
He told me 38 to 40% of tickets purchased by those from outside of New Zealand.
It's incredible stats, isn't it?
Leg slip very fine. Squared up as Williamson defends with soft hands, gliding the ball to the finer of the 2 gullies. 3 slips, 2 gullies, leg slip. Lone figures at mid-off and mid-on, who are almost in line with the stumps at the non-striker's end. And is that Bashir in the deep? Have to get the binoculars. Indeed it is, down at long leg. To the 10th over, 38 for 1. Does it again, short of length. Riding the bounces, Williamson, pushing the ball through the vacant cover region. He will get off the mark. And the home fans, round of applause as Williamson moves to 1.
It's a good feeling, that. Always good feeling to get off 0. Took 14 balls, so he'll be delighted to now be at the other end and watch Latham continue in the aggressive fashion that he's shown today.
Were you a nervy starter?
Very. I was actually not just a nervy starter.
Knowing full well the answer.
Yeah, I was just nervy the whole time.
You would have kicked a few by now, though, wouldn't you?
I think I'm pretty sure I've got a world record for the most leg buys in international cricket. I'm pretty sure.
Bat behind the pad, quite literally. Hard to hit it when you get to the air, Here's an uppish drive that goes through. Fine gully down to the unprotected third man region for 4 and no control. But a 5th boundary and a 5th ball to Tom Latham, the New Zealand captain, to 36. It's 43 for 1. The runs are flowing.
Really very good lines and lengths from Cast. Exactly where he wants to bowl to the left-hander. Interestingly, both English bowlers bowled round the wicket at the start to Tom Latham. Cast coming over the wicket, trying to bowl for those slips. Just going across Latham. Tried to drive on the up, as he's done so successfully today, but that was a good delivery. Lucky to survive.
3 slips, wait eagerly. Short, wide of off stump. Very wayward. Goes with the bouncer. Poor accuracy to end the over. 5 runs off it. It's 43 for the loss of 1. Conway the man out. Quarter bowled Atkinson for 2. Williamson 1. Latham is 36. Beautiful day as the helicopter goes above the ground. That's off to the hospital, which is just situated on the eastern side of the ground. There's that rescue helicopter.
It's got to land on the hospital just around the corner.
Well, we certainly hope so.
Yeah. Hopefully they're okay.
Good day for batting though, isn't it, Harry? Heading to a high of 27 degrees. A nor'wester that will pick up as the day progresses. Around about 30k, 40k, around 3 or 4 this afternoon. The nor'wester's the drying breeze of this ground, isn't it? So
yeah,
the moisture on the surface, which I understand. Speaking to Gary Stead, the New Zealand coach, there was 1 degree more moisture in the surface than there was when Australia played here back in March. The nerds out there is Woke starting a new over from the Botanic Gardens end. Full straight on off stump. Williamson pats it back to the bowler.
So that means it almost play exactly the same.
Yeah.
I was speaking to Tom Latham as well, and he was sort of saying that he can't remember the first day of a test match here at Hagley starting with nor'wester. It's unusual, so you're absolutely right. It will take the sting out of the surface. The outfield will speed up, so if New Zealand can get through this little spell without any further damage, they'll be pretty happy with their day's work so far, because it does get easier to bat on.
Leg slip is coming a little bit wider. It's Bethel. On debut, of course. Goes to a lead gully almost as Wokes gets it into the hip region. That's what they're hoping, that Williamson will divert the ball into that region, but past the inside edge and into the thigh pad. We'll be happy to know, Harry, that we officially have touched out of the helicopter. It's just at the top.
Thanks for bringing them in, Daniel. That was a nice landing.
Yeah.
Interesting, the modern game, isn't it? Like matchups. So the field, Williamson, 4 slips, a gully and a leg slip.
Wokes in again from over the wicket. Ball zips away for the right-hander. Too short, too wide. Any criticism? Look at level at the England attack. Have they brought the top of off stump into play enough?
Not quite for me. It does take a little bit of time to get used to your links here at Hagley. You've generally, because it zips through, we know as all quick bowlers love to see it fly through the keeper. You want it to be a little bit fuller, and as you said, bring in that top of off stump, forcing them to play. It's also a difficult length to know whether to be forward or back. That's when you're going to bring your slips and your leg slip in play.
I'd certainly want a couple more wickets at the very least before lunch. Much fuller, better, demanding. Diverting the ball into the gully region where Crawley is situated. There'll be no run. This pitch, at these conditions, would expect to dry out a little bit more. The northwesterly, for those listening on talkSPORT 2 around the world via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, Harry, please explain the northwester and the impact it has on people in this region. Because Craig McMillan, your former teammate, told me yesterday this weight is Wokes charging it again from over the wicket, goes a little bit wider of the crease, narrowed in towards off stump defending as Williamson. said it has quite an impact on people.
It does. I'm not sure how deep you want me to get into it, but
very deep.
The nor'wester, so just basically imagine a warm wind. It effectively drives people a little bit loopy, a little bit insane. You go a little bit crazy here in Christchurch. It's basically Chinook winds coming over the southern Alps. They drop all the moisture on the west coast, and then you get the northwest arch, and that brings the breeze in. It only happens in basically Christchurch, North America and South America.
Wokes again wide of the crease, shorter of length on his tippy toes, defending straight along the pitch is Williamson. The end of the over. New Zealand 43 for the loss of 1. Williamson 1, Latham 36. So you're blaming the wind for why you're all crazy.
Well, it's so hot and it's a warm wind, and it's continually, it's like I can't get a break from it, so it drives. We're all slightly mad living here anyway, so it just makes us a little bit crazier. Do some crazy things.
But it could be a taxing day in the field.
It's going to be very tough for England. It does zap you, it really does. I mean, I think the high is 27, 28, and with that warm breeze as well, just exaggerates it even further. So it'll be a sweating day as well, so hydration's going to be key.
A sweating day. A big sweating day.
Need to hydrate often.
Amateur meteorologist Chris Harris alongside me, Daniel McCartney on talkSPORT 2.
Were you impressed with that about the Chinook winds? And
northwest arch, he had me. Fantastic.
He had me at hello.
It will be cast to continue. His first over went for 6. On 2 lengths. Let's see if he can settle on a more traditional line and length as he's bounding in and bowls and going past the outside edge with a ripper. It drew Latham forward. He's wanting to defend, but it's bounced and gone past the outside edge and moved away.
Terrific delivery. I just love his intent. He's only into his second over, but he's already bowled a couple of bounces. He's gone across Latham and he's caused some problems. We saw an outside edge that went for 4 off Latham, and now a genuine delivery. It's gone past the defences of Latham, flying into the gloves of Pope. Just love his intent. He's not going to let these batsmen settle. It's going to make them feel uncomfortable.
Latham just held his line, didn't go chasing. New Zealand captain waits, left-hander. It's a short ball, tangles him up. He's trying to pull this very square. It's gone through straightish mid-wicket. And he'll come back, jog back for a second. His feet almost got tangled underneath Harry as he tried to work that way with the tall stroke. 45 for 1.
I think because England have got 2 out for the hook, an orthodox fine leg and a man just behind square leg, he was trying so hard to make sure he controlled it. And in the end, he tried to pull it, and he got a toe end of the bat. And it just lobbed out through mid-wicket where there is a gap. There's a mid-on. Allowed him to come through for 2 runs. But I like that from Cass.
3 slips in a gully behind. Here's a bouncer wide of off stump. He's having another look. It's umpire Tucker gets the call from square leg. Another wide. Cass looks down at the surface, sort of rubs the grass. He's not happy with how he's landing, especially when he's releasing those bounces. He got Wokes to get some sawdust in the previous over. He's pulling out the turf from his studs. I think they signalled for the grounds crew to come out. There's someone from the dressing room run out. I don't know. The springs tightened.
Oh, he's been sent back. But it does take a little bit of getting used to here. It's so firm underneath. Just that little bit of, or that 1% more moisture, just makes it a little bit slippery on top.
Carson again, number 92 on his back, full of length, inside edge that threatened to go back onto the stumps. It fires down towards fine leg. He's getting it right. Cars does look a threat. Just been a little bit inconsistent through his first 1.5 overs. Latham moves to 39 with that single. It's 47 for 1.
Great indication that that wasn't far away. You just saw Latham knew it had hit the inside edge and fired his head back to see where it had gone, make sure it hadn't gone onto his stumps. But he's in wonderful areas when he pitches it up. Threatened both edges now of Latham.
Latham was just playing away from that front pad a touch. Williamson on strike, bent at the knees. He defends. He turns to mid-wicket, tries to set off for a run, but his face planted. He's fallen straight to ground. Latham, not ball watching, thankfully, had set off for the run, had to hurry back. As I think that was Atkinson in quickly on the onside. That could have been catastrophic. catastrophe.
Have you ever seen the batsman ask for sawdust? Maybe have a chat to Cast and just say, I understand what your problem is. A little bit slippery.
Hard surfaced, 12 mils of grass, which always sets off wild sort of overreactions. People from outside New Zealand see first day pitch in this country. Good lead from Williamson. It was a tight line, maybe fourth stump, but he's left on length. Good carry once more to Pope behind the stumps.
And that's one thing these two know better than most. On this ground, you can leave on length. Anywhere around that sort of 4 or 5 metre mark, you know it's comfortably going to go over the top of the stumps. And he wasn't even, although they very well called Daniel that line about fourth stump, he wasn't even worried about the line. He just knew that that length was going to be comfortably over the top.
Short buzz cut. Way again. Big jump as he releases short, pulled away sweetly through mid-wicket. They've got two. Long boundary out there. They should come back and will do for a third. New Zealand will advance to 50. The 50 is up at the end of the 12th over. Williamson, his first attacking scoring stroke. He moves to 4. Latham is 39. 50 from the scoreboard. Acknowledged by the New Zealand fans.
Yeah, I love the way Williamson looked in control there. He didn't look hurried. It was a comfortable shot. Got up high on his toes and just eased it through mid-wicket. Didn't look as though he was rushed at all. That was a good shot. That will give him confidence in facing Cast. But 50 for 1 after 12. A good comeback from New Zealand. They'd be pretty happy just to double those figures and take that to lunch.
Better late than never, Harry. It's taken me 18 minutes to put on my headset. Got to look good for the camera, right?
Oh, you always look good, Daniel.
Well, I hate to fly in the face of public opinion, Chris.
I know that's only my opinion, sorry.
5 catching behind the wicket alongside Pope in the corners. Wokes, half volley on leg stump, worked beautifully through mid-wicket, past the short mid-wicket, up, chasing after his Bashir. He'll just get there. As Williamson starting to move through the gears, if you will. He's 7 in quick order with consecutive 3s. It's 53 for the loss of 1. Works into a 7th over, unchanged from the Botanic Gardens end, none for 19.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Williamson just looking a little bit more comfortable, which will make England a little bit nervous. But yeah, it's been a big spell from Wokes. Suggest this will probably be his last.
Drinks approaching. 4 slips. 2 men in the gully. Find one quite square though as Latham's late as he gets down and defends. Off the front foot up towards mid-on, no run. So Root, Brook, Duckett and Bethel are the 4 slips. The captain, the finer of the 2 gullies, and Crawley maybe 3 metres to his left and slightly deeper. More for a slice drive. That Crawley position perhaps. The gully is an important fielding position at this ground. So a lot of good catches over the years there as Latham leaves alone outside of off stump.
You've effectively got 6 in catching positions, haven't you? They know Latham's feeling a bit more comfortable now, happy to go on the front foot and drive. I think they just feel with Stokes at a gully, and I think it's Crawley at almost a wider, deeper gully. It's just for that one that you've rightly described, that Latham tries to drive through mid-off or cover, just gets the outer half of the bat and flies in that area.
New Zealand captain waits, taps the bat and works the ball very nicely down towards long lead. That will bring up the 50 partnership between Latham and Williamson. They'll come back for 2 as I lose the ball and field it behind the side screen. Oh, that's the way New Zealand fans are reacting. Is that 4? He's played that even better than I thought. 4 runs indeed is signalled. Latham to 39.
A little bit of a poor effort that. I thought he could have got there, but we are obstructed by the LED screen or the sight screen.
Gus Atkinson was the man down there.
He gave up on it very early. It was a jog, and I think he could have got there. But
Oh, the Northwest has made him cranky.
told you, makes
Yep.
everyone crazy.
Mad, he's forgotten how to field. He showed that in the second over he can.
He can definitely field.
Great caught and bowled as Wokes moves in. Goes full of wider of off stump, trying to tease Latham with a drive. He shows great restraint. 57 for the loss of 1. The partnership is worth 53. And we're in just the 13th over. Conway, the man, out for 2. Caught and bowled by the aforementioned Atkinson. Last ball of the second over.
I like this from Wokes, though. Just a change of line. Generally bowled round the wicket to the left-handed Latham, but the last couple of deliveries from Spell coming over the wicket.
He'll be desperate to get one in his opening spell, Wokes. From over the wicket, short of length. I think they've been a fraction too short too, Harry. This is turned comfortably by the New Zealand skipper into the mid-wicket region to move to 43. Williamson 7. Conway, the man, gone. Caught and bowled Atkinson for 2. And at drinks, 13 overs in the first hour, 58 for the loss of 1. If you're judging the session within a session, if New Zealand would have bit your hand off after losing the toss, being sent in to be 58 for the loss of 1. I'll get you to answer that, and typically I won't listen, and I'll make way for Jon Norman.
Like you, because you always take your headset off again that you've had on for 1 over. Yeah, no, New Zealand will be delighted. Obviously disappointed to lose Conway in that second over. Brilliant caught and bowled from Atkinson, which got England underway. And then a good recovery from Latham and Williamson. And at 58 for 1 after 13 overs, the New Zealand skipper Tom Latham will be very, very happy.
Thank you very much, Chris Harris. Steve Harmison making his way back into the commentary box. Chris will be part of talkSPORT 2 coverage throughout the series. And you may well be listening in the UK on talkSPORT 2 or watching us via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Either way, joining us, welcome. Drinks on day 1, the first morning of day 1, the first of 3 test matches between New Zealand and England. And New Zealand asked to bat first, losing Devon Conway early, 4 for 1 when he was well caught by Gus Atkinson in his follow-through for just 2. Kane Williamson took some time before he got off the mark, but at the other end, Tom Latham really taking the pressure out of the situation. He's raced along, 44, 6 fours in there. Just the one false shot, an outside edge from a cover drive from the bat of Tom Latham, whistling through vacant full slip at head height all the way to the boundary for the bowling of Bryden Cast, who, Steve Harmison, I'd have to say, 2 overs in, has bowled the best of the 3 England players that we've seen today.
Yeah, I think he has. He's hit the deck hard. He's made the batters play some false shots, especially Kane Williamson. I don't want to be over critical, but that first throws in the first 60 minutes of the session, I don't think England have put the ball consistently in the right area enough for me. When you have captains ask you to bowl first, I think the bowled are slightly too short. Not short as in bouncers by any stretch, but just that in between no man's length where nothing really happens. A comfortable leave, or a batter is given time to play the ball off the surface. Wokes looks as though from the Botanic end, he looks as though for the left-hander right starting around the wicket, he didn't look as though he's in rhythm at all. He looked more comfortable bowling over the wicket. That arc in his run-up does help him a lot for over the wicket to finish his action off. In Atkinson, well, Atkinson was struggling with the footholes. I think he's bowled. What did he bowl? He bowled 3 or 4 no balls, I think, in that so far, and that's more than I think Gus Atkinson's bowled in his career. So that tells you that both bowlers, I don't think, have been in total rhythm, but Bryden Cast has. He's gone off for 13, but he has looked good.
And it's Cast now, and this is left alone by Tom Latham. I'd say Rod Latham. Common mistake in this part of the world, yes. Harmy, isn't it?
It is a common mistake in this part of the world, especially if you're Neil Manthorp.
Yes. Well, I'm sure that he commentated on Rod and Tom at some stage. He was certainly commentating on Tom today. He's played well, hasn't he? New Zealand skipper. I don't think anyone's scored more runs than he has here at Hagley Oval. It's his home ground. He's obviously fresh from the successful tour of India, which we've spoken about, as Cars is past the umpire, and this is a touch fuller on the pads of Latham. Will take a single to square leg. Latham moves to 45, and it's just taken the pressure off Kane Williamson a little bit. I mean, I know it sounds silly to say when you consider, whilst Tom Latham may have scored more runs than any other here, Kane Williamson scored more runs for New Zealand than anyone ever.
Yeah, just a little bit of getting back into Test cricket for Kane Williamson. Missed the 3 Test matches in New Zealand, but it's typical Kane. He's looked comfortable outside off stump. He's left the ball well, defended the ball into the ground, played the ball as late as possible, while Latham has done the bulk of the scoring.
Still with the leg slip in place, and this is pitched up a touch as Latham is forward, opens the face and guides this through point, and that comes through for a single.
I think what they see with the leg slip, especially with the taller bowlers, with Kane Williamson, if he does lose his shape and he does fall over, his head does fall over, because he's trying to play as late as possible. If he gets his sort of eye line outside off stump, then he closes the face. And when he closes the face, if the ball bounces, and that can get an inside edge down towards a fine leg, and that's why they've got leg slip in play.
The left-handed Tom Latham this time. He's struck on the pad. There's a shout for leg before from the bowler. The slip cordon go up. Ollie Pope, who we haven't spoken about, by the way, which is always a good thing for a keeper, stand-in or permanent, join in, but it's a little half-hearted.
Yeah, he didn't have the best time as referrals as captain, I'm not sure. Ben Stokes is going to be taking too much notice of Ollie Pope behind the stumps.
What was his record against Gary Morgan, a scorer of a tell me?
8 or something.
I think it's a touch worse than that.
Yeah.
We'll find out shortly.
I'm trying to be kind to young Ollie. Who actually, to be fair, we haven't mentioned anything about him, and which is really good. And the reason why we haven't mentioned him, because he's actually started really, really well as Ollie Pope with the gloves.
A touch too high was the consensus from the slip cordon, as Cars, with this possibly in mind, pitches a delivery up on the 4th stump, and Latham comes forward and just gently clips this between Wokes at mid-on, and Crawley, who's stationed square of the wicket on the leg side, comes back for a comfortable 2. 47 not out, and we're just seeing a replay of that leg before shout. It didn't have a lot going for it, Harmy, because it also pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, pitched outside leg stump. It was a lot shorter. Them 2 balls sort of symptomatic of the first hour and 10 minutes. One that's bowling back of a length shorter, nipped back, bounced, and then the next one trying to go a bit fuller, just floated and clipped into the leg side.
3 slips in the gully in place as he's caught behind Latham. He comes forward and tries a replay of the last shot. There's a little look at the line from the umpire, but Latham's got to go. Caught behind for 47, and Bryden Cars, who's really impressed at the start of his spell, has what you've got to say is the big wicket. New Zealand have lost their second, 62 for 2.
Beautiful bowling from Bryden Cars. The difference in the last 2 balls, the one before was floated on leg stump, comfortable clip into the leg side. This one had a little bit more pace on it. There was a little bit more venom on it, probably because of the ball before. He's really bowled it that bit fuller, give it a chance to move, and it's just nipped away, and Tom Latham's got a fine outside edge. And what has been an excellent innings from Latham, it's been a really positive start from Bryden Cars. He's got 1 for 17 off his 3 overs, and he's got the hugely important wicket of the Black Caps captain.
Well, he troubled Latham, hadn't he? We'd seen that thick outside edge fly through vacant 4th slip. We'd seen an inside edge go back past the stumps. There was a couple of plays and a couple of misses, but this time the outside edge was taken, and Ollie Pope behind the stumps did the rest.
Close to face, didn't he? The ball before, he's got an on leg stump. The one before that was the LBW shout. Pitched outside leg stump, nipped back, and it was a lot short of a good length. Then the next ball was pitched up. It was just floated up on half volley, on middling leg, and Tom Latham can just lean on it with the full face of the bat and use the pace and push it into the leg side. That one there was a little bit more on it from Bryden Cars, which got the ball to just nip away. But also Tom Latham's trying to hit it that little bit harder. He's tried to push it away from his body, where the one before he let it come into him. And as he was doing that, because the bat and the hands were out in front of himself, He just turned the bat face, and as he turns the bat face, just clipped the outside edge, and a very, very comfortable catch, and the first catch for Ollie Pope in this series.
Ollie Pope, who kept the gloves in New Zealand back in 2019 after Ben Foakes picked up a little injury. Did so again in Pakistan for 2 test matches. England actually deciding to pick Pope ahead of Foakes for the second of those.
I can see that happening here, John. I can see Ollie keeping for 3 test matches.
Oh, interesting. We have had news from the England camp, which I'll bring you shortly. It's Gus Atkinson who's been brought back into the attack, bowling from the Botanical Gardens end, and this is clipped away down to long leg for a single from the bat of Kane Williamson, who moves to 9, and we're going to see Ravindra. Rashin Ravindra face his first delivery of the test match. He's never played a test match against England as Rashin. He has scored a century though in an ODI in the World Cup, first match of the 2023 World Cup. He and Devon Conway really setting the tone for what ended up being a bit of a disastrous World Cup campaign for England, chasing down the best part of 280 for the loss of just 1 wicket.
There's a few of them: Stokes, Root, Wokes. Was Atkinson there as well? I'm trying to think who would have been in that game.
Yeah, he was.
So there is 4 of them that were on the field who watched Rashin Ravindra get that 100 in the 50 over World Cup.
He's about to face his first delivery. Atkinson is in over the wicket, and this is driven handsomely by Rashin Ravindra. Should have been fielded by Shoaib Bashir. Rifled to the spinner's right. Got a hand to it, but could only deflect the ball rather than collect it, and that means that Rashin Ravindra gets off the mark first ball.
What a shot. What a shot. I mean, our volley outside off stump, yes, granted, given. He should. He's a test number 4, but that was a beautiful shot from Rashin Ravindra. First ball, middle of the bat, rock forward, bang, take that.
He really impressed in his series against India with a century in first innings, as Atkinson is in again. This is played defensively from Williamson. 3 slips in that gully stem place, a wideish leg slip, and he just comes down the track. A little word with Ravindra. 256 runs against India at an average of 51, and a quite wonderful century in first innings. 134 shared in a destructive partnership with Tim Southey. That was at Bengaluru, and that was the 3rd consecutive series that he top scored for New Zealand. This is driven by Williamson. Well, anything you can do, Ravindra, I can do just as well. This is chase on, and it will just be caught up by Bryden Cass a couple of yards inside the long off boundary, and another few runs to Williamson. 3 runs to the score, pitched up by Atkinson and given the treatment by Williamson.
Yeah, a lovely shot straight down the ground. It's for John, for all the the talk of a sort of fast scoring ground, it is a big area, but it's slow. It has been slow for the grass. You had your barefoot the other day, and it is really tightly cut.
6 fielders behind the wicket to Ravindra, who will take another single, pushing the ball to the left of point. Crawley it is who fields, and Atkinson, whose pace just seems a touch down from what we've seen from him in the past.
He just looks out of sorts. He does. He looks as though both. When was the last time
he bowled in Pakistan, didn't he? Yeah. So it's not been that long. But did he play 1 or 2 tests there? Let's have a quick look at my notes. Because they rotated, didn't they? They rested and rotated. Left alone this time. Good bounce from Atkinson.
He's 2.
Played in 2 tests, 6 wickets at 28 against Pakistan.
He bowled 51 test match overs in Pakistan, 2 in each innings. 2 wickets in each innings. He just looks a little bit out of sorts. That's all he does. He seems to be running in okay. I just wonder if this first spell at this end, the Port Hills end, the footholds, the footmarks, a little bit greasy. He looked as though he was sliding. He slid a couple of times over the line. He just looks as though he's fighting with himself a little bit. Anything else? You made mention earlier You know, he was animated. You don't really see him too animated. So it's just a little bit of frustration with Gus. And he's not hit his straps, hit his length yet. It's first game on tour, trying to find that right length. He's come off a ridiculous 12 months.
68 for 2 then, if you're joining us here on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. New Zealand asked to bat first. They lost Devon Conway early for 2, caught by Gus Atkinson in his first over. Tom Latham, a 54 ball knock, 47, but he's gone. It's Ravindra facing Bryden Cast, who picked up that wicket, left alone. Extravagant leave from Rashan Ravindra. That's the first one he's left. 2 not out, and coming into this series in great nick and off the back of a bumper payday in the IPL.
Yeah, big payday. I just wonder here, you know, Stokes is at mid wicket. You know, Wokes and Atkinson are at sort of mid on and mid off. Atkinson's at sort of extra cover, if anything else. Try and bring Gus Atkinson a little bit straighter. Bryden Cast gets the ball to bounce, that little nip, and open up that offside. Ravindra likes the big expansive drive. Give him one to go at early doors.
Over the wicket, Cast, and this is straight. Forward again is Ravindra. Goes straight to that fielder, Atkinson. At extra cover, no run. What a picture we've got here at the Hagley Oval. Full house, sun out. In fact, it's one of those grounds where you can see, even at this early stage, people are starting to look for shade just to the left of us and this is, I don't know why they've situated us, or you rather, in the no alcohol stand, but there's a lot of families there and there's a lot of babies.
I thought you did that to me.
Driven on the up, pushed square of the wicket from the blade of Rashan Ravindra. Won't reach the boundary again. Decent timing and 3 runs coming from the bat of the young superstar. There's not too many players in this side under the age of 30, but he is one of them. Yeah, blazing hot here at Hagley Oval, and there's I'm not sure I'd bring a 6-month-old baby to a cricket match, I'll be honest with you. Not when it's 28 degrees.
Not when it's 28 degrees. There's going to be a lot of pink arms, pink faces in about 2 hours' time. But it is a beautiful picture. You know, I love these grounds. The old Adelaide Oval with the grass bank on the side, Perth, the whack at either side. You know, grounds in Africa. You know, they love the big, even the big grounds in Africa. Johannesburg got a grass bank on the side. We were in Cape Town. Remember that? What a great atmosphere that was. Grass banks bring good atmospheres.
3 slips gully, backward point for Williamson, who defends on off stumps. Cast, who's impressed, challenging both Latham, who he dismissed, and now the former New Zealand skipper, who's back in the side after sitting out that tour of India. He'll be desperate, just even in his, with all of his experience, it's the currency of the run. He'd love to get a score and really set himself up for the series. I remember Graham Thorpe speaking to me many years ago about these short tours. As Cast again is in, and this is left alone from Williamson. Head on hands at leg slip from Ben Stokes, but it's a comfortable lead from Williamson, who left on length, saying, you know, if you start one of these short tours, these back-to-back tours, because of course Graham Thorpe played in an era where you sometimes have a week and a half between test matches. He said, if you start well, you very often continue well, but if you start poorly, it's very difficult to get into the series as it progresses.
You go searching, trying to find something. Where, you know, back in Thorpe's day, you had a week to prepare, so you ended up working it out.
Last ball of the over then, and this is short, ducked by Williamson. No run. Another decent over from Bryden Cast, just 3 runs coming from it. The trophy that these two teams are playing for is, of course, shared in terms of the naming rights between Graham Thorpe and Martin Crowe, 2 of New Zealand and England's finest. Former teammate of yours as well, Harmy. Neil Manthorp's coming in after a little word from you, Steve Harmison, with New Zealand sitting 71 for 2 after 16 overs.
Yeah, Graham Thorpe, what a man. Spoke to Joe Root yesterday in the eve of his 150th cap. A brilliant interview. Joe was excellent. He really was. Talked about his life, his time, sacrifices he's made to be at the top, what it means to stay at the top, and beautiful words from Joe about Graham Thorpe and what Graham Thorpe meant to this England cricket team.
First delivery from, next delivery from Gus Atkinson outside the off stump and left alone by Rachin Ravindra. Harmy, I make no apologies for my lack of knowledge of the IPL mega auction, but you've piqued my curiosity now. You said that Rachin Ravindra had a big payday. Was that him you were talking about?
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, John brought it up.
I know you're not that interested in it, are you?
Yeah, but it was a big payday.
Here's Atkinson again. Oh, that's a good one. Outside the off stump. Ravindra pushed and played and missed outside the off stump, and it's taken by Ollie Pope. He was with the yellow team, wasn't he? The Chennai Super Kings.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he's gone, but I don't think he stayed.
So he's $1 million, was it?
I think. Well, I would imagine it's in excess of $1 million, but it's a good payday, and one from an overseas player who's done really well in IPL and in that part of the world, in India, especially when a 50-over World Cup. One justified.
4 slips in the gully. Atkinson in again outside the off stump and left alone by Rachin Ravindra once more. 71 for 2 New Zealand. I have to say, given the lack of zip, the lack of complete absence of swing, and until that delivery from Bryden Cast, and I know that I didn't perhaps see every delivery because we were walking between commentary boxes, but that was the first clear sign of seam movement, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't think England have bowled it full enough to get the ball to move laterally. When they've bowled it on a sort of back of a length, if it's moved slowly.
3 slips in a gully. Ravindra forward again and nudges it up to Shoaib Bashir at mid-off. There's no run. 71 for 2.
That's the first time, I think, in Gus's 5.4 overs so far that he's put back-to-back balls in the right spot and being challenging to the outside edge of the batter. He's bowled a good ball, then he's dragged it down, or he's bowled one a little bit wider, but there, just signs of rhythm. He's run up. It's been fine, just a little bit at the in the action, just does look a little bit off.
Short, Ravindra goes for the pull shot and misses it, and there's a speculative, polite inquiry from Ollie Pope. And there's a discussion here, isn't there, between the captain Ben Stokes. He's at backward point, so it's quite difficult for him to know, other than height, whether what was being said.
Ollie Pope is. I don't think Ollie Pope was 100% convinced. Ben was talking about the sort of noise of the bat in the air, but Zach Crawley come flying in from, and he's going to go out to deep square leg now, but he come flying in from just in front of the umpire, and he was adamant that there was a noise. Can't say there was a deviation because he had his back. Ravindra had his back to Zach Crawley, but Zach Crawley was animated that there was a noise there.
Here's Atkinson again outside the off stump, and this one is taken by Ollie Pope at ankle height. That's I think that I don't know this ground very well, Harmy, but we've seen a couple, haven't we, bounce unexpectedly through at chest height from just back of a length. And that one has just squatted a bit and was taken by the keeper down by his ankles. And it can flatten out, but you were talking about indentations, and normally that means an increase of variable bounce.
Yeah, I just think that. I just think that Atkinson's. It really is. He's struggling against himself.
Okay, he just didn't get that one through.
I just don't think he got it through. I don't think he got his action through. I really didn't. I think he's having a real struggle with his body language, demeanour. You can see he's slumped shoulders. He's not happy. He is the man from Surrey.
Bryden Cast he's looking pretty good, and that one bounces, and Williamson does the fielding himself after defending it. I think it might just have hit him on the gloves, actually. It's dropped down at his own feet, and that's the second time Williamson has helped England out with a spot of fielding. Another no ball.
Dear. No ball. They're a little bit.
We've had a couple from.
We've had 3 or 4 from Atkinson. There's one there from Cast, where I think it's obviously the marginal ones are getting called off the field, and Rod Tucker's just put his arm out. Still it's a no ball, and Carson have to bowl another ball in the over.
Carson again outside the off stump. That was full, that was drivable, but it was wide. That's maybe exactly what he was trying to bowl, and Williamson was not of a mind to accept the invitation. So a reminder that Devon Conway was first to go, acrobatically caught and bowled by Gus Atkinson off his own bowling, tumbling to his left. That was 4 for 1. It became 62 for 2 when captain Tom Latham edged Bryden Cast to Ollie Pope. He went for an enterprising and entertaining 47 from 54 balls, 62 for 2. Now 72 for 2 as Cast is in again, and outside the off stump, Williamson gets into position to play defensively off the back foot, brings the bat inside the line.
Yeah, just a fraction short. Williamson looks very comfortable there when the ball is that little bit shorter, that good length. Now the 5 metre length that Cast can hit with Pearce because of his release point. That's the area that's troubled Latham and Williamson.
Three slips and a gully and a stationary backward point, or a second deep gully. Bouncer from Bryden Cast. Doesn't mind a short ball, doesn't Bryden Cast, and that one sees Williamson ducking underneath it. It's quite difficult to know whether it's a pitch lacking pace and it's quite placid, or whether it's because it's Kane Williamson, he's just got so much time. There's a bit of both.
I think there's a bit of both. I think there's a reminds me a little bit of the old oval pitch, a little bit of tennis ball bounce. If you get it in that fuller length, you've got to really bring yourself to bowl it that little bit fuller, and it will bounce. But you're right, I think it's Kane Williamson. He's got so much time.
Leg slip in place now, 3 slips, 2 gullies. Another bouncer from Bryden Cast, and that one there is evidence that there's nothing wrong with Bryden Cast's action, I don't think. And
no, I think he's foot-hole. I think he's just he sort of dug a hole in the foot-hole and dragged it down. I think there must be a bit of dampness around that front foot, and he's just dragged it down a touch, and it's just ballooned over the top.
And taken by Ollie Pope again around his ankles. And there's a bit of sawdust here. It's a very small, modest pile of sawdust that the groundsman has come out, almost like he's rationing it. The England bowlers did ask for some sawdust, and rather than trotting out with a big sack of it that most groundsmen have, he came out with a small bucket. And sawdust in short supply in Canterbury. Here's Bryden Cast again, running away from us from the Port Hills end, and full driving is Kane Williamson, but only as far as Chris Wokes at mid-off, and once again there is no run. 72 for 2 into the 18th over. The pitch is emerald green. It's lush and it's well grassed, live grass, but it's quite slow. It's a little damp and quite slow, and very, very much conducive to a defensively orientated innings, you would think, particularly on day one. Another bouncer from Bryden Cast, and Williamson, I think, was almost predicting that. Just left it alone, watched it soar over his head, and the over comes to an end. 18 overs gone now. New Zealand batting first, 72 for 2. Kane Williamson is 12 from 39 balls. Rachin Ravindra has 5 from 11, and it's a beautiful, beautiful day, as Jon Norman and I keep telling you. The crowd on the banks, John, a lot of people, well, a few people have said, does it not get a bit disorderly and chaotic? There are people sitting on the grass banks, but you can explain to our listeners and viewers how it works. The little safety passages demarcated with blue paint on the grass.
Well, I will, after this delivery, which you can commentate yourself, or rather left alone this time by Rachin Ravindra. Do you know one of the things I love about watching cricket in New Zealand, which I first came across in 2008 on my first tour here? It's maybe not the done thing anymore, but certainly there's the custom in New Zealand, possibly comes from Studentville, but essentially I think the traditional homestead in New Zealand is a I think it's a quarter acre, right? So you have your house, and you have a little plot of land at the front and a little plot of land at the back. So on the hot days, which are numerous, what you'll find is a gathering that comes together, impromptu or planned. This is A run from the bat of Rashin Ravindra, who really rides the bounce from Atkinson well. It's a half stop at gully, but not enough to prevent the single. 73 for 2. And what occurs is, you get the barbie out the front, you get the esky or the chili bin, ice in it, plenty of beers, and from I don't know where, but possibly the front room, maybe it's kept in the garage, or maybe there's just a communal sofa that appears. And it's not unheard of or unseen to see Kiwis walking down the street, usually 3 or 4 men in shorts, high socks, jandals and shirts, carrying a sofa.
Here is Atkinson again outside the off stump. That one's better. That one came out nicely. It was quick outside the off stump and left alone by Williamson.
So you can imagine it. You're walking down the street, you go past a house, there's some music coming out the windows, all the windows open, barbie, esky, sofa, 4 or 5 blokes sitting on it. But they sometimes bring those sofas to the cricket.
Well, you said you'd never been to Dunedin, so you wouldn't have done a one-day international at Carisbrook, which is basically a rugby ground, a rugby stadium. Here is Atkinson again, bowls to Williamson, and that's nudged out on the onside, and there's no run. Dunedin, of course, big student city, and they would be a dozen carried to Carisbrook for the rugby internationals, the All Black games, even more than that. But cricket one-day international, I did 2 there. The students would carry their sofas onto these old concrete stands, and there was a tradition as well, a student tradition, where they would burn the sofas at Carrie. They would set fire to them. Garth Galloway's going to take over. He'll be able to explain a lot more about this remarkable phenomenon. Outside the off stump again from Atkinson, and it's left alone.
There's quite a famous film in this part of the world. I'm pretty sure it was set in Dunedin. I think it might be called Scarface. Garth Galloway is going to be jumping on comms in about 5 or 6 minutes time, and it's kind of like a comedy horror Studentville film. It's one of those cult classics, I suppose. It must be 30 years old now, but that's as close as I've come to Dunedin, essentially watching that film.
The other remarkable thing.
Can I just say one thing? Could you imagine the bacon and egg tie brigade lugging a sofa into Lord's?
Atkinson again to Williamson on the back foot, and get cleverly placed into the gap at cover point for a single. There's a cover and a backward point, nobody at point. 73 for 2 with that single to Williamson, who moves on to 12 from 42 balls. The other thing that Dunedinites, especially the students, pride themselves on is wearing shorts and a vest and flip-flops, or jangles as they're called here in New Zealand, even when the temperature, as it was for a one-day international that I covered in 1998, when the temperature was 3 degrees. A one-day international was postponed because there was an Arctic wind, and it was so cold that the outfield was frozen in parts. There was a rest day. It's a true story, Garth. Honestly, people won't believe me. But a one-day international was postponed and was played on the rest day when things had improved to a balmy 6 or 7 degrees in Dunedin. Right, Ben Stokes coming into the attack. This should make things happen. We're heading towards lunchtime, and the England captain, who proclaimed himself to be 100% fit, having admitted that on the tour to Pakistan last month he was not so. He only bowled 12 overs in 3 test matches, or 2 test matches that he played. But now he's back into the attack, and a frontline all-rounder. Here he is, outside the off-stump, first delivery, left alone by Williamson. New Zealand 74 for 2 as we start the 20th over.
So you're an experienced man, Manners, when it comes to cricket, travel, golf, broadcasting, writing. He's been a good guy. I've just got Geoffrey Boycott in my mind, because whilst Latham would have bowled first, Stokes did bowl first.
Here is Stokes. And that's whipped away off his pad, or thigh pad, by Williamson, down towards long leg for a single.
When I look at the pace of this pitch, when I look, because you say you either look down or you look above. So when I look down, I see an easy paced pitch. When I look up, I see nothing but blue sky. And yet you cannot move for anyone telling you that this is a bowl first pitch.
Ian Smith told me 2 days ago that in the 15 Test matches, or 14 that were played before this one, it was always played far truer and less menacingly than the looks would suggest, because it is a lush green and there's plenty of live grass on it, but there's been precious little seam movement, no swing at all. Here's Stokes around the wicket to Rachin Ravindra, who plays a lovely cover drive, back foot cover drive. Well, it looked like a back foot cover drive, but it was off the front foot. It should have played it off the back foot, but such perhaps is the lack of pace that he's able to whip it away through the offside and pick up a couple of runs. Frankie Mackay's joined me just in the nick of time, because I'm getting to talk more and more nonsense about the pitch and about the conditions here, having only ever seen them from afar. Frankie, of course, knows them from the middle and knows that a lush green pitch doesn't necessarily mean it's bowler friendly. As Stokes is in once again, pushed out towards backward point by Ravindra for another single. Hello, Frankie.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I was quite surprised when I turned up this morning and saw the lightness of the colour of the grass. Normally you turn up and you're almost having to have a little guess as to where exactly the wicket is on the block, which one we're actually playing on. But it was as soon as I came over the hill, started walking across the ground, very light in colour in comparison for what I would say are normal day one surfaces here at Hagley.
Here is Stokes now to the right-handed Williamson, and pushes away defensively on the offside. Stokes just proving his robust fitness, sprints after it and does his own fielding.
But I did have a good chat with the ground staff. I must have gone over looking a little alarmed. What is the surface you've got for us? And they actually said no, it's very much the normal. It's still the Kakanui soil. Put a lot of grass on top of it. They've left it at 12 mil, which is very much the standard. And they actually said it's 1% more moisture than we normally put in it. And I think that's just for the northwest winds that's going to blow through this afternoon.
Here is Stokes again. Short pulled by Williamson. One of the shots of the morning. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. In at the body, in at the rib cage, onto the back foot. Swivel and pivot, and bang. What a shot. 4 runs.
I like pivot. That's the swivel pull put together, and that's really the first shot in anger. Just a little hint of aggression that we've seen from Kane Williamson. Today he's been very happy to just react to what's being bowled, get into good defensive positions, leave the ball, nudge the ball into space, but that one is onto it like a flash.
Really, really magnificent shot. Him and Rachin Ravindra's cover drive, I think the 2 shots of the day, or the off drive, I think it was. Now Williamson plays defensively as Stokes bangs it in short, doesn't get up much. 83 for 2, 20 overs gone, scoring rate over 4 and over. It's been... I have to say that Tom Latham's body language it's never animated, is it? I mean, he's a very understated character, both talking and but I just thought that he looked quite pleased when Ben Stokes said we'll have a bowl. I think Tom Latham was thinking, great, suits us. Do you think they would have batted?
No, I don't. If I'm really honest, I think they probably would have gone with the bowl first option as well. But what it does give you is, this is Tom Latham's home ground. He's played a lot of cricket here. You lose the toss, he knows going out to open the batting. He knows that it's going to be tough at times and he's going to have to work through some tough periods. But actually, if you can do that, there are plenty of runs to be scored out in the middle.
Gus Atkinson continues, and this one, Rachin Ravindra, that hit him on the pad. I'm not sure. It ended up being fielded at first slip by Joe Root. 20 overs gone. Garth Galloway will take over from me and guide us through till lunch.
Thank you, Neil. Enjoying your comments about Dunedin. I grew up there, of course. My late mother will be turning in her grave with your discussions about the weather, but I agree with everything you've said. I've left. Steve Davey will be listening in, and he'll be a bit grumpy about it all. Here's the next delivery, and Ravindra's onto the back foot, pulling that ball to the square leg boundary, just as Williamson did earlier from Stokes' bowling, just getting into position quickly and pulling it away. Atkinson dispatched with ease. It's 83 for 2. Lovely shot from Ravindra.
How beautiful. Onto that pull shot very quickly once again. And it is Atkinson again, just kicking at the turf, trying to scuff those footmarks up on the crease, perhaps just slipping once again and dragging that length back.
87 for 2 it is, with Atkinson bowling from the Botanical Gardens end, and this is a lovely delivery, good delivery, pitched up, but lovely shot it is from Ravindra, driving down the ground, and there's a long chase for Bashir, is it, running down towards the long off boundary. 2 more runs, 3 runs for Ravindra, an expensive over by Atkinson's standards. Ravindra is 16, it's 90 for 2. And suddenly, Frankie, as we approach the lunch break, batting starting to look much more comfortable.
Yeah, it is, and there's just been a noticeable uptick in that scoring rate and the intent to be scoring. I think with that last delivery that there might have been just a little bit of heart and mouth from Rachin Ravindra driving on the up, the ball going back eerily past Atkinson. He is a sweet timer of a cricket ball.
Lovely player. It's Williamson who's on strike now. This is a good delivery from Atkinson. It climbs a little bit outside the off stump, and Williamson decides wisely, I think, just to let the ball go. Yeah, well, interesting discussion about the conditions here in Christchurch. I agree with you. I thought the pitch did look just a little bit lighter than the verdant green that we often see here. But as Ian Smith was telling Neil Manthorp, the conditions can be quite deceiving. One of those pitches where it looks green, but the ball really doesn't do a lot. I remember that test in 2016. So this ground came into play after the earthquakes here in Christchurch, as we see Williamson playing a defensive shot back to the bowler. And the first test here was in 2014 against Sri Lanka. There have been 13 matches, and 12 of the toss-winning captains have decided to field first. The only exception to that was South Africa, when Dean Elgar, playing 2 tests in Christchurch back to back, and in the second one of those he won the toss and decided that they would bat first, and South Africa went on to win the test. But the only time I can really remember the ball dominating was when they played Australia in 2016 New Zealand. This is outside the off stump again, no shot from Williamson, and we'll come back to that. We'll be with the score at 94-2. 21 overs have been completed. Williamson is 18 and Ravindra is 16. So just reflecting on that game in February 2016, it was of course one where Australia had Hazelwood, Patterson and Bird, quite a formidable bowling trio. New Zealand lost the toss and were put in, and they were in all sorts of trouble, losing early wickets, and of course that's when Brendan McCullum came in and scored the fastest test century in test history, scoring his 100 off 54 deliveries. Really magnificent. He was then helped by Corey Anderson. Watling got a half century as well, and New Zealand fought very hard to get back into the game. That's the only time, and on that occasion Williamson, I think, scored 7 off about 62 balls, and it was tortuous watching. That was the time where we really did see ball dominating bat. But apart from that, the looks have been deceptive. It's been a good batting pitch by and large. Here we see Ravindra just getting a ball outside the off stump, just short from Stokes, and he spears at it. It's diving in the gully. There's Crawley, so just 1 run to the cause. It's 91 for 2. Williamson is 18, Ravindra 16, and they swap over now for the right-handed Williamson on strike.
Where the surface can be interesting as well as you think, turn up and you see green, you see a lot of grass, you expect the ball to go around corners and to be nibbling around everywhere. even when you do get that seam movement early, often in the first hour or two, it's still reasonably slow.
Yeah. Stokes to Williamson short, no shot. In fact, signalled wide by umpire Tucker, and Stokes ends up sitting on his haunches on the ground as he loses his balance.
And what can happen with it is that that amount of grass that's left on top, it almost acts a little bit like a pillow top. So it's almost with a brand new ball, rather than sliding on and zipping through, it almost feels a little bit soft to touch on top, and so that movement initially, it feels, yes, it might be feeling like it's going sideways, but it's slow, it's easier to deal with. Where it can get tricky is often through that middle session of play on the first day, is it actually, it's had a bit of sun on it, baked a little bit, and then the ball starts to zip, and it might not be moving as far sideways, but the speed in which it does it means actually people start nicking deliveries all of a sudden.
Stokes bowling to Williamson outside the off stump. Good delivery this time from Stokes, and Williamson is playing outside the off stump.
And so it's not perhaps a surface where you're expecting 4 or 5 wickets to fall in the first session of play. It's not necessarily that. There's enough that keeps teams interested. At the moment, 3 slips, 2 gullies, leg slip in place as well. It keeps teams interested because there's enough happening. It also then means there's a lot of space, so runs can flow initially, but then you get 2-3 hours into the day, and all of a sudden it becomes a slightly different prospect once again.
92 for 2 it is, as Williamson gets a full ball from Stokes, and he drives. It's Wokes who has the chase from extra cover, and the ball crosses the boundary now. Lovely drive from Williamson, just over-tossed on that occasion by Stokes. Williamson is 22, and New Zealand moving along merrily in this first session of the first test. 96 for 2.
Just the long half volley from Ben Stokes, and that's just eased through the offside from Kane Williamson. No full swing of the bat, not trying to overhit it in the slightest, just knocking it, backing his timing. Big gap through that offside to get it through as well.
Lovely conditions in Christchurch, 28 degrees, the forecast high. Stokes bowls short, Williamson onto the back foot, pulls it down towards Basher at long leg, and we're just waiting to see if it's crossed. It's certainly crossed the boundary, but along the ground. So 4 more runs to Williamson. This is poor bowling from Stokes, and he's now just scraping with his left foot the return crease, as if to say that he's losing his balance there. Williamson is 26. New Zealand's 100 is up there. 100 for 2. 21 overs and 4 balls have been bowled. We're just thinking about the subtlety of pitches, and you'll be too young to remember this, Frankie, but in 1982-83 there was a test match here, and you're thinking how old you were then if you were born. So it wasn't, is the answer. Off air as Stokes bowls, and into the onside is Williamson. But it was a pitch at Lancaster Park, the old ground here in Christchurch, and England were playing. And there was a lot of talk about the pitch before the game. It was emerald green. And the psychology, that the discussion in the media was all about whoever batted first was going to lose the test. There's no way that you could survive. And New Zealand lost the toss, and then came in and scored 300. And it was Richard Hadley who scored 99. And was out just sparring at a ball from Willis, caught behind as his nice delivery from Stokes. That's better, and Williamson's in behind the ball. 100 for 2 it is, and at the end of 22 overs, Williamson 26, Ravindra is 17. And then New Zealand bowled England out for under 100 on 2 occasions, and it was almost like the England side had really psyched themselves into the position that they were going to win the game because they won the toss. And then when they got in and the ball was moving around, they didn't like it too much. But New Zealand managing to score 300 on a pitch where the ball was moving all over the place.
Yeah, well, I remember back at Lancaster Park days, and India came for a tour. It would have been somewhere in the 2007-2008 time frame. And I can remember being so excited that I was going to get to go along, and I was going to get to sit there 5 days. Tendulkar, Dravid, Axman, Sehwag, cricket heaven. Well, India got skittled twice for about 100. New Zealand batted well, put 250 on, which was more than enough to put them well ahead in the test match. But I can just remember the New Zealand fan in me so thrilled. Obviously, New Zealand had played well, beaten a very good Indian side, but
the cricket fan.
The cricket fan in me didn't want an absolute green seamer for that one.
No, well, they have such a presence, those players, didn't they? That was a wonderful Indian side. It's Wokes into the attack now from the Botanical Gardens end, and this one sees Ravindra playing just a little bit uncomfortably into his pads, but a thick edge first, 100 for 2. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. The cricket fan always wants to see these, these great players performing well. But New Zealand's been a difficult place at times for those teams to play, particularly from the subcontinent, with the ball moving around just a little bit. And indeed, places like Dunedin have been difficult places for touring sides to go to. Neil Manthorp talking about the weather down in Dunedin. I think this is going to be the best day of this test, if the forecasters are right, as Ravindra drives at a ball outside the off stump. It's a thick edge, and it races out to Cass at point. 15 degrees forecast tomorrow is the high, and then 16 on Saturday. So today's the day.
Don't spoil it. We're meant to be selling it as the Christchurch locals, that it's like this every day.
It is to our British listeners. Paradise over here. Actually, one of the lovely things is that the New Zealand Radio Sports Nation have provided as radio headphones for people in the ground today. In England, that's commonplace, as Wokes bowls, driven by Ravindra and well fielded by Bashir at mid-off, diving away to his left. He misfielded earlier in the day. So there's a couple of thousand of radio headsets so people can tune in and listen to the game. And it's always been one of the things I've loved about watching cricket in Australia and England, is you can listen to the commentary at the same time. Here, if it's streamed, there's often a little bit of a delay, but with those headphones people will be able to listen in. Things just starting to advance in New Zealand at last, as we see Wokes bowling outside the off stump, no shot from Ravindra.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's brilliant. I love to see that happening. It's again one of those things where you watch on series played overseas, be it England, be it Australia, shot of the crowd as it pans through, and it feels like every second person's got the earpiece on, listening to the cricket as it happens, as they're able to watch it in front of them. And so I think it's fantastic that now there's the technology available. Gosh, it makes it sound like we're at the end of the world and it takes decades for things to get to us, but nice that we're finally in a position that that's happening here too.
Yeah, well, it's good for the cricket lovers as Wokes bowls. Ravindra plays off his pads. This is a good shot, turned square of the wicket. It's Atkinson who fields from long leg, and there's time for Ravindra to run another couple of runs. He's 19, 102 for 2. We've got left about 6 minutes left in the morning's play, and just interesting looking at Chris Wokes' figures. We were talking about them on Sports Nation. Against Australia, in Australia, his average 51.6. In India, 81. In New Zealand, 55. Pakistan, 55. And South Africa, 56. So not known for success overseas, and this time he's pulled again down to Atkinson at long leg. Just one run on this occasion, as Ravindra has hit it straight to Atkinson. He's 20. It's 103 for 2. Bless you. As we have a sneeze in the back of the box. End of the over. 102 for 2 it is, with Williamson 26, Ravindra 20. But Wokes' record overseas is poor. Interesting to see him selected.
Yeah, I wonder if perhaps it's the thinking that if you're going to have conditions as close to home conditions, English conditions as possible, that the thinking is it's likely to be New Zealand. You're likely to have that swing and seam assistance that he can use, but he's not getting any younger, 35 now.
Stokes going around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Ravindra, and Ravindra is forward, just playing to mid-on. Are you a fan? I mean, there's often talk about bringing the Duke ball into all Test cricket and having consistency, whereas, of course, in Australia and New Zealand, the Kookaburra ball is used. Your thoughts on that?
I honestly sit on the fence a little bit. Well, I probably don't sit on the fence. I probably have the exact viewpoints of both sides of the discussion. As I like the idea, on one hand, to have a universal cricket ball.
Stokes bowls, Ravindra ducks underneath, a good delivery just past Ravindra's nose.
I mean, it makes sense, really, doesn't it? It's such an important part of cricket. It makes sense on one hand for that to be universal, to be the one that everyone plays with, everyone trains with. But then on the other hand, it's one of those little idiosyncrasies, I guess, of the sport where you play with a kookaburra ball, you play with a juke in some parts, there's the SG ball as well that's been used, and they all have slightly different qualities and all supposedly are meant to be perfect for the home conditions they're being used in.
Ravindra faces with Stokes. He's pushing at a ball outside the off stump and he's lucky not to get an edge. Ravindra there. He's played with great assuredness this morning, but that was just a lapse of concentration, pushing forward to a ball, just leaving him a little bit.
That's just a little bit loose for mine. Coming up close to the lunch break, we talk about wanting to play with that intent and playing that up-tempo game, which we see a lot from Rach and Ravindra, but to me that's just a little mistake. It's a little bit loose.
I like the idea of what I like about the Duke ball is the amount of movement that the bowlers get in the air. As Ravindra just a little bit unsure again, Stokes creating a few problems for him. He looked almost to want to leave that ball, got a thick edge, and it flew to Brook at second slip along the ground. I like the evenness where at times I've felt that the game has shifted so much in favour of the batters. That, you know, and often we see, as we saw in India in the first test when New Zealand bowled them out for a very low total indeed. When the ball starts to move round, the modern batsmen not quite so good, and we saw them really struggling with that movement. And again, Australia struggling a little bit against the Indian bowlers in the same way.
Yeah, for sure. I think it had to really go that way with the amount of T20 cricket that's played, the amount of white ball cricket that's played, and just the fact that probably the amount of cricket played full stop. You are always on the circuit, you're always playing cricket, and so there's not that same space to be able to prepare solely for tests.
Next delivery sees Ravindra picking up a run to a short delivery on off stump, and he plays it just nicely into the offside. Ravindra is at 27, it's 104 for 2, and they're going now just to swap over with Williamson, the right-hander, coming onto strike.
And so, yeah, I think you run that risk that at the moment that when the ball is doing plenty, that actually players aren't probably in the best place to be able to counter it. And probably what we're seeing is the best players around the world, they're having really notable success compared to the rest of their batting lineups because of the fact they've been brought up with that technique. You think of a Joe Root, you think of a Kane Williamson, you know, they are almost red ball players who've been able to adapt to white ball as opposed to the other way around.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of Indian fans very frustrated, obviously, with that series with New Zealand, but also the effect, the impact that the white ball cricket is having on the Test game. Here's a lovely shot from Williamson, drives effortlessly, but picks out Wokes at extra cover. The over comes to an end, and we'll just see if there's going to be time for one more. No, umpire Tucker is removing the bails, and the applause you hear is for the luncheon break and for the New Zealand batsmen who go to lunch with the score at 104 for 2. Williamson is 26, Ravindra is 21, and the batsmen out have been Conway out when the score was 4. He drove at a ball from Atkinson, the right-hander, bowling around the wicket, and it was a brilliant catch by Gus Atkinson, almost taking it behind him to his left, with no real power in the shot, but terrific piece of athleticism on his follow-through. A great catch. Conway out for 2. And then we saw Latham and Williamson progressing quite nicely, taking the score through to 62 for 2 before Latham was out, just pushing at a lovely delivery from Cars. He just played down the wrong line a little bit. It moved away, and Latham just getting an edge. Pope did the rest of the work behind the stumps, and Latham out for 47. Caught by Pope from Cass's bowling, and that was the only other wicket to fall. Since then we've seen Williamson and Ravindra taking the score through to 104 for 2. Wokes has none for 27 from 8. Atkinson has also bowled 8. He has 1 for 36. Cass 1 for 21 from 5. And Stokes has bowled 3 overs and has none for 20. And Frankie Mackay, I think, as the two teams head off for a well-earned lunch, that New Zealand will feel like they've had the better of the first session.
Yeah, absolutely they will. I think that is perfectly summed up, really. I think if you you put yourself in a position, you win the toss, you elect to bowl first. Yes, you've picked up 2 wickets, but you probably wanted those first 2 wickets in the first hour, ideally the first half hour of play, to really be able to put some pressure on. So England won't be unhappy the fact they've got 2 on the board, but they're probably unhappy that it's not 3 or 4. And I think New Zealand, the fact, especially after losing one early one, consolidated well. I thought Tom Latham looked really good in his knock of 47, and then they've been able to create another partnership on the back of that. So, yeah, if you're talking about which team is going to be happier sitting down at the lunch break, definitely think New Zealand. However, there's still enough there for both sides that there'll be a little bit of caution with bat in hand and some optimism for the England side too.
And your thoughts about the English bowling this morning? I think Atkinson, first time we've seen him over here in New Zealand, a very impressive start to his Test career. Kaas, the same. 9 wickets against Pakistan in the first 2 tests over there at an average of 24. What have you seen with the England bowling attack that you've liked?
Yeah, well, I actually think Hagley Oval is a really hard place when it's your first time playing here to get your lengths absolutely spot on. I think with the pace and the bounce that's in the surface, at times teams get carried away, and I'd call it pretty bowling, a nice back of a length that's zinging through to the wicketkeeper. They're taking it chest high, shoulder high. There's a little bit of sideways. It looks really nice, but not necessarily that effective. And I think at times we saw little parts of that from England, but they actually adjusted quite quickly. All of a sudden were prepared to push the ball up a little bit further, kept catches in place, had a large slip cordon for basically all morning. So allowing bowlers to say, yeah, pitch the ball up. If you create an edge, we've got people there to catch it. We're okay with a few runs being scored. So I don't mind how they went about it. There are a few little misfires from time to time. There's definitely frustrations with the footing around the crease for the bowlers landing, just with how much grass is on the surface. There was a lot of slipping, a lot of kicking at the ground, trying to get that sorted. But there's definitely enough there in the surface. There's definitely enough there in terms of the talent that this English side has got. I really like the look of Kaas. I just think he's got a little bit of something about him, a little bit of X factor, looks challenging to play. And to me, Gus Atkinson, I think he's just a little bit of a golden arm. Everything he's touched in Test cricket so far has turned to gold. He's got a Test match 100 as well. So love the look of both of those two, and then it'll just be for Ben Stokes how he uses himself, what role he fits into, and can they get a bit more out of Wokes? Can they unlock the secret to his success here?
Those thoughts from former New Zealand cricketer Frankie Mackay. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the first test between New Zealand and England on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We go to lunch with Ben Stokes having won the toss and asked New Zealand to bat first. They're 104 for 2, 24 overs have been bowled. The batsmen out have been Conway for 2, Latham for 47, and at lunch Williamson is 26, Ravindra is 21. And coming up during the lunch break, you'll hear an exclusive interview with England's 150th Test man, Joe Root.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
Hey, Jack, can you hear me? Hey, Jack, can you hear me? Oh, cool. How long have we got on this? Yeah. Yeah. Brilliant. All right, lovely. Thank you, mate. Yeah, perfect. There isn't, no. We don't have a whole card today. There's no. I think we can have a whole card. Yeah, we might not have a whole card. Okay. All right.
Jack, can you hear me, mate? Can you put split ads on the desk, please, so we can get output?
Our radio station staff present a double bill of Wednesday night Champions League action. Liverpool versus Real Madrid on talkSPORT.
Steals the point!
And Aston Villa versus Juventus on talkSPORT 2.
Right on the line!
Build up from 7, kick-off 8 p.m.
And there goes the full-time whistle!
Double Fast Tracks Wednesday Night Live. Champions League football on the talkSPORT network and on the app.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
It's now Root on strike. 99, he's now made 100.
We talk about Bradman, you talk about Tendulkar, you talk about Coley, Brian Lara, Root is right in there.
To bring up 150 games, obviously very proud, but also feel very humbled and lucky to have had the chances to go out and do it so many times.
There you go, that's a super square cover drive. Lovely, lovely shot from Joe Root.
150 Test matches, just that stat itself is incredible. The longevity. I mean, he's only my age, 34, and I think I've played over 100 games, and I think he's only not been a part of 2.
I think you'll go past Sachin Tendulkar, and he is, like Alistair Cook said, he is England's greatest.
Joe Root tucks the ball away into the leg side, and you can hear the shouts from the Holly stand and everybody on their feet here at Edgbaston as they celebrate Joe Root reaching 100.
For me, I just want to go out there and do it the best I can and try and find the best way of playing that condition.
There it is, Joe Root punches the air. What a marvellous moment for him, what a marvellous moment for this Yorkshire crowd. A first Test century for Joe Root.
To average over 50 predominantly in England is something that's absolutely fantastic, and it's a huge credit to him for doing that. It takes a lot of skill, it takes a lot of endeavour, it takes a lot of patience. I could keep going.
Missouri Josephine once again. That's a lovely cover drive for 4 by Joe Root.
It's not about you at the end of the day, it's about how you can affect the team winning and how you can add to that, and then be able to enjoy that together at the end of it. I think that's what I play for. That's what makes it so special to me.
He's an amazing player, but also he's an amazing bloke, and I feel very lucky to have shared a dressing room for as long as I have done with him.
200 for Joe Root. A wonderful sensation afforded to only the very finest players, and Root is becoming one of those.
I see myself playing Test cricket for a lot longer. I just want to keep enjoying the game, keep playing.
To have lived in the age of Root, that's the thing a cricket lover will always be able to tell their grandchildren and, say, I saw him play, and you should have heard the crowd going,
Wonderful, wonderful sentiment. Joe Root. You can travel all around the world and either be on mic or off it, and you will never hear a bad word said about England's greatest ever batters, Joe Root. Welcome to the Hagley Oval. It's lunch here. What a sight we have here at the Hagley Oval, where the spectators, and there are 8,500 here today, it's a full house, and as I cast my eye over this pitch, it's covered with English and New Zealand cricket fans. There are kids playing on the outfield. This is a bit, or the part of the day I imagine they've been looking forward to most of all. Decked in black caps garb. A few pink faces, truth be told. It's a hot day here in Christchurch. We've got some of the travelling press pack also out on the field. Rory Dollard from Press Association, Nick Holt from the Daily Telegraph, Cameron Ponsonby, who was in the Caribbean for us for the white ball tour that has just finished, and Stefan Schemmelt as well from the BBC, just making their way back from the ground. It's such a scene. It's a scene that really links you to your past, the way you used to be a cricket fan growing up in England. The fact they still allow the fans out onto the outfield during a break in play is something to be celebrated. Another man to be celebrated is the man you just heard at highlights reel, Joe Root, playing in his 150th Test match here in Christchurch, and we were fortunate enough to be granted 20 minutes or so. Probably would have been happy to chat to us for longer, but it's rude to ask. Steve Harmison, former teammate at Yorkshire, met up with the former England skipper, who was as calm and as polite as ever. He didn't even want to talk about himself, even approaching such a milestone. Few have played 150 Test matches, not even Mike Gatting, who's also out on the outfield. It's the great and the good here in Christchurch. But for the next 20 minutes or so, whether you're listening on talkSPORT 2 or watching us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, sit back and enjoy as Steve Harmison meets up with the 150 man, Joe Root.
Joe, thanks for joining us on talkSPORT. 150 tests. What does that mean?
It means a lot of fielding. It means a lot of overs out there, but no, it's a huge privilege, huge honour. Still vividly remember the first time I walked out there, first time I went out to bat, joining KP in the middle, thinking I was in a bit of a dream world, and just imagining what it was like, what the 12-year-old version of myself was feeling. And ever since that day, I tried to sort of keep that 12-year-old with me, in that mindset of how lucky I am and how privileged I am to get the opportunity to play for England. So to bring up 150 games, obviously very proud, but also feel very humbled and lucky to have had the chances to go out and do it so many times.
I was going to ask you, to take you back right to the very, very start. I seen you in 2011 for sort of 3 or 4 games for Yorkshire. There was noises then about you playing for England. What's that feeling like? You've just mentioned there the 12-year-old self, but that feeling of, well, they're talking about me playing in such a positive way, but it's possibly still miles away.
Yeah, it's exactly that, really. You get that excitement factor of, could be closer, just keep doing what I'm doing, keep working hard, and you gain so much confidence from that. But the reality is you're still miles away. You look at that team at the time, it was very settled, it was very senior, so it was going to be very difficult to push your way into it. And Straussy ended up retiring, and that opened up a spot for me to get onto a tour, and off the back of that managed to wangle a game at the end of it and did okay.
Who was your heroes growing up? You must have watched. There was a golden period of English cricket at the time. Looking back at a lot of the footage of you when you were younger, you grew up at a cricket club. Mum, dad, younger brother. You were a cricket family. But who were the people that you looked up to and tried to emulate when you were playing in that sort of 12-year-old self?
Yeah, I mean, probably like most kids, whoever was scoring runs is who I was trying to be. When I was younger, guys like Graham Thorpe, watching him go and play and do some amazing things, winning Test matches in Asia in the dark, and double 100 here in New Zealand, fastest ever at the time, even if it was for like 2 hours or whatever, which he told us about numerous times when he was coach.
And he was drunk.
Yeah. So those guys, but as a Sheffield lad playing at the same club, Michael Vaughan was someone that I always followed closely and watched. And there was a period, a very influential part in my age, like probably 11 to 13, where he was probably number 1 in the world, and he was banging Australia all around. Even though we weren't winning games, he was scoring big hundreds, and similarly when he came back to England that summer, scored loads of runs. So to see someone at your own club go on and play for England, it almost makes it a bit more of an achievable goal, and something that's more of a realistic thing to strive towards. And then obviously watching him and yourself and that group go on and win the Ashes as well was pretty epic and pretty special. So that whole group, there were times when I'd run in and try and beat you at 60 miles an hour, or Freddie, or
I played with you when I was 60 miles an hour.
You know, they're all things that you grow up on. That they're the sort of players that I grew up watching and playing. And I'd try and do the things that you guys were doing at that time, and some of it I could, and some of it I was so far away from, but never stopped me dreaming of going on and playing for England.
You've gone on and we're on the eve of the 150th Test match. You know, the sacrifices you have to make. I know a lot of people will say, "Oh, what sacrifices you put in sport?" You know, but there was a lot of sacrifices to not only sort of be at the top, to stay at the top. Your family, your close friends, everything that goes with touring life. If you were talking to a young player now, because you've gone across, you know, you've been in international cricket for so long. Cricket has changed during your sort of lifetime so far. What does it take to stay at the top for so long?
I think you've got to be pretty level-headed, and you've got to find a way of managing disappointment. I think cricket is a game of failure, especially as a batter. It's very rare you walk off and you're not disappointed. Even if you've got 150, if you've got out, you're still disappointed, aren't you? So the amount of times you actually walk off the field having won the game, not out, is quite difficult, and it comes quite naturally to me, but when you're able to enjoy other people's success, I mean, one of my favourite days on the cricket field, I think I got 2 off 20 balls in the World Cup final, which is terrible really in one-day cricket, but it's probably one of the best days I've had playing, you know, one of the most enjoyable days. So I suppose having that sort of mentality is it's not about you at the end of the day, it's about how you can affect the team winning and how you can add to that, and then be able to enjoy that together at the end of it. I think that's what I play for, that's what makes it so special to me. And in terms of sacrifices, you know, I'm very fortunate, you know, I've got a family, I've got a wife who is so supportive and understanding and does so much, you know, basically single parents when we're away on tour. Thankfully we've got a little bit of support around, but she's incredibly strong and resilient to be able to manage all of that and still support me and pick me up off the floor when I've had a bad day.
They're the most important people in your life, aren't
they? They're huge. They bring so much to the table and so much to the team. You know, you might not see it, and the rest of the guys might not see it, but they add so much to making sure you're able to go out there and be the best version of yourself. So, you know, without that, you sort of, it makes it that little bit trickier, and very grateful to have that. And as well, you've got to lean on each other as well. You're away for so long, aren't you? There's some tours that can be up to 8-9 weeks where you're with each other, away from family, so you end up building some pretty strong friendships and relationships, and you get to know sometimes when you need to offer someone a bit more support, and you know, hopefully you don't miss it when you know, when someone is struggling. You want to make sure that, you know, you're dragging each other across the line and you're riding each other's waves. If someone's having a good time of it, jump on them and really enjoy it with them, and know that they're going to do that back when you know it's your time to be successful.
You mentioned that, you know, how special is it to go? You've gone on it sounds like you're finished, you know, you're miles away from being finished, but 150 caps, you've done it with some special friends, and like, you know, Brodie, Cookie, Jimmy, Ben, Johnny, Wokes, Woody. These have all come at the same time, but these have all gone on to, forge a very, very big bond.
Yeah, Joss as well, I think, and so many more as well. But that's the great thing. I know I could ring them up at any time, and we could go and meet for a beer.
Because cricket's not like that. I always said there was people in my life that were just sort of acquaintances, but I had special people that I played cricket with. There wasn't many, but there seems to be a bigger pool in your group.
Yeah, and I feel so fortunate to have played in a team like that, where we genuinely really enjoy each other's company, and that we will spend time away from the game, you know, away from tours with each other. It wasn't long ago we went on a holiday, me, Jimmy, Zach Crawley, a few of the other lads, and partners and stuff, and we had a great time. So, you know, I think that's one of the great things that can come from sport, is you do build those friendships and relationships that outlast, you know, your time within the environment. and you're going to have those friendships for the rest of your life ultimately, and be able to look back at some very special moments throughout your career, which is very short. And I'm sure one day when I'm washed up and done, I'll be chewing someone's ear off, telling them how good I was once upon a time.
You talk about special moments. You've mentioned the World Cup. You've won the Ashes. They're the two highlights of the time you've played. What stands out for Joe Root to say when you are 10 years' time, telling everybody how good you were, and everybody knows how good you were? Is there a one or two moments where you go, yeah, that was great?
Yeah, I think those when you achieve something as a group and you've been a part of it and you've added to that, I think there's no better feeling really. To think about that World Cup, that was 4 years of hard work as a group. The core of that team stayed the same throughout that whole period. We built from being bombed out of the previous World Cup in kind of embarrassing circumstances to then going on and winning it, and it being an incredible sort of climax to it all as well, with a super over and everything. That was a hell of a ride, a hell of a journey with a special group of players. And then you mentioned Ashes, winning 2 Ashes series. Again, you go through so many ups and downs throughout those 5 games, and moments where it can go either way and someone stands up and does something special. Remember Jimmy taking that final wicket at Trent Bridge in the first one in 2013, and we won by 14 runs, and that sort of swung the momentum massively in our favour for the rest of the series, and we went on to win quite convincingly. And similarly in 15 there were moments where brilliant spells of bowling or the odd cameo innings here were vital in getting us across the line. So to be able to sit back at the end of those, enjoy them with each other, knowing how hard it's been at different occasions to wrestle things in your favour, I think is the most enjoying thing. That you sit back at the end of the day and think, well, I want to do that again, and we've got an opportunity to do that in 12 months' time. So, which would be the ultimate for me, really, winning in Australia. So yeah, there's something to look forward to and something to play towards.
There's a lot of talk about, obviously, Sachin's record. Knowing you as I do, you're not somebody that looks from an individual point of view, it's all about team. Is that the noise for other people to talk about, or is it deep down, are you a goal setter and think, actually, that will get me to the end of my career?
No, I'm not a goal setter. In terms of numbers and stuff, I feel like if you set goals, you've got a chance of missing them and being disappointed, to be honest. Which might...
I hit them too early.
Which might be... might sound quite negative, but for me it's about trying to stay in the moment and play the situation of the game. We've going from Pakistan, where the conditions, temperatures, everything is very different to what it is here. So being able to ready yourself for these conditions, the different challenges that New Zealand pose as a team, the wickets pose as well, I think readying for that and then playing what's right in front of you, that's what's going to get me the biggest scores and help us win games. And ultimately, if you're playing on a tricky surface, 40 might be a massive score. So, you can't always judge yourself on massive hundreds. How you can affect the game, how you can help get your team in a position of strength and wrestle yourself across the line as winners.
Talk to me about playing in this team, because there's some positive talk about it and negative talk about it from the outside. I sometimes think the negative talk of people are jealous about playing in this team because it looks an unbelievable team to play, and every time I come on tour and watch you guys practice, see the group around, be around you, I'm so envious that I would love to be in this group. But what is it like, because you've transcended 3 or 4 different types, you've been in charge of some, what's it like to play with this team?
It's genuinely so much fun. I don't know really how different people perceive it. I've got my own, but there's always method behind what we're trying to do, and I think that's really important to remember for us more than anything, is that we've got to keep looking to play the game which is going to bring the best out of us, and ultimately by doing that become more consistent and bring the performances in that we desire.
And take us to the moment, this series named after Martin Crowe and Graham Thorpe. We were at the funeral together. You carried him out of the church. He's a special man, wasn't he?
Very special man.
I can still see him sitting there. I can still see him in the Caribbean after we won in, I think it was Jamaica. I was at Jamaica or Trinidad. And I can still see him. I'm nearly going to well up here, but he's underneath a palm tree with a ridiculously flowered shirt, with a hat just tipped just forward, as though he was just about to drop off to sleep, with a little rum and coke in his hand, and he had just contributed to a win. I mean, he meant so much to me, and I only played with him in a short period. You had he had a lot of influence in your career.
Huge, yeah, and I reckon he still had that same shirt when he was touring with us as coach. But look, I mentioned, he was a massive influence as me as a kid growing up watching him play. But then to get the time and effort and energy that he put into my game, and getting all of his expertise on batting, and what he did for English cricket, you know. You look at a generation of batters over the last 10 years: Joss Buttler, Ben Stokes, Jason Roy, Johnny Bairstow. You know, you're talking about majority of World Cup winning and Ashes winning teams that we've had over that sort of period of time. He's had a huge influence on them and all that they've brought to English cricket too. But he was more than just a coach, really. He'd sit there, he would happily have a glass of wine with you, or a few beers with you at the end of day's play. And if you'd had a good day, he'd celebrate with you, and if you had a bad day, he'd pick you up off the floor, he'd dust you down and get you ready for the next one. And you know, he gave you so much more than just cricket and advice, life advice. He'd make the tours fun and enjoyable, and he'd always get you laughing. So yeah, I think it's such a nice thing that they've done, and a great way to remember two greats of each nation. You know, Martin was a fantastic player in his own right. I think both of them actually represent, you know, their styles of play represent the two teams pretty well as well. So it's a really fitting way to remember two greats of the game and two brilliant people.
And finally, I know you don't like talking about yourself or anything like that, but what's left for Joe? You go, Ashes won in India, you won the World Cup, you've been England captain. Is it simple, going with your best mate Ben to Australia and the Ashes abroad?
We've got so much big cricket to play before then. I mean, this series is mouth-watering in itself. We've got 3 tests against New Zealand, which we don't get very often, especially here. It's a very difficult place to come and win for an England team. And they're obviously off the back of a 3-0 win in India, so they'll be full of confidence. But I think the way that we play suits these conditions. The players that we've got can exploit what's on to offer here. And then, you know, India as well at home, 5 test matches. You know, that's something to really get our teeth into and to look forward to. So,
what would it mean to you and Ben?
It'd be huge. Honestly, like, for me, that would be massive. And I think part of the problem for the last couple of times that I went as captain, I wanted it too much. You know, and I looked too much into it, and there were so many things that didn't quite fall into place for us, and then we obviously didn't perform when we were there too. So I think more than anything for me, it'd be just about trying to enjoy the whole experience of it and just soak it all in, enjoy everything that comes with it. You against, you know, you as a touring team against the whole country, as it can be over there. But yeah, I mean, what carrot to be dangled? We've got 8 games, I guess, or 9 games as a team together now to ready ourselves for that. So there's so much to look forward to, so much great cricket coming up over the next 12 months.
Joe, I seen you right at the very start. It's been a great journey, 150, still going, and we wish you all the best on that journey, hopefully, with the Ashes win at the end of it.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Cheers.
What a legend. Joe Root's not bad either. I hope you enjoyed that. And welcome back to our coverage from Hagley Oval. Myself, Jon Norman, Steve Harmison, Neil Manthorp, Frankie Mackay, Chris Harris, Jeremy Coney, Daniel McCarty, Garth Galloway, Gary Morgan providing all the up-to-date stats that we need and some that we don't. And welcome. What a day. Beautiful day here in Christchurch, where at lunch New Zealand 2 down but 104 on the board. Williamson and Ravindra at the crease, or they will be when they make their way back out onto the field. A field that was covered by spectators is very slowly being cleared as people make their way off the outfield. The kids have been playing, and it's quite a scene. It's an absolute pleasure to be bringing it to you on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel or via talkSPORT 2. England have had success. 2 wickets in the morning session where they opted to bowl first. Devon Conway, Gus Atkinson's first over was caught for just 2. Caught and bowled Atkinson for 2 on the drive. Tom Latham, he looked in really good form It was somewhat of a surprise when he was dismissed for 47, but truth be told, he had been discomforted from England's best bowler this morning, Bryden Cass, who induced the edge, and Latham departed. 62 for 2 when Latham went for 47. Williamson and Ravindra have seen them through to the lunch break, but big moment, possibly, in the final over of the session. Ravindra, an outside edge, not detected by the England fielders, bowler or keeper. If they had detected it and gone upstairs, Ravindra would have had to have made his way. He will be making his way back out onto the outfield very shortly. 21 not out. Kane Williamson back in the side ahead of Will Young, 26. New Zealand 104 for 2 when we resume here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Live and exclusive coverage of the first test of 3 between New Zealand and England.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
Fill up your bank account this November when we play 5 and Drive on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Listen to the Superstar Breakfast all this week from 6 when we've got a grand to give away every day. Simply answer 5 sports-related questions in 50 seconds to drive away with all the money. Enter now at talksport.com/competitions. 5 and Drive on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Part exchange your car and get an extra £500.
The moustache is corn. For years, people around the world have been united by the power of the moustache. This November, unite to take on mental health, suicide, prostate and testicular cancers. Come together, grow together, raise funds, save lives. Change the face of men's health. Donate at Movember.com.
Okay, Mum, Dad, you're in our room. We're in Jess's room. Jess, Daisy, Sophie and Layla, you're in Daisy's room. Yes. Nan, you're in the spare room. Good. Michael, Mickey, you've won the sofa. Oh. Uncle John, you're in the living room floor. Auntie Trish and Uncle Colin, you're in the utility room. Pete, you're in the shed.
Oh.
Big festive get-together coming up. Better get a Travelodge. Find king-size comfort up and down the country at travelodge.co.uk.
Yes, gang! It's Black Friday time! And little birdie told me Ferry have some fab deals. Ooh, there's the PlayStation Digital Console, only £309.
And save up to 40% on thousands of toys, including brands like Lego, Barbie and Hot Wheels.
Ooh, lovely!
All your Black Friday deals for fashion, home and more. Plus Berry Pay. Ways to pay that work your way. Berry, let's make it sparkle. PlayStation offer ends 12th of December. Event ends 2nd of December.
And the impressive Ionic 5N shows how far the brand has progressed.
Smart speaker. Search Hyundai.
Hyundai. Hairdressing salon did.
No, Hyundai.
Hyundai. Abstract sculpture.
No, the car company.
Ah, you mean Hyundai, maker of the award-winning Ionic 5N and the all-new Insta, their electric city car.
If you think you know our cars and how to say our name, where have you been?
Okay, search Hyundai.
It's the dawn of a new Hyundai.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
Drive and caught! He's caught! Return catch! Gus Atkinson low to his left. What a catch! Devon Conway into the drive a little early. Atkinson reacted brilliantly. Superb catch. New Zealand have lost an early one. 4 for 1.
This is in, and this is clipped away. And New Zealand will collect a boundary. Latham moves to 10. And Woke's just erring with the line. It's a healthy clip. Atkinson moves to 14 for 1. Atkinson is in. And this is the shot of the day from the bat of Tom Latham. He's going to pick up 4 through long off.
Have you had a chance to go to the Botanical Gardens yet? No. Well, it has been busy, I must say.
Has it got a bar in it?
Zero Captain Waits takes the bat and works the ball very nicely down towards Longleat. That will bring up the 50 partnership between Latham and Williamson.
3 slips in the gully in places. He's caught behind Latham. He comes forward and tries a replay of the last shot. Latham's got to go. Caught behind for 47. And Bryden Cast, who's really impressed at the start of his spell, has, well, you've got to say, is the big wicket.
Here is Stokes again. Short pulled by Williamson. One of the shots of the morning. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent.
Here's the next delivery, and Ravindra's onto the back foot, pulling that ball to the square leg boundary, just as Williamson did earlier from Stokes' bowling, just getting into position quickly and pulling it away. Atkinson dispatched with ease. Umpire Tucker is removing the bails, and the applause you hear is for the luncheon break and for the New Zealand batsmen who go to lunch with the score at 104 for 2.
That's how the morning session sounded on talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 104 for 2 at lunch, 104 for 2 it is now, with Rashan Ravindra, who's granted a reprieve in that final over of the session, about to face his first delivery, bowled by Chris Woakes. He's coming forward, but beaten past the inside edge. A little yelp, and we're up and underway. Myself, Jon Norman, alongside the former England fast bowler, the former #1 bowler in the world, Steve Harmison. Terrific record with the bat at the Oval, and big session of cricket awaits, Mr. Harmison.
Yeah, as a cliche goes, it's always the next session's a big one, but it is for England. England need to be a bit more consistent at getting the ball in the right area, and that was a good start from Chris Woakes.
Woakes again, this time left alone, too wide, and Ravindra, who has been keen to get bat on ball from the first delivery of his innings. He's forceful, he's attacking, he's dashing. Certainly a batter that you'd say clears the bars.
Absolutely, his tempo was brilliant in that first session. He carried on from where Tom Latham left off, and Latham played lovely for his 47. Kane Williamson's going about it Kane Williamson's way, a bit slower.
3 slips in place as Woakes is in. Round the wicket, and this is cut nicely by Ravindra. It won't reach the boundary. It's a slowish outfield, actually. Surprised us a touch. And it's hauled in by Zach Crawley. Square of the wicket. 2 runs. So 2 runs added to the score. New Zealand move along to 106 for 2. Just a fraction short and wide from Woakes.
Yeah, he just come off it. Again, he's bowling around the wicket. He started to Ravindra in just the over before the lunch break. He started to Ravindra over the wicket. I think Chris Woakes is much more comfortable over the wicket. He loses his action. He doesn't finish it off from around the wicket. He didn't there.
He is going to continue round the wicket, and on the front foot this time is Rashan Ravindra. Woakes has got his head in his hands, but Ravindra was in control of this shot as he plays square of the wicket. I mean, he'll take another couple, and just the threat of some overthrows there. Wild throw from the boundary. Bethel on debut. So 108 for 2 then, and Chris Woakes is bowling in and around 127 kilometres an hour. There's no great pace in this England side, is it? Only Bryden Cast is pushing 140, although truth be told I didn't see the speed gun when Ben Stokes was bowling.
No, Ben was bowling at 131, 134. Atkinson looked as though he was down on pace, but I think that was a lot to do with the footholds and where they were landing. Inconsistency.
Left-handed Ravindra is beaten this time by Woakes. Ravindra, who's batting outside of his crease. And this just a touch of lift, but again short from Woakes. Ravindra withdraws the bat away from the ball, but I think he was beaten there.
No, he's beaten. He pleasantly played at that. That was a good ball from Chris Woakes, but too short. I said that a bit earlier. I remember I was talking to him a bit earlier, where if you put the ball in a sort of back of a length area at Woakes' pace, you can readjust. He's got to get it that little bit fuller.
Here is Woakes, and this is driven, clipped through mid-wicket for more runs from the bat of Rashan Ravindra. A proper chase on to the boundary, and the ball will win. Shoaib Bashir cannot track the ball down, so 4 runs and an expensive first over at the start of the afternoon session. New Zealand moved to 112 for 2. Ravindra 29. That's not really what England wanted at the start of this session here on talkSPORT 2.
Now, good start from Ravindra. He's waited for the full ball from Chris Woakes and just lent on it beautifully. The timing has been excellent. He's been so proactive at the creases, Rashan Ravindra. He's tried to score wherever possible. He's been good in defence. John, I always believe, if I was teaching any young kid, if you try and hit the ball, if you get in a good position to hit the ball, you're in a better position to defend it, because you can just then access the full range. If you get in the mindset that you want to hit the ball, you see the ball coming towards you, and you want to sort of play, either you don't have to play the big shot, but you have to get in a position to, pick the bat up high, play the big shot, and then all of a sudden, if it's a good ball and they respect it, then you can drop your hands and play it back down into the ground. Kane Williamson does that very, very well. And Rachin Ravindra there, all sides of the wicket, has been really, really comfortable since he's walked to the crease. What was 36 balls ago, 29 off 36 balls. He's only hit 2 fours, but he has looked in very, very good touch when it comes to balance, head position, accessing the ball, not getting anything in the way. He's rotated the strike very, very well.
Bryden Carse bowling from the Port Hills end is in, and Williamson just a trifle uncomfortable there as he was rushed into the shot somewhat, pushing the ball to Atkinson at mid-on. A very different field for Williamson, the right-hander. 3 slips, a leg slip, and two gully fielders. And there's only 2 fielders in front of the bat at mid-off, or extra cover, and mid-on.
That last delivery there from Carse is why leg slips in play, because the feelers are Williamson falls over.
Here is Carse again, full driven by Williamson, and again won't reach the boundary as the ball is collected by Zach Crawley, running back from one of those 2 gully positions. Another 2 runs to the score as a Air New Zealand plane just flies past on the way to Christchurch Airport on the domestic flights. This is the kind of day that, I'm not a great flyer. We don't have to talk about but this is the kind of day where I look up the skies and think,
there's a bit of wind out there. You look at the players. I noticed that before. The slip cordon that was in before. They're very, very windy on the shirts.
Right arm over the wicket is Carse, and this is just played down into the ground by Williamson. So strong through the cordon, down to third. But there are 5 fielders between Ollie Pope behind the stumps, and is that Zach Crawley? Kind of a backward point, second gully. There's Bethel's in there. Ben Duckett at third slip. Joe Root at first. Is that Harry Brook at second?
Brook at second, yeah. Duckett at third, yeah.
Daniel McCarty's taking his binoculars with him. Carse in again. And full of length, an attempted drive from Williamson on the move, and onto the ball. A touch too soon, no timing. It's fielded by Chris Wokes at mid-off. 114 for 2 then. Williamson and Ravindra at the crease for New Zealand. At what point do you think the pressure will start to be put back on this England side? Do you think, Harmy, they won the toss? Early wicket. Got rid of Latham. Should have got rid of Rachin Ravindra. It's Carse again. This is short at wide, and it's slapped to point. Good diving stop from the fielder there, Crawley, I think. Otherwise, that would have raced away to the boundary.
Yeah, good stop from Crawley. There's a field change at the end of the ball before. Ben Stokes from leg slip went to second gully. England got 2 gullies, Bethel and Stokes. Zach Crawley is probably just in front, a step in front of square at backward point. A little bit wider from Carse, a little bit shorter. Williamson would have thought that was a boundary.
Full again, and beaten is Williamson. Flat-footed drive, and that's a genuine play and a miss at the end of the over. Over number 26. We're going to be bowling, we're playing right the way up to 6:30, aren't we? That was quite a poor amount of overs in that first session, 24 overs. We've had 2 since the break in New Zealand. 1 play and a miss, 10 runs added, 114 for 2.
Yeah, it was a 24 over first session, but there's a lot of stop-start, and a lot of stop-start from England bowlers. And footholds were causing a huge amount of problem from this Port Hills end for Atkinson, for Stokes. I think to answer your question, Jon Norman, about when will England start getting worried, I don't think this is a win the toss, bowl first, head in lead, bowl them out by tea time. I think this is for further in the game. So I don't think the pressure is too much on England just yet.
Here is Rashin Ravindra. Pressure probably a little bit on the shoulders of Chris Woakes. He'd love to get his account up and running. Opening the bowling for England here in New Zealand. This is defended to the covers by Ravindra. No run. He's really tried to get on the front foot, hasn't he? Rashin Ravindra, he wants to take this game, wants to move the game forward. But that in itself does give opportunity.
Opportunity, but I mean, he'd get on the front foot because he knows Woakes hasn't got the pace to trouble him. And there's a man, Bryden Carse, who's just trotting out to in front of square. Fine leg he's square. I mean, Chris Woakes is threatening to bowl a bounce, so will he actually do it?
Yeah, square leg back on the boundary. This is pitched up and driven again. High elbow, front foot forward. Aggressive shot from Rashin Ravindra, but can't beat Stokes at mid-off. No run. 114 for 2 then. Start the 27th over. And all bowlers are confident. All cricketers are confident cricketers, but just feel like Chris Woakes could
do with the wicket. Yeah, he could. And I think Ben's trying to help him so much here.
3 slips in place then as once again Woakes is in. Beats Ravindra past the inside edge.
And Ben Stokes trying to help him so much here. He's got 3 slips in place, but he's got Bethel at backward point area. He's on a backward point line. He is in catching. Zach Crawley at extra cover. Ben Stokes himself with Shoaib Bashir mid on and mid off. Very, very straight. So he's encouraging Woakes to get the ball up there. Give it some, give it that little bit fuller with a little bit more on it. He's got protection.
This is dug in and ducked by Ravindra. Yeah, different field than what we saw from that last over. Williamson facing Carse. Just the one gully, that's Bethel, and there's a catching cover. Stokes just a fraction deep at mid-off, and Bashir at mid-on.
Again, encouraging the full ball, wanting to push away from his body. Can you bowl that a little bit fuller? Trying to get him playing straight.
Woakes again, and he does draw Ravindra forward. He scored 19. We'll start this over, 19 of his runs from 27 deliveries on the front foot. He's also picked out the fielder on a couple of occasions as well. I feel like he possibly has missed out a touch.
Missed out though because it didn't appeal.
I wasn't on commentary duty at the time. It was Garth Galloway and Frankie Mackay. I wonder if they picked up something, because the England fielders certainly didn't. Woakes in again, and this is a front foot drive, square of the wicket. There's a chase on for Bethel, and this is another handsome shot from Rashin Ravindra. Slow outfield it may be, but this has raced away to the boundary. Just backward a square on the offside, and New Zealand moved to 119 for 2.
Beautiful shot from Ravindra, and again Chris Woakes bowling that shorter of a length, that sort of 6 metre length, which he hasn't got the pace for, and he's got it wider. It's a touch wider. He needs to come back over we'd be frightened to come over the wicket just in case he push it even further and create an even bigger angle. But I think he would definitely be able to control that from over the wicket better and finish his action off.
Well, he's continuing round the wicket, and again Ravindra is forward driving, fielded from his own bowling though. End of over number 27. New Zealand 119 for 2, and Chris Woakes 10 overs have gone for 40.
I wonder. He's in the team, and I know we've had the conversation about why have we brought 3 spinners to New Zealand. Nobody spins it here at the Hagley Oval. I just wonder if Ben Stokes is thinking about Shoaib Bashir just for a couple of overs and see if there's anything, especially with a left-hander, and see if he could sort of drift run past him, drift run across him.
Well, the problem is, Harmy, of course, it is a hot day here. 28 degrees. We're pushing 28 degrees. Chris Woakes has already bowled 10 overs. Atkinson has bowled 8. He hasn't quite looked where we've seen with Atkinson. But it is going to be Carse, right arm over the wicket. And this is another play and a miss from Williamson.
It's a beauty. It really is a beauty. He's held his action lovely there. He's pitched it up. There has been a touch of movement. It has moved. He's got the seam bolt upright. It's going towards first slip. Yeah, he's beaten Kane Williamson on the outside edge there. We've not seen a great deal of lateral movement through the air, but that was an excellent bit of bowling from the Durham seamer.
We saw one. He bowled one to Latham earlier in his innings, which moved away from the left-hander. So he's getting it to move away from the right-hander as well. And he's getting some seam movement there, and he's getting some lift. As this time, touch too straight, and Williamson's happy to place this into the hands of Crawley, coming in at cover point. He's impressed, isn't he, Bryden Cass? But the point is, of course, Atkinson has bowled 8, Woakes 10. Stokes, how many can he bowl? He's missed a lot of cricket. He didn't bowl in the last test against Pakistan, different conditions, of course. His 3 overs have gone for 20. First 2 expensive, but, of course, should have picked up the wicket of Ravindra. So it would be a surprise if we don't see Bashir. I mean, he's inside to bowl, isn't he? So at some point he's going to have to do exactly that. But I'm not sure that's exactly what England would have hoped for. Or they decided to bowl first, just 2 down if that's the case. As Williamson is squared up a touch here, trying to play a ball that's high on the bat to the leg side. The ball just pops out to the offside, and again, Cass troubling the batters in a way that we haven't seen quite the same way from Woakes and Atkinson.
Yeah, he just squared him up there, and I think that's more Kane. I think he's realised that leg slip's not there anymore. He's obviously trying to steer the square run like he does as normally as possible, not wanting to fall over and get that sort of inside edge towards leg side. So he's fighting himself again there.
Here's Cass, and Williamson again discomforted. Short delivery on the body of Williamson. And he plays the ball down into the turf, but has a little look at the pitch.
It's hit him in the helmet. I think it's hit his glove, then his helmet. We see the replay again here, John?
Yeah, absolutely right. It's hit him in the grill via the glove. That could have gone anywhere, couldn't it? So again, Cass extracting something from this surface. Certainly been the standout bowler so far. I mean, there's no, for all the fielders, all the catching fielders, there's no one that close to Williamson, so it was never going to be a catching opportunity. But Cass again. This time Williamson gets behind the line of the ball and plays it back to the bowler. 1 ball left of Cass's 7th over. 1 for 23. Picked up the wicket of Tom Latham, but actually could have taken a couple more. He's bowled really, really well. And he just made his debut for England in the tour of Pakistan. Played 2 tests there. He's played a clutch of white ball innings for England. But he's certainly a bowler that Steve Harmison, to my left here in the talkSPORT 2 commentary box, has been championing for quite some time. You can see why. He's taken to Test cricket well. Last ball of the over, and Williamson will get off strike. But of course, being the final ball of the over, he's just going to face it again. But I think he could do with an over away from Cass. Single taken to square leg. That's the end of another good over from Bryden Cass. But New Zealand moved along to 120 for 2.
Yeah, another impressive over from the Durham seamer, but Kane Williamson, yeah, he got rocked by that 4th ball, hit his glove, bounced, good bouncer. Kane will likely stand up and play the short ball, as where Rachin Ravindra will get underneath it, and that's where he gets squared up and sometimes gets troubled by the short ball. Hence why England have adopted the leg slip for the majority of this innings so far to New Zealand's all-time great. But it's all right doing it from one end. This is where Cass needs and Stokes needs Woakes to back it up. Put another good 6 balls in a good area, create some pressure, create a buzz in and around the field, the noise, and try and lift some pressure at either end. 2, 3, 4 good overs. At the minute, apart from Bryden Cass, England are struggling to put 2 or 3 good balls consistently in the right area in a row to create the pressure that they need to trouble these New Zealand batters.
Williamson is then facing Chris Woakes, and he drives with no great timing, fielded by Bashir. I mean, who was your man? I mean, let's say you were playing the Bryden Cass role, and you did extremely well for England for many, many years. You had Hoggy at the other end. Who was your banker? Simon Jones, Freddie Flintoff. I mean, you had a lot of Jimmy Anderson, a lot of top quality bowlers. Who was the one that, and you just put in a good stint, 2-3 overs, getting the batters hopping around. Not too many runs coming from the over. Who was the kind of bowlers that you would guarantee? Wokes in again, squared up is Williamson, fielded by Stokes, who's positioning himself at Gully, all along the ground though. You know, when you went just down to fine leg, who did you want to be looking up and thinking, okay, this guy will keep it tight?
A little bit from a tight point of view, it was Hoggard. When you look at if we were attacking, we were both attacking, it would be Simon would be the other end, or Andrew Flintoff would be the other end. If you were looking and the ball was swinging and you were trying to create pressure and hold down one end, Hoggard would bowl fourth, fifth stump at such a great length.
Here is Wokes, and left alone by Williamson. Wokes is bowling over the wicket now to the right-handed Kane Williamson, who just seems to be fighting himself a touch since the lunch break.
Yeah, he does. He looks as though he's getting squared up too much. He looks as though he's from a movement point of view, he doesn't look quite in sync. But Hoggard was the one for me. Hoggy was an unbelievable bowler. He was. He had this great way. It's sort of 80 to 82 mile an hour. He was quicker than that when he was younger. He's bowling that channel length, but he always looked as though he was in the game.
Wind just starting to whip along as this is short, wide and cut to point. Williamson frustrated, feels like he's missed out there. Zach Crawley running around from extra cover. He had a chase on, but Williamson's hit this just a touch too square. Otherwise there's a big gap there at extra cover, and there's a bit of a gimme ball from Wokes.
Yeah, it was another short and wide one, outside off stump. Really, it has been a mixed bag from Chris Wokes.
3 slips, 2 gullies and a point. Extra cover as Wokes is in, left alone. Decent parry there from Wokes, but again, touch too short, outside off stump, and Williamson's just going to let that one go all day long. He's not looked quite where we've seen him in the past as Kane Williamson, but he's still there. 29 from 73. Alongside him, Rashan Ravindra at 33 from 42. Chris Wokes bowling from the Botanical Gardens. Me and you walked through there a couple of days ago. Manners was asking you if you'd been.
We didn't know we were walking through there, but we did.
Last ball of the over then. Wokes is in, driven by Williamson again. No great timing, just a touch late on the ball as well. And it's fielded by Zach Crawley at mid-off. No run to end the over. And, after a Botanical Gardens chat from Steve Harmison, it'll be the returning Neil Manthorp.
Asking about bowlers from the other end to create pressure during my time. The Matthew Hoggard was one. Ashley Giles was another one. When you wanted a bowler to come on and just not go anywhere, especially when you were attacking well from one end, Michael Vaughan had the luxury of Hoggard and Ashley Giles doing that from one end, and he had Simon Jones, like myself, and Andrew Flintoff was different. Freddie was different. He could play both roles. But when we were attacking Simon and myself, that was, the end was always done by Hoggard into the wind or Ashley Giles over the wicket. They did that brilliantly at creating pressure. You always felt as though you had the wood over a batter because they always had the ability to keep them down, keep a batter down at that end. And it was a privilege to bowl in that bowling attack. And here he comes, not Neil Manthorp, but Shoaib Bashir.
Yes, yeah, here we go. Here we go, the only specialist spinner in either side. And he's having a bowl 20 minutes after lunch. Breeze is picking up, it's tugging at the players' shirts and those who are wearing baggy enough trousers. Here is Bashir, first delivery then. He's around the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra. And he pushes that one away out on the onside to Zach Crawley.
And I think because you made mention there, Manners, the wind, because of the wind drifting across the ground, I think that's why, again, another reason why Ben probably brought Bashir on, because he'll be able to get the ball to drift with the wind, and if there's anything to go at.
Ravindra drives now up towards mid-on, straight to Chris Wokes. I mean, I'm not suggesting that there'll be a really strong game plan employed by either side for a couple of overs. Here is Bashir, and forward comes Ravindra, pushes that one out towards mid-off. So I'm not suggesting that Ravindra will say, let's get after this guy. He's 21 years old. Let's put him under pressure. But I think after 2 or 3 overs, there'll be a bit of match reading to be done by both sides, won't there? I mean, Here is Bashir again, and that one is driven up towards mid-off, down towards long-off actually. Ben Duckett does the fielding. And you know what I mean. Let me try and explain to our viewers and listeners that they, I mean, good batsmen will have figured out that Gus Atkinson and Stokes to some degree are not.
And Woakes.
Yeah, well, none of them have been really on top of their game, have they? And so if it doesn't turn, and it never has done before, then perhaps it would be in New Zealand's interest to make a bit more of the running and try to put Bashir under pressure. And by doing that, they put the whole attack under pressure. That one's driven up towards Woakes at mid-off by Williamson, and there's no run. 121 for 2. Not that they need to make much more running. They're doing fine. They're scoring at 4 and over, helped by very aggressive field placement.
Yeah, aggressive field placements, but Ken Williamson will just play naturally, I think, as he always does, reserved and conservatively. I don't see Rachin Ravindra letting Shoaib Bashir bowl.
Yeah, he's not going to let him get into too much of a rhythm, is he? That one sees Williamson initially on the front foot, then back, reading the length nicely and turning it with whatever spin there is or isn't.
Angle.
With the angle towards deep square leg. Exactly right. 30 overs gone. New Zealand 122 for 2.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think that's a challenge for Bashir. It's another part of the learning education. But first overs go. He bowled nicely. And Kane Williamson will look to use the depth of his crease and try and play him off the back foot, let the ball come to him and play either side of the wicket square just to rotate the strike. And like you say, game management, game situation. I can't imagine Rachin Ravindra, who's just played beautifully in India in spinning tracks against very, very competent Indian spinners, let a 19 or a 20-year-old bowl on a non-turning surface. So, watch this space. I think Ravindra will be a more aggressor.
Here's a new over from Bryden Cass from the Botanic end, and bangs it in short. Up onto his toes goes Williamson, playing it down behind square on the offside. Here's a question from left field for you. Just we'll come back to match reading and the game awareness. When you played Test matches at venues where the crowd, and a substantial crowd, were allowed onto the outfield during the lunch break and during the tea break, were you ever concerned that there might have been some sort of something falling out of people's pockets that might be dangerous? Here comes Bryden Cass again. Williamson forward behind square on the offside. Or, I mean, did you ever come across anything unusual? Did the kids drop an ice cream on the outfield?
No, it wouldn't have lasted too long if the kids had dropped the ice cream or one of the spectators had left his beer if his beer was like at the non-striker's end as a stumps, and yeah, but no, I think I've not come across anything. It happened in festival grounds. It didn't tend to happen too many first-class grounds. I started doing it loads, which is nice, and doing it during a test match.
Here's Bryden Cass again, bowls short. Williamson pulls out through, long on actually. It's in front of square. It's again indicative of the lack of pace in the pitch, but Williamson has now played 2 or 3 sumptuous pull shots.
He has. There's a beautiful shot. I want to see this. I think this is closer than we think to Gus Atkinson, who has not seen it at all. He's at sort of a wide mid-wicket. He hasn't quite pulled it properly. He's got it well in front of square, and Atkinson's not seen it. It's gone straight past his head. But again, another good shot, another forceful shot off the back foot, and it's not a short ball, it's a back of a length, nothing ball.
Here's Cass again, goes very full this time and is driven straight back past his own feet, down the ground towards the long on boundary, and he'll pick up back-to-back 4s. Chris Woakes was in pursuit. Gus Atkinson didn't bother. He put all his money on the ball there. And he was almost taken to the cleaners as well. Only just reached the phone.
Yeah, just a floating half volley. Remember, Cass has gone to the Botanic Gardens end. He's gone to the other end, so he's just trying to get used to the end. It's a flat ground, from the outfield point of view. So there's no humps and hollers or bumps. So it shouldn't really matter what end you bowl from. Slightly into the wind when it looks that Cass has changed to.
Carson again, quick one, just outside the off stump. Really quality lead that from Williamson. That was a good ball from Carson. It had pace, it had direction, it had a little bit of bounce. I don't know whether it moved away, but it's exactly the kind of ball you get out to. If you've just got a little bit of adrenaline, 2 boundaries, it's good, great lead.
It's the ball that you bowl after you've been belted for 2 fulls. I mean, I was going to say something else there. We're live on radio. It really is. It's a ball where you curse yourself.
Angry ball.
Angry ball, yeah. Baz ball, that's angry ball.
3 slips, 2 gullies, still in place. Cast in to Williamson, who guides this gently to the square of the 2 gullies. The captain, Ben Stokes. And there's no run. 130 for 2. Let's say that it's very, very placid. From this distance. I don't think it's ever placid facing Bryden Cast, but the pitch is lacking pace. I think it will develop some characteristics, won't it? As you mentioned, you called it very early on in the day. You said there'll be indentations. When it became obvious that there was a bit of moisture, and when they dry out, that creates an unevenness in the surface. So it might be great for batting tomorrow, maybe Saturday morning, but it will get up and down, won't it?
Yeah, you'd hope so. You'd hope that it doesn't just flatten out like we were here. When was it? 2018-19 when we went to Mount Maunganui, and I mean Geoff Archer, just kept bowling and bowling and bowling. Hopefully it doesn't get flat like that and stay flat. We wanted to get flat for a couple of days and then start to deteriorate.
Shoaib Bashir continues to the left-handed Ravindra Jadeja. Rachin Ravindra. Wow, it's the heat. It's the Christchurch heat. It's 28 degrees. Nice cooling breeze though this afternoon. Ravindra Jadeja. Best cricketer in the world, my book. Pushed straight back down the wicket to Bashir, and there's no rain. Can't get in the Indian team at the moment.
He's the best cricketer in the world in my book, but he can't get in the Indian team, and he won't get in the next team either after they've just belted Australia in Perth. Can't see him playing in the day-night test match.
Unlikely, isn't it? Here's Bashir again around the wicket. Low full toss. Driven to mid-wicket! Oh, he's got out to a full toss. Zach Crawley takes the catch at mid-wicket. Would you believe it? Rachin Ravindra can't believe it. He holds his bat in one hand and looks to the heavens as if to say, what have I done? What have you done, Rachin Ravindra? Oh my goodness, out of the blue against the run of play. It's 130 for 3. Rachin Ravindra's gone. Remarkably for 34.
Old bat's just turned in his hand. It was a very good from Shoaib Bashir. Rachin Ravindra comes early. He comes well early out of his crease. All his eggs are in one basket. And normally, from a spin bowler's point of view, you drag it down. You try and beat the batter by dragging the ball down and getting the ball past the bat. This time, Shoaib Bashir's thrown that little bit higher. It's got no pace on it whatsoever. I think it's a little bit against the wind. And all of a sudden, it just seemed as though Rachin's waiting for it, didn't know where to hit it, and he just clossed it straight to mid-wicket. Zach Crawley, it's a little bit like Gus Atkinson in the first wicket, startled him because he probably just didn't think for 1 minute the ball would come to him. But he managed to take a good catch, and that's a big wicket for England, and I think it's a big wicket for New Zealand, and a huge wicket for England.
Harmy, if I had to pick one commentator in the world to talk up a bowler who's just taken a wicket with a full toss, I would pick you.
Yeah, but I want to see the replay again because I've only seen it first time. But yeah, watch. Yeah, he's thrown it up. Rachin's come really early, so he's thrown it up. Normally you see the bowler throw it down. I think he's seen him coming. I'm going to ask him at the end of the day's play, and I'm going to get him to come over and say to Neil Manthorp, I seen him coming early, so I've gone high.
I completely, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt or a question of my commitment, I'm prepared to go with you there. Honestly, I mean, I'm not suggesting facetiously that he said, I'll get him with a full toss. But he has gone slow. He's tossed it up.
But I think because normally when you see a batter come at you, there's one or two ways you go. You go that little bit slower and a bit fuller, or you go that little bit faster and a bit shorter. So whichever way you go, that's what normally happens. I think Rachin Ravindra has come out of his crease so early there. You can give Shoaib Bashir a decision to make.
New batsman is Daryl Mitchell, and he's pushed the first delivery straight back to the bowler. But it did what is, I think, not in doubt is that Ravindra got into a tangle. He got himself into a tangle, and because the ball just wasn't getting to him, Mitchell flicks this now with the angle up towards Ben Stokes at mid-on, and there's no run. I mean, it was definitely a slower ball, as you said. He's tossed it up, and Ravindra had committed himself, hadn't he, to attack, and then the ball just didn't arrive, and in the end he's just paddled it, clothed it, as you said, scooped it straight to mid-wicket. Now Mitchell turns it for third delivery out to Bryden Castle, deep backward square leg, and he's off the mark. Anyway, Shoaib Bashir has a wicket in his second over. 1 for 3 after 2 overs, 32 overs gone. New Zealand 131 for 3, and it's just a horrible, horrible moment for New Zealand, who were possibly an hour away from really assuming control of the Test match. And I mean, Ravindra must feel wretched. I mean, like genuinely nauseous. Playing so well on a good pitch, placid pitch, and he'd adapted to it. And as I say, another hour of those two, having taken the score from 62 for 2 to 130 for 2, to get out, particularly in that fashion and that manner. But such are the ebbs and flows, the hills and valleys of Test cricket. That's why we love it. Bryden Castle is going to continue now. Steve Harmison has made his way up. He gets half an hour off a day on this tour, does Harmy. I think he's having it now. Bryden Castle is in, and Daryl Mitchell pushes this one out towards cover, fielded by Ben Stokes, and I'm delighted to say that taking his place is former Black Caps New Zealand all-rounder Chris Harris. Now, seasoned broadcaster. Great to have you, Harry.
It's great to be here. Yeah, I love that chat about giving the slow bowler some credit. It certainly was slower, but it was one of those balls where Ravindra's come down and he's got there on the fall and he thought, I've done all the hard work, now where am I going to hit it? And then by the time he's made up his mind, he hit it straight to mid-wicket. He'll be gutted.
Here is Bryden Castle now to Daryl Mitchell, nicely onto the back foot, tucking it off his hip down towards Bashir, who runs in hard from long leg. It'll just be a single, 132 for 3. So your overall reading of the play so far, conditions, the pitch?
I think it's played pretty well. It's probably a little bit slower than expected. I think England bowled a little bit short in that first session, the seamers. I thought 2 down at lunch, New Zealand slightly ahead. If England had got 3, they would have been slightly ahead, and I think now it's back to sort of 50-50. That's a big wicket for both sides. I think Ravindra is just finding his feet, scoring comfortably, and so that was a big breakthrough for England.
Cast again to Kane Williamson, pushes defensively, no run, 132 for 3.
The average wickets in the first day here at Hagley over, a 10-year sample period is 9, so they got 3, so you'd say, according to the statistics, New Zealand may be slightly ahead of the game of where it would normally be at, but England will be aware of this, and they're going to go pretty hard at Daryl Mitchell just he finds his feet. They'll be nervous about Williamson, particularly the way he started after lunch. I thought there was a few good moments for England, the way they bowled to him, got past the outside edge, wasn't quite sure. You just feel he's starting to sum up conditions, played a couple of lovely shots since lunch, which makes me a bit more nervous.
Cast again to Williamson, who's up onto his toes, making himself as tall as possible to steer this short ball down into the gully. When you say they'll go hard at Mitchell, I mean the fact that he's the new batsman, obviously, but they want to go hard at him with the ball only, I would think, because he's quite prickly, isn't he, Daryl? He likes a bit of aggro, a bit of chat, doesn't he, on the field?
Yeah, I don't think they'll chat too much. They'll just leave aggressive fields, and I've really been impressed with Cast. I love the way that he comes in. He's pitched it up a little bit more, but when he goes short, he goes that length that you want him to go, which is around that head height. Makes the batsman feel uncomfortable.
I think the bail's just blown off. There's a strong gust of wind, and Bryden Castle was halfway through his run-up, and the umpire, Ahsan Raza, had to cut him short as he replaced the bails. We're not quite in Wellington territory yet. We haven't got the lead bails, or maybe we will. They've just blown off again.
You wait, though. The forecast is for the winds to strengthen this afternoon, and if that norwesterly does get up, it actually, you can hear it in the mic's effect. It can get quite strong, and it may get to the point where those bails may have to come off, either go no bails or heavy bails, but it's going to be sapping for the English side out there because it's hot, and that wind really takes it out of you. So just got to be conscious that they're hydrating and drinking lots of water.
Here is Bryden Castle again, bowls for Williamson once more, up onto his toes to push this one into the covers where Zach Crawley fields. At some point, I mean, Ahsan Raza is from Pakistan, and Rod Tucker, maybe, I suppose, he's Australasian, so he's he may have done more test matches in New Zealand, but at some point they've got to make the call, haven't they, and say, actually, we do need the heavy bales. Ahsan Raza was near critically shot, and they were feared that it might be fatal in the terrorist attack in the minibus on the way in Colombo. I mean, in Lahore. Short, pulled away down towards long leg. To say, Kane Williamson is playing the hook and pull shots, particularly the pull shot, particularly well, and I think largely because he's choosing the right balls. He hasn't played one too high, or really he's played a couple of magnificent pull shots. Williamson 40, Mitchell 2, 134 for 3.
I think here come heavy bales, I think.
Fourth umpire is on her way out to the field. Who's that, Kim?
That's Kim Cotton.
Kim Cotton.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what they are, aren't they? It is the heavy bales. Makes sense.
It does. I've already had some. She's actually given me some angry words, Kim Cotton.
Oh, really?
She's a lawyer by trade. I was just out there. I was doing the pitch report for Sport Nation, as you do. Just happened to just graze the ground with my index finger, just feeling the grass. She said, "You can look, don't touch it. Let's not start the season like this, Chris." I said, "Oh, okay, sorry, Kim." So I was put in my place.
I've had to. I've drawn the short straw for 20 years doing pitch reports, and I must say that I do think that of the thousands of aspects of this beautiful, wonderful game which are utterly ridiculous and devoid of common sense, that whole thing about the protection of the pitch, I mean, it's an organic thing. It's grass and soil. I mean, what damage can you do? You weren't running on it in cleats.
Well, 5 minutes later, I see David Gow doing a piece for TV, standing in the middle of it. Yeah. So how's that allowed?
I know. They do get very, very precious. But if she's a lawyer, I wouldn't. I hope you didn't argue.
Oh no, I didn't. No, I couldn't afford to. I reckon I'd get a bill.
Right, we've got the heavy bales on, and I don't know whether these ones are the usual heavy bales. Basically, it's a wooden bale which has been hollowed out and a lead bar inserted.
Absolutely. And as I'm getting an evil look from Garth Galloway, who is he's a senior partner of a law firm.
Oh dear. Surrounded by them. Driven down the ground towards long on, where Ben Duckett does the fielding. Shoaib Bashir continues, and Daryl Mitchell is on strike on 2. Kane Williamson moves to 40.
He's been out of the game for a while. What are your impressions of Kane? As I said, I think he's looked pretty good since lunch. A couple of wonderful pull shots.
I've never seen Kane Williamson not look good outside of T20 cricket. Here is Bashir, and slower ball, tossed that one up again, gave it some air, and very, very nicely played by Williamson, because he waited. It's like he picked that one from the hand. He realised that it was a slow one, flighted, and it's. I mean, Harry, I'm assuming that the wind, as much as it is not the friend of faster bowlers, but when it's a cross breeze as a spinner, you get it up into the breeze, and it can play tricks, and you use it, don't you, as a spinner?
Absolutely, and I think that's what Bashir's doing as well. That one where he's slower and he's just trying to get it to drift away, particularly from Williamson. I think that's why it was such a great shot. That did drift away, but Williamson followed it with his hands.
Waited for it, didn't he? Oh, it's a drag down from Shoaib Bashir. Not sure what he was trying to do there, but it's not quite a half tracker, but very, very short. And Williamson accepts the gift. That's exactly what it was. And he's just paddled it round behind square on the leg side for 4.
Well, that was the opposite to what Harvey was describing when Ravindra was coming down the wicket, not to drag it down. Well, that one he has. That's almost halfway down the wicket. I think he's tried to bowl a quicker one. It's just got stuck in his hands. And Williamson's taken full toll of that.
Shoaib Bashir now is from our commentary end, the Port Hills end. And it's another short one. It's another poor delivery, and it'll be another boundary. Back-to-back fours, back-to-back long hops from Shoaib Bashir. And just as I was talking about using the wind as an asset and part of your armoury, I think it's been knocking him about a bit, and it's 50 for Kane Williamson. Wonderful effort from the former New Zealand captain. Been out of the game, as Chris Harris has just been saying, for quite some time. It's his 36th Test match half century to go with 3,200s.
Yeah, the scary thing for England is when he gets to 50, how often he converts that to 3 figures, which is quite astounding. I mean, it's right up there with the world's absolute best.
32 out of 35.
It's not bad, is it?
God, dear. Oh, it's astonishing.
That's certainly a worrying stat for the English side. Just an adjustment here in the field. A bit surprised at this, because this is an adjustment because of bad bowling. Not so much because of what Williamson's done. It's just Bashir's got it so badly wrong.
Oh, it's another one. Third one in a row. Another, and there's a man just been put at deep back and square leg for the long hop. And he's duly delivered one, so he's bowling to his field.
This reminds me of my career. Just set people for the long hop.
I don't mean to be facetious at all, but I do think, I mean, three long hops in a row from Shoaib Bashir, and the breeze is buffeting. It's not a sort of steady, constant wind. It can knock you about a bit. Here's Bashir, and straightens up, bowls a fuller length, and it's duly defended by Daryl Mitchell, who's 3, Kane Williamson 51. We have had a wicket since the lunch break. Rachin Ravindra clothing a full toss from Shoaib Bashir to Zach Crawley at mid-wicket to depart for 34. It was 34, came from 49 balls, and we're now, after 34 overs, 146 for 3. Another quick word from Chris Harris, and then it will be Garth Galloway to take over for the next 20 minutes.
Well, Kane Williamson 50 on comeback. I'm sure that's what a lot of New Zealand fans were not only expecting but certainly hoping. Certainly looked very, very good. Struggled a little bit this morning. Well, the ball did go past the bat a couple of times, but since lunch he's played some magnificent shots on both back and front foot. Some lovely drives and some wonderful pull shots, and we know his conversion rate, so England will be aware of that, and they know how important his wicket is going to be towards this test match.
Here's Cast bowling outside down the leg side, and his appeal from Pope is Atkinson bowling, and Williamson just playing away from his pads. We've seen him strangled on the odd occasion in that way, Kane Williamson. Only Pope appealing, but now you see Stokes having a chat to the bowler.
Oh, they're going for it.
And they're going to review, and I wonder if that's because they didn't review one before lunch that Ravindra hit.
No, I think Pope was interested and Wokes wasn't, and then Ben Stokes said to Wokes, what do you think? He said, oh, you must well have a crack. So thinking, I don't think he's hit it, but it's probably worth, because it's such a big wicket, be an awful way to get out.
Check the bowler's feet.
Yeah, well, I see.
Front on, please.
There you are. The fair delivery described by the television umpire as we see the ball pitching just on outside leg stump and moving away, and it doesn't look like there's any bat on that, Chris.
Aldridge confirm bat or no bat.
Thoughts?
No, I think it's hit his front pocket, hasn't it? It's gone past the bat and just clipped his thigh pad. You can understand why they reviewed it, though. It's not a million miles away from the bat.
Just keep rolling forward for me, please. Keep going forward.
Adrian Holdstock from South Africa is the fourth umpire.
See it go past the bat. No, the
bat and ball.
Flat white line.
No bat involved.
No bat involved.
Hassan, you can stay with the original not out decision. Stand by.
There you are, Hassan Raza staying with his original decision. 146 for 3 it is, Williamson 51, Mitchell is 3, Ravindra out after lunch, just hitting that full toss to Crawley. 34 Ravindra made.
So England obviously lose a review. It's sort of not designed for that, is it? It's more designed for the one where you think the umpire's got it wrong.
Atkinson bowls and Williamson is playing into the offside. You hear him saying no immediately, sending Mitchell back.
What do you think of the review system? Because I think now with 3, it's certainly used more as, oh, let's just have a wild stab, and, you know, he might have nicked it.
Look, I really like it. I think it's been good for the game. The only thing that, for me, is that it takes too long at times. You know, that's the frustration, and I think for the viewing audience here, the people waiting and waiting and waiting for decisions to be made. I just think sometimes the fourth umpire needs to be a little bit more instinctive. Here's Atkinson bowling. Williamson is just caught in the midriff by that ball, which moves back into him a little bit. you know, when you see it 2 times and they say, can we please just see it, let's just roll it again, and you know what the outcome's going to be.
Well, I think we go back to the beginning of laws of cricket. If you have a look at it 2 or 3 times and you still can't make a decision, you go back to the benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman.
Yeah, I agree. 146 for 3, hot conditions. The trees, Hagley Park is a ground in the middle of Christchurch, the Hagley Oval.
That wind's really picking up, isn't it?
Yeah, Atkinson's bowling from the Botanical Gardens end, so it's a lovely, beautiful, huge area of park in the middle of Christchurch. And this ground developed after the terrible earthquakes in 2011 as Williamson's onto the back foot, playing the ball to cover, no run. And really, it's been a fillip for the viewing audience here in Christchurch. 200 people killed in the earthquake in 2011. It was an awful event. And then Christchurch just rebuilding itself, still doing so, with the stadium being built for rugby in the middle of town, as our Portacom is now wobbling around a little bit in that wind. Some nervous looks from the producers. We'll be okay.
And from the hometown boy, it's making me nervous as well.
Yeah. Well, Neil Manthorp, I mean, he's been talking about the Dunedin weather in very damaging terms as this ball is pushed into the offside. He was talking about the sofas, you know, the couches that used to get burned at Carisbrook.
Well, it was cold. We needed some warmth.
That's right. That's exactly right. But he reminded me of a day in 1998 where India played there, I think, and there was a one-day game played. One of the coldest days I've ever remembered. I mean, it was just... And I can remember the sofas being carried around, and in those days there was at Carisbrook, there was, I'm just trying to think what they used to call it. It was just a terrace, and it was a concrete, layers of sort of concrete jungle with metal bars that people could lean on, like an old-fashioned English football ground, as onto the back foot is Williamson pushing into the offside. But they were allowed to bring their sofas in. It was a novelty for students. And I remember I did my first test in 1996, and Jerry Coney was there, and we played this sort of game which you should never do with commentary, trying to get to an unusual colour description. And there was a brown sofa being carried around in front of me, and I said to Coney, what shade of brown would you describe that as being? Here's this delivery from Atkinson into the onside, played by Williamson. He'll pick up a single, last ball of the 35th over. It's 148 for 3. Williamson is 52, and Atkinson has bowled now 9 overs, 1 for 37. And he looked at me and he said, menopausal beige. And I said, what does that mean? And Neil Manthorp's looking horrified. And he said, I just think, you know, when people are going through that phase of their lives, they look up and they choose a colour. I'll have the brown, please. And that was what he thought. And then a green sofa went through and passed, and Stephen Bock said, that's dementia green. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about that sort of stuff anymore. But they were great days in Dunedin, and it was a unique experience. It's very different now with the University Oval is a beautiful ground, but we don't have it in the modern sport, of course. Can't really have the sort of things that used to go on, carrying on.
Well, it's funny that you said India down there, because that was almost part of it. When India ever toured New Zealand, you'd always take them to Dunedin first.
Here's Bashir bowling, and Williamson is playing back to him.
Because it was so cold and it was so hard for them to acclimatise. And I think the theory was it would take them another 2 or 3 games to get used to being into New Zealand. So that always worked to our advantage.
Oh, take Sri Lanka down there, take anyone down there from the subcontinent. Pakistan, as this ball's pushed up, and again Williamson is playing this. So Bashir just looks like the first 2 deliveries have been good. Still very much finding his way as a test match spinner, but obviously the England coach and captain like him. A wicket-taking spinner, and preferred in this match ahead of Ahmed and Leach, as Williamson again is pushing forward tentatively this time.
We bowled a poor last over, and I must give him a little bit of support, I guess, because of that wind has got really blustering. I think he was trying to work out he's going to have to bowl a little bit quicker, and he dragged 2 or 3 down. I think now he's got used to it, and he's feeling a bit more comfortable, so his flight's back. He feels like he's got his control back, which is good for him in England.
Another good delivery sees Williamson push the ball back to the bowler. Well, I mean, I like the fact that Stokes put a fielder back on the boundary at backward square. I know it's a defensive move, but he's just looking after the bowler.
I'm always nervous though when you set fields for bad bowling.
Yeah, but you know, 2 balls. I think he just wanted to give the confidence to release the ball, just try and throw it up there, get it drifting in this wind. The wind is actually, as the next ball is played defensively, it's not really. It's coming across to our left. So if anything, with Basher being a right arm off spinner, it's moving the ball into the right-hander, which is, you always prefer it to be the other way. But Atkinson is enjoying the wind behind him at the other end. Bashir with the last ball of the over, just shorter, and it turns, and this is the ball, this is the reason they play him. It turns and bounces a little bit, and Williamson very lucky not to be bowled or caught behind. He missed it, it went through to Pope, and a very promising delivery to end the over.
Yeah, it's a good delivery. He's just got the extra height, hasn't he? And this was one, there is a little bit of spin, so Williamson's gone back. In the end, he didn't have to play it because it's wide of off stump, but he was nervous about it coming back, saw some revs on it, and thought potentially could threaten the stumps if it turned, but it didn't. It went past the outside edge. Pope's hands went up in the air. There was no edge, but good from Bashir. It was a good over, maiden, and went past the outside edge. Last ball.
So it's going to be Gus Atkinson bowling from the Botanical Gardens end. 9 overs, 1 for 38, his figures. He's bowling to Mitchell outside the... Oh, he's played no shot at that, and he's been struck in the pad, but well outside the line, judging by the fact that only Atkinson appealed, and very briefly. DRS timer is up, but no one's interested in that.
I think quite often at Hagley he can leave on length as well.
He's definitely left that on length.
Yeah, that's a roundabout off stump, but it's definitely going comfortably over the top of the stumps. Of course, Daryl Mitchell playing his cricket now for Canterbury. He's played a lot on this ground, so he knows that length generally is going to go over the top of the stumps.
Bethel is just being moved back to square leg, about 30 metres off the boundary. Jacob Bethel playing his first test match for England. Atkinson bowls, shorter delivery, and Mitchell is just turning around, lifting his hands to get out of the way of the ball as it flies down the leg side through to Pope.
Yeah, quite like this. 2 back on the hook. And they just say we're going to challenge you. He does like to play it and take it on, but it's a bit early on in his innings. So we just see there, he looked to get his hands high as though he wanted to play it and just took them out of the way. So good from Atkinson. Certainly going to test Mitchell.
3 slips and a gully for Gus Atkinson. Root is at first slip, as you'd expect. Brook at second, Duckett at third. As Atkinson bowls, and Mitchell's onto the back foot. He's running away that first one quickly, thinking about a second, as Pope has to run 20 metres to square leg. And he gets to the ball before Bethel. Just 1 run for Mitchell. He's 4 rather. It's 149 for 3. And it really is getting blustery here in Christchurch. It's forecast for a southerly change this evening, which will bring a little bit of mercy from the 30 degrees or 30. I imagine actually out in the middle it's hotter than that.
Yeah, it'd be close to 30 at least, I think. But I think you said tomorrow the high is looking about 15.
15.
Drastic change when you halve the temperature. It's a bit drastic, isn't it?
Yeah, 16 on Saturday, 17 on Sunday. So I think we've had the warm stuff as this ball is short, and a good delivery really sees Williamson just ducking underneath it, but quite watchful as it goes past his head.
Yeah, I like that. It's good pace. Williamson normally makes playing the short ball look so easily, but that was a good height from Atkinson, and Williamson not only had to sort of sway out of the way, but he had to drop to his knees as well. So although he still played it comfortably, it just looked as though he acknowledged that it was in a good area and it needed his full attention.
You can hear the Barmy Army, the bugle, and a good round of applause. A lot of English fans have come over here. They always do. They love their cricket and they follow this side around the world, and it's wonderful to have them here in New Zealand. This next delivery is short outside the off stump. Williamson doesn't offer a shot. He remains on 52. Mitchell is 4. Ravinja caught by Crawley from Bashir's bowling for 34, the only wicket to fall after lunch.
Well, you've been around when the Barmy Army have been here. They've been a bit quiet by their standards today.
Yeah, they have.
Beautiful rendition of Jerusalem in the first over, which they do every day, which is fantastic.
I think they'll pick up a little bit later on in the day. That's my
few
pick.
more beers.
Aye. Yes, onto the back foot is Williamson. That's another short one from Cars. Williamson again not playing at it, and the over comes to an end. 149 for 3. Williamson 52. Mitchell 4. Here it goes. Take us through it, Harry.
It's the old Neil Diamond, isn't it? If you're ever in doubt.
I can't believe how many times you hear that watching all the English Premier League highlights over the weekends. Are you a fan? You watch that stuff often, the song is played.
Oh, it's everywhere, isn't it? EPL, you got to watch it.
I love it, love it. Liverpool are at the top. Steve Harmison in the back, a devout Newcastle fan, I understand. Who do you follow, Harry?
Chelsea.
You do too, yeah, you do too. Well, bad luck, you're not having much fun. I don't think Harmy's going to enjoy us too much.
We're not doing too bad.
No, by your standards, you're having a great year. We've got
Stamford Bridge.
Daniel McCarty and I are devout Liverpool fans, have been all our lives.
That's why you're not well liked, you two.
Things are going well for once. Anything could happen though, the wheels could come off at any time, I think.
Yeah,
but I think we're all enjoying just seeing Manchester City struggling a little bit over
It's funny how you're going well now, and all of a sudden we find out that you and Daniel are Liverpool fans.
Have been all my life. Here's Bashir.
They all say that.
About to bowl to Mitchell, and the first delivery is up outside the off stump, pushed into the offside where Crawley fields at cover point.
No, I must give you a due. I did know you're a Liverpool fan.
I've never been
good
to
times
Anfield.
and bad.
I've been to Stamford Bridge. I enjoyed that. I took my two boys are Chelsea fans, which is a tough thing really for a Liverpool fan. Here's Bashir just losing his length and line a little bit and dropping it down the leg side, and Mitchell just stands tall and turns it to deep backward square leg. He has his 5th run. It's 150 up for New Zealand in the 37th over. So two boys who are Chelsea fans. We were over there in 2013. They were 12 and 10, and I took them along. Saw David Moyes' last game for Everton at Stamford Bridge.
Well, that's real fatherly love, that, taking your two boys to Chelsea, to Stamford Bridge when you're a Liverpool supporter.
It's an incredible act of kindness, one that will never
Sacrifice.
be repeated. Bashir haven't made it up to Anfield. We'll do that next time, as Williamson is driving into the offside. 151 for 3 with that single. I just wonder how long Bashir will remain. It's all just, apart from that last ball of the last over, New Zealand batsmen starting to look comfortable. I'd like to see Stokes back into the attack.
Yeah, I think he won't be too far away. I think he's going to come back. He'll come back for a short spell, 2 or 3 over burst.
Here's Bashir bowling again. Mitchell's back and across and pushing the ball just to the left of Crawley at cover. Williamson had to scamper through. It looked like there was just a little misunderstanding, and Williamson and Mitchell now look at each other and acknowledge that they could have done that better. Just pushed into the left of Crawley at cover, and I think if Crawley had got to this, yeah, there was hesitation. I think they were always going to get there, actually, looking at that.
Yeah, that discussion, that look at each other was, who's in the wrong here? Because you've called me yes, so I've gone, and then you've hesitated, so I've hesitated. They both ended up getting there comfortably, but it's always a nervous moment, especially on the surface when we've seen the bowler slip. Quite easy for the batsman. If you put your studs in quickly, you can slip over.
Incredible how something that should be so simple can be made to look so difficult.
That's why we love this great game.
We do. Bashir bowls, and Williamson onto the back foot. He pulls that around and just trying to see where the ball, it's done at deep backward square leg. Short leg, Joe Root not having a great time in there to Bashir's bowling. 153 for 3, Williamson 54.
Yeah, I don't think he'll stay in there long if he continues to bowl that length. It doesn't really look lightly. He's there more for the leg glance, the ball that bounces and either takes the inside edge and goes quickly there, or you try and turn it down the leg side. He's certainly not there for that short ball on leg stump.
No, living dangerously. He's just moved a little bit around further as Williamson is, Mitchell rather, is standing tall and playing a typical Mitchell shot down to Stokes at mid. On the end of the over, it's 153 for 3. Drinks are coming onto the field. 153 for 3. Williamson is 54. Mitchell is 6. We'll take a break now, and then it will be Neil Manthorp and Steve Harmison.
Thank you very much indeed to Garth Galloway. It's been a real pleasure sharing resources with One Nation Sport. Sport Nation, I should say. Sport Nation, one nation sport, Sport Nation. But we've spent a little bit of time helping out next door, and they've been doing likewise and returning the favour. It's a remarkable thought, really, that we could, as Chris Harris was saying, halve the temperature, but this wind is whipping up from the south, and it brings with it weather from the Arctic, which is pretty chilly down there. And so 15 degrees tomorrow, 28 degrees today. There are a couple of people who've been struggling, and there's precious little shade. Amongst the precious little is the stairs coming up to our commentary box. So we've had to step over a couple of very sunburnt England supporters who are huddling like desperate sheep in the Kalahari to get away from the sun. Harmy.
Yeah, they're going to be red today and blue tomorrow. I mean, desperate to get down to the shopping centre, which is a little bit further down from our hotel, to buy shorts and flip-flops, because nobody really knew what the prediction of the weather forecast has been so unpredictable over the course of this last week. But the one thing we do know, it's hot today and it's going to be freezing tomorrow. And the freezing cold probably would have suited England. England haven't been, I don't think they've been right at it. I think it's been a better session. Neil Manthorp in the last hour, I think it has been more consistent in some of the areas that England have bowled, asked a few more questions. Kane Williamson's been excellent as ever. Rachin Ravindra looked comfortable until he hit that full ball of Shoaib Bashir straight to mid-wicket. England, from a seam bowler's point of view, Carse has been very, 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 very impressive. Atkinson looks as though he's just out of sync and out of rhythm. Chris Wokes, he's off the field at the moment, so whether there's an issue there or there's been an issue, actually he's not, he's back on. I've just seen Matt Potts come on the field there just a bit earlier. Ben Stokes, I'd like to see it bowl again, but this Port Hills end, there seems to be a lot of problems with the front foot and the landing for the seamers, hence why Shoaib Bashir, who has bowled some good balls, has bowled some good deliveries. Again, level of consistency I think has gone out throughout the attack. But so far, 153 for 3. England playing the long game after winning the toss in bowling. And England, when you bowl first, you put pressure on the bowlers to get wickets. I don't think that was the situation in this. I just think England see this surface getting better and better as the first 3 days go on, and felt as though that's the best outcome for them, and then chasing they don't have a problem with. So that's been a better hour, but I still think there's a hell of a lot of room for improvement.
Last night, Harmy, there was a function in the Sir Richard Hadley Pavilion, an illustrious function with all the big names of Cantabrian and the New Zealand cricket to honour New Zealand's first ever victory. Here's Gus Atkinson back into the attack after the drinks break. First delivery is defended by Williamson to backward point. And it was, and there were 8 members of the team from 1978, February 1978, in the Basin Reserve in Wellington. They became the first New Zealand team at the 48th attempt to win a Test match against England. England were captained by Geoffrey Boycott for the first time, so that was an unsought-after feather in his cap. What's the opposite of a feather in your cap?
Was he invited?
Not sure that he would have made it. David Gower didn't play in that Test match, but he provided the England point of view, and he was very amusing. This one is steered away by Williamson once again to backward point. And the canapes, there weren't actually canapes, but there were oysters and small croquettes of salmon and some beef fillet. But we were double booked, and I noticed that John sent you to the Steak and Ale House. And
Steak and Ale House, you were the poor relation manners. Yeah, you had to go and do your day job though. There was people to be interviewed.
Unfortunately,
I look as though I needed to go to the Steak and Ale House.
Pushed away by Williamson once again. Third ball in a row in the right place, and Williamson defends them all. Zach Crawley fields at cover point, and it was tremendous. Sir Richard Hadley was there in his own pavilion, as he should be, and he spoke extremely well. And afterwards, there were a few questions from the floor, not from me, but one gentleman did say to the panel, and as I said, there were 8 of the team, the 1978 team, unfortunately, the captain, Bev Congdon, wasn't there. But one of the guests, here's Atkinson again. 4th ball in a row in the right place on a 4th stump line and guided defensively by Williamson. Said, would anybody in the panel care to share their thoughts on the differences in Test cricket then, 45 years ago, and now? And Sir Richard put his hand up and said a couple of uncontroversial platitudes, and then said, no, I think the game was really boring back then compared to the way it is played now. Here is Atkinson again. Short, pulled, and missed by Williamson. He either got a bottom edge into his unmentionables, or it's just hit him straight between the legs.
Yeah, he got an under edge, I think. Under edge definitely into the unmentionables. Just swivel, pull. It didn't quite get as high as he think. Went through it a little bit faster. Probably thinking it was coming off that little bit quicker. Just stopped in the pitch and under edge, and it nearly, if it hits his right foot, on the outside of his right foot, if it doesn't, it's on its way back onto the stumps. So a very good over in his 3rd spell for Gus Atkinson. It is his 3rd spell. Yeah, I think
he bowled 5 and 3 and now, yeah. And it was a fascinating Test match. It was a lovely evening. Here is Atkinson to complete the over, does so nicely. And that put 6 perfect deliveries, really. I mean, I think he bowled the short one deliberately, and it almost paid off. The over comes to an end, and it's a maiden, 153 for 3.
I think it's a front foot no ball.
Oh, was it a no ball? Called again from the 3rd umpire. 3rd umpire is Adrian Holdstock, so he's just checking. Otherwise, it's the end of the over, unless he has to re-bowl it. No, it's fine. It's a legitimate delivery. But it was a very awkward pitch and ferocious winds. Jon Norman and I were talking about the wind in Wellington, which is famous because it is officially the windiest city in the world, because 220 of the 365 days of the year, it's over gale force. And it was a particularly windy day, a windy 3 or 4 days, the entire Test match. And Jeff Boycott made 70 in 7.5 hours. And John Wright was also there. Many England listeners and viewers might remember him from his Derbyshire days, Derbyshire decades. Bashir continues now, played defensively once more by Daryl Mitchell. And he made 55 off 260 balls. And he was asked about the innings, and he said, selective memory. He said, you tend to block painful experiences out of your mind, out of your memory. Mitchell now pushes this one from Bashir through square leg for another single, 154 for 4. But he said, no, it's just really difficult. Everybody was struggling with the wind, and it was a difficult pitch as well. But it ended up with England needing 137 for victory in the 4th innings. It got bowled out for 64. You'd be shocked to hear that Richard Hadley took 10 in the match.
10 in the match. Boycott get any in the 2nd innings?
No. Chipped one to mid-wicket, apparently. Surprised me. I didn't know he played too much on the leg side. That one is chopped away by Williamson. Doesn't time it at all. Zach Crawley fields at cover. And there's no run. 154 for 3. But I mean, after 40-odd years of trying, 35 years of trying to beat England, they then won their first series. That 1978 series was shared 1 apiece. They won their first series just 5 years later. That one is chopped away again by Rachin Ravindra. Sorry, he's out. Gosh, Kane Williamson. That's what I meant. To Zach Crawley. He chases after it, overhauls it before it reaches the cover boundary. And they go through for 2 more runs. Williamson moves on to 56. Conversion rate, Harmy, we were talking about with Chris Harris just a short while ago. That's ominous, isn't it, for England? Kane Williamson gets in. He's 3400s and 3650s. It's astonishing conversion rate. Absolutely astonishing. I mean, sort of almost weird in a way, because how many, I mean, there must have been a few half centuries where he didn't get the chance to go on to make 100. So
no, it is ominous when Kane Williamson gets in, and he looks in total control.
He does. He's batted beautifully.
Bashir in again, quicker one, again driven into the pitch. Doesn't turn, just sits up and is defended by Daryl Mitchell, who's got 7 off 16, Williamson 57. Men out so far. Tom Latham, the captain, 47. Devon Conway, 2. Rachin Ravindra was dismissed by Shoaib Bashir for 34. Bashir 1 for 23. Gus Atkinson 1 for 39. 40 overs gone, it's 157 for 3.
I think it's time for the captain to come on and bowl now. I think Ben Stokes, needs to come on and bowl from this Port Hills end. I think England needs just something different. I think they need to get the crowd going. I think they need to get themselves going. I think a spell from Ben Stokes will certainly do that. The wind is getting more and more ferocious as the afternoon's going on. But the one person who doesn't look flustered at all is the former New Zealand captain, Kane Williamson.
Guided away by Williamson behind square on the offside to Ben Stokes at Gully. There was a tarpaulin in one of the hospitality tents, temporary tents, away to our right, a shade tarpaulin. And it seemed to have been erected very professionally with some concrete anchors keeping it in place. The wind dismissively with a little flick removed it.
It was quite amusing. There was 2 or 3 young girls trying to keep it down, and they just had no chance. It was like Mary Poppins going to go straight through the air, over the trees, and away they go.
England down to 2 slips of the gully now as Atkinson is in once more. Williamson leaves alone. Well, at least Gus Atkinson is getting into his work now and looking a little bit more rhythmical, and the ball seems to be coming out quite nicely now, and these 2 overs have been very accurate.
Yeah, the last, well, this spell especially, he's looked like the Gus Atkinson in the summer, and yeah, it can happen. Look, it can happen. Bowling's not an exact science. I mean, the wind and the footholds and everything that was going with it, he just looked a little bit off. He looked as though he probably needed a few overs, and that's what he's got.
Here's Atkinson again, and Williamson up onto the to his toes and tries to cut it through the offside Crawley Fields. England have got a man, Jacob Bethel, out at deep square leg. He's standing upwind, and it's a very large outfield with very large straight boundaries. I'm just wondering if Williamson was caught there, or Daryl Mitchell, that'd be a really good hit.
Yeah, good hit into the wind, but it's Jacob Bethel, and he's quick, and I would imagine he's hedging his bets. So they're being asked to go out in the deep, and he'll feel as though that's where he can catch any ball from.
He won't be able to catch this one as it's nudged off the hip all the way along the ground by Williamson. In fact, it's Bashir who comes in from long leg to tidy up.
He's also going to stop too. He's out in the deep, so yes, he's out there for the catch, looking to stop 2 runs. So it is a long way. This ground is massive, square of the wicket. But there's been more of an impressive spell from Atkinson after lunch. He has looked as though there's more consistency, there's more venom, there's more velocity into the pitch. He's bowling into the surface and trying to get something out of it. But again, he's had a bit of a false start. That's down to the wind. That is down to the wind. It's just blowing him off kilter. But he struggled with the opposite end to what he's bowling at now, and the footholds and the foot marks. Stokes did as well. It looks as though both him and Carse feel more comfortable bowling from the Botanic Gardens end.
Here is Atkinson again to Daryl Mitchell. He turns it nicely off his pads to long leg. Bashir again does the tidying up, and it's just a single. Was it very windy at the Basin Reserve in Wellington when you played there?
Yes.
I think it's always windy.
I think it's always windy. It's always windy in
it's always windy, but 220 days a year, gale force or above.
But to be fair, man, as I used to be, Durham, I mean, Chester Street, the Riverside, I mean, that was a windy hole. I mean, you're running in there, those days there, you're blown off your feet. And I'm not as big, I wasn't as big as I am now then.
Williamson defends straight back to the bowler. I do like Gus Atkinson. Suddenly he's looking like the Gus Atkinson that we saw all summer.
Absolutely, and like I said before, sometimes we've got to remember as well, these short tours, England don't come out. Had obviously many goes it about preparation in the modern day game, and you talked about Richard Hadley before, talking about their time, the difference. I mean, they would be here a month before they even play the first test match. These guys come out for 5 or 6 days, so it does take time to get going.
Outside the off stump here, a little bit wide, and it's left alone by Williamson. Actually, 1978, that tour, they spoke about that exactly because England had come from Australia, hadn't they? Been in Australia first. Oh no, Pakistan, because Geoffrey Boycott captained the team because Mike Brearley had his arm broken in Pakistan. That's why Boycott captained. But you're not exaggerating. They were here for 3.5 weeks. They played 4 provincial games before that first test. So you know, and it wasn't the easiest journey then either.
From the bowler's point of view, that's about 70 overs, 80 overs.
Williamson defends once again as Bryden Cast begins another. Gus Atkinson finishes off that over. 161 for 3. So yeah, they played 4 of the 6 state sides, and they'd been in the country a long time before that test match began. Shoaib Bashir to continue. So Ben Stokes has always been a big tinkerer with the field, hasn't he? Particularly with Bashir, but it's not. He doesn't seem to do it unilaterally. It's not like I'm the captain, I'm setting the field, I'm doing what I want. He always seems to be talking to Bashir and encouraging him one way or another, or explaining or asking about the changes. First ball is driven straight to Stokes at mid-on.
He's hedging his bets as well, trying to predict where Bashir is going to bowl, and it's difficult for Bashir in this wind to hold his action.
Down the leg side here, that one very much didn't turn down the leg side, it was just angled down the leg side, and it's clipped away for another single by Daryl Mitchell. England with a leg slip and a slip. 2 close catchers both behind square. Oh no, it's a change for Kane Williamson. Joe Root under the helmet comes in front of square at short leg.
Yeah, he's been in front of square for the majority of the time to Kane Williamson, and behind square for Daryl Mitchell.
Bashir in. Oh, slog sweep. Didn't see that coming from Kane Williamson. Didn't time it. Did bottom edge straight to the fielder.
It hit Joe Root. I mean, I can't believe Joe Root, 150 caps. Is it short leg? I really can't. This has been slog swept into Joe Root. Straight off the wrist. I mean, what are England doing? I really don't understand that. I mean, Shoaib Bashir, his inconsistency levels at the best of times is not great. The wind's not helping him. But to have Joe where he is.
Off the back foot now, chopped out to Zach Crawley at cover. Where's Jacob Bethel? Where's he? Why is he not at short leg?
He's out on the boundary. Oh, no, he's not. He's at mid-wicket. I mean, I don't care. Put a sub-fielder on. I mean, anybody would. Put your bowler there. Don't put Joe there.
Driven again, straight to Zach Crawley at cover. Jacob Bethel really is the prodigal son, isn't he? I mean, he's the chosen one.
Yeah, obviously he's a fantastic ground fielder, and that's why he's not there. He's hoovering around that sort of mid-wicket area.
Menacingly poised for the run out. Driven down the ground once again by Daryl Mitchell for a single, which takes him up to double figures. He's on to 10. Williamson 59, 42 overs gone, 163 for 3. Another word from Steve Harmison, and then it'll be Jon Norman for the next 20 minutes.
England captain, been calling for the England captain to come on and bowl. This end must be a real trouble end, the Port Hills end, because all the seamers now look as though they're going to rotate from the Botanic Gardens end. Carse looked good from there. Atkinson probably bowled his best spell from there. And now Ben Stokes is going to go to the Botanic Gardens end. He got himself frustrated, the England captain, in his first spell. Couldn't land properly, kept dragging the ball down, kept getting pulled through mid-wicket, the odd full ball which was floated. So hopefully from a footholds point of view he gets a level of consistency, and England could do with getting Kane Williamson out. Jon Norman.
Yeah, England are unique in feeling that they need to get Kane Williamson out over the last 13 years since he made his debut. in India. Century on debut. 163 for 3 if you're joining us here on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. You know, one of the great things about working in cricket is that you can just sit back and listen to cricket commentary. And then you remind yourself, oh, I'm on next. I'm quite happy just sitting back and listening to Harmy and Manners. Stokes it is then, right arm over the wicket, and this is pushed towards Zach Crawley, running in a point. We've had fielders behind the bat all day. We're approaching the halfway stage in terms of overs. Still got a lot of time left, a lot of overs to be bowled. Shoaib Bashir has bowled 7 of them, picking up the 1 wicket out of Rashan Ravindra. Picked out short mid-wicket with a beautifully disguised, slower full toss.
Lovely looping full toss. I tell you, you bowl a good ball, majority of the time the batter plays and miss it. If you bowl a bad ball, you could go for 4, but sometimes you get a wicket.
3 slips in the gully then, and Crawley at point as Stokes is in, and Williamson down the track, clipping the ball towards mid-wicket. There's a half appeal from Stokes. There's a bit of pad involved there, and just for a moment the England captain thinking possibly the ball has actually hit the pad before going on to hit the bat, but it was a thick inside edge. England have already lost 1 review. They reviewed when they shouldn't, and they didn't review when they should.
Yeah, the wicket of Rashan Ravindra does not hurt them too much. They've got 3 reviews, so the 1 down leg side. I think they had to go. I agree with Jeremy Coney or Chris Harris. I think it was that was on.
Chris.
Chris going on.
Stokes again, and this is placed into the leg side. Stokes fields. You feel they had to go for it, did they?
Yeah, I think they did. There was a sound, there was a noise. It was in the area where it was close to the glove. They didn't look convincing, but I think we're Ollie Pope's track record in the summer of referrals. I'm not sure I'd even look at young Oliver now. I think I'd be looking at slip and the bowler. But I think with it being Kane Williamson, I think you had to go for it. And you've just missed another one before that.
Stokes again. This is pushed into the offside. Mitchell is quite slow to get going actually at the non-strikers. There was a bit of a mix-up between Williamson and Mitchell about 20 minutes ago. There's going to be overthrows here as Stokes fielding, turning, throwing at the non-strikers. No one near the stumps. And that's another couple of runs to the score. 169 for 3 here at the beautiful, picturesque Hagley Oval. We're expecting good crowds throughout this 3-test series. Full house today. I expect the same tomorrow, definitely on Saturday. And we're going to be treated if the last 3 hours or so that we brought you on talkSPORT 2 anything to go by. Williamson has moved to 62. Darren Mitchell was 9. Stokes bowling in and around 135 kilometres an hour. His first 2 overs were expensive, but he's switched ends now. He's bowling from the Botanical Gardens, and this is left alone by Mitchell, who's been a bit of a thorn in England's side over the last few years, hasn't he?
He has, and he's batted well in England, didn't he? Batted well in England against New Zealand, against England. Was that?
He had a golden summer, 2022.
Was that McCullum's first year, wasn't it?
It was the Bazball.
Bazball
series.
Yeah.
Mitchell's got 300s and 550s against England in 7 test matches, an average of 74. Made his debut against England at Hamilton in 2019. Late to international cricket, but down the track and left alone this time, Mitchell. He'll be in no hurry whatsoever. He plays at his own pace, as does Kane Williamson. I just felt, for all the wonderful forward front foot play, the cover drives, just felt Rashan Ravindra today was just a little bit too eager to get on the front foot.
Yeah, I think Seamers, he was very, very good. I think Manners brought up a great point when talked about when Bashir first come on, not going to give him a chance to bowl at, and Kane was always going to just play into the leg side. They'll use the depth of his crease, but Ravindra is somebody who likes to get out of it, likes to get on it, and once he gets on with it, he was always going to try and take Bashir down. He just came down the wicket too early, he got stuck, and then all of a sudden didn't know where to hit it and just flicked it straight to Zach Crawley.
Bashir, start of over number 8 for the off spinner. Some good flight and dip from Bashir, but this is placed to short mid-wicket. No run. 166 for 3. Feels to me sometimes Rashid Ravindra plays Test cricket like he does ODIs. That makes sense, as it's a breeze which is cutting across the ground, possibly just forcing Bashir to lose his footing or lose his delivery stride, and he goes back to the top of his mark. Short leg in place, one slip, and this is punched by Williamson to Chris Wokes, who's at deep mid-off. No run. Pleased to say that listeners to talkSPORT as well as talkSPORT 2 are joining us for commentary of this, the first day of the first test of 3 between New Zealand and England. The score 166 for 3 New Zealand. Asked to bat first as Kane Williamson on the slog sweep for the second time against the young off spinner Shoaib Bashir. An inside edge, and the ball travels fine down to the boundary's edge where it's fielded by Bryden Carse, who's been England's standout bowler today. Carse, who picked up the wicket of Tom Latham in the morning session for 47. Bashir now at the top of his mark. Carse goes back. He's more of a deep backward square leg than fine leg. Joe Root at short leg. And this is on the pads of Kane Williamson, who just tucks the ball into the onside for a single. He moves to 64. We're approaching the halfway stage of the day in terms of overs. We are not going to get 90 of them in, though, I suggest, as Frankie Mackay enters the talkSPORT 2 commentary box. Gets herself ready to join myself, Jon Norman, on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. As a door slams shut behind us, Manners belies the age of his knees. Just fails to stop the door from crashing shut, but no damage done. Pushed to Ben Stokes this time by Daryl Mitchell. No run. 169 for 3. Frankie, welcome back.
Thank you.
This is keenly fought Test cricket, isn't it? Attacking fields as Bashir just gets his line wrong, and it allows Daryl Mitchell just to get forward and sweep the ball square for another run. 170 for 3 then at the end of the over. Where are you, or how are you reading this one then, Frankie? It's just about New Zealand's first session. Then England, of course, hitting back at the start of the second, but then as we move towards the tea break, looks like New Zealand just will be the happier of the two sides.
Yeah, I think they would. And that third wicket was, I think both teams would say, a little bit of a gift as well.
I'd say so. I think that's fair.
And so there's just been some tough toil. New Zealand by no means have got away from England, by no means have scored so quickly that they're putting some real pressure on, but they are just grinding their way to ascendancy.
Stokes is in, 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, and Daryl Mitchell just a touch too soon on this pull shot. Ball collected by Ollie Pope behind the stumps, no run.
And this rather stiff breeze now doesn't help. The blustery nor'wester has definitely come into effect, so you'd expect to see now the seamers are just going to continue to bowl at the Botanic Gardens end. That'll be their end, I would think, for majority of the rest of the day now.
Well, talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 listeners, as Stokes is in again, and this is pushed to mid-on. No run from the bat of Daryl Mitchell. I think we're going to have our 25-year anniversary at the start of next year, and it's taken the best part of 25 years to hear nor'wester mentioned on air. Not only have you mentioned it today, Chris Harris mentioned it as well. So you might have to explain, because as someone who has travelled to this part of the world many times over the years, as soon as people start talking about southwesterlies, normally when I'm in Auckland, or nor'westers when I'm down here, kind of glaze over a little bit. I'm not exactly sure what is being spoken about. Left alone this time by Mitchell, no run. He's 10 from 27. The score here on talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT, 170 for 3 New Zealand.
Yeah, well, here in Christchurch, as a Christchurch local, we have 3 prevailing winds, I would say. If it's coming from the south, it is cold. It is not much fun. It'll bring rain.
So that's coming from
basically straight off Antarctica. It's coming up. So
Okay.
that's
So you don't want that one?
We do not want southerlies.
Did we have that one
Southerlies-
2 days ago? Because it did feel chilly.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm getting it. Stokes again, and this is that single taken to the leg side. There's a shot at the stumps at the striker's end. Third time today, the non-striker and the striking batsman, or batter, have just not quite been on the same wavelength. We'll have to have a look, but it was Wokes coming in from mid-on, a shot at the stumps at the striker's end, and Williamson just a little late to get going. It's a poor throw from Wokes, actually. He's really dragged it down. I think Williamson would have been home, but the last thing New Zealand want to do in a session where they've already seen a wicket go the way of a full toss is run out one of either Williamson or Mitchell. It's Williamson facing and tries to clip a ball towards the leg side, and I think it's taken a leading edge. Either way, it's popped up into the offside and no damage done. So yeah, so the southwesterly that comes from the Antarctic. So if it's southwesterly, it's cold.
Yeah, so south is that's your cold wind. We will have, and what happens is you get a nor'west or the northwest wind. It is hot, it is dry. You get the cloud formation coming out over the ground as well, and after that comes the southerly. So you'll have a hot day, and then following the northwest, you'll get a southerly, which will be tomorrow.
Bouncer from Stokes, stuck by Williamson. Hang on, no run. Hang on, you just said the southerly or southwest. So what's the difference between a southwesterly and a southerly?
We don't get a lot of southwest in Christchurch. We get a southerly.
Right.
So the south, wind from the south, cold, that'll follow the nor'west. So today is your typical nor'west day. You'll get, we would call it the northwest arch, where you'll get a lovely patch of blue sky which sits low in the sky, and then over top of it you'll end up with thick cloud, which will just get darker and darker and darker as the day goes on, and then likely will rain with the southerly wind that will follow it. So tomorrow will be probably, with my weather hat on, the temperature will halve
a little cooler,
and it
so
will
that's
be
why
very
it
fresh.
dropped so ridiculously.
Yeah.
From 27, 28 to 18, which is what's happening. Right, now I get it. Thank you very much. More weather updates as they happen with Frankie Mackay here on talkSPORT 2. As Mitchell, I think it is, just takes a single to the leg side. One run, 172 for 3.
And then you can't forget the easterly, which is every cricketer's least favourite wind. So that is...
So that's coming from where?
That's coming off the water. So that's coming off the beaches to the east. And so that just comes off the east coast. And that is another cold wind, but that'll blow hard. So that is the...
Is that where Wellington, where the wind from Wellington comes? Is it from the east, the easterlies? No? Pitched up full, driven to Wokes at mid-off, no run.
Not quite. They get a pretty firm easterly as well. So if you get a bad wind in Wellington,
it's an easterly.
It's generally...
Oh, okay, so I was right.
Yeah.
Wow,
so, but any cricketer in Christchurch will tell you, easterly, horrible.
Touch more drift this time, and there's a stumping shout. Ollie Pope with Kane Williamson upended. He sat down on the track. It does look like he's got his right leg behind the crease. Bashir just coming down the track. We can have a little look upstairs, but not the kind of excitement you'd expect from a fielding side when going upstairs for a stumping. Moral victory for the bowler, though, because he's deceived Kane Williamson, who is drawn out of the crease. But he's clearly got his foot back behind the line.
The foot's grounded. Keep running through punches, and the wickets are broken. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
So with that in mind, Frankie, would you rather be batting or bowling tomorrow? Or is it all about do you always look down at Christchurch and look at the pitch? Not out is the third umpire call. Well, Williamson remains 65 not out here on talkSPORT 2 as Bashir in again, and this time a touch more watchfully from Williamson, just defends back to the bowler, no run.
No, I think I'd be quite happy to be still batting tomorrow.
Of course. But say, because there was something in my mind. I know that the record suggests you do bowl first here. Both captains wanted to bowl. Ben Stokes did bowl. As Bashir's in again, this time smothering any spin as Williamson really gets forward extravagantly. And it's pushed into the covers at no run. But with an eye on the conditions tomorrow and day 3, just felt like this may be the best time to bat, but the feeling is batting conditions get better as this Test match continues.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because there's so much gets talked about. It's bowl first surface, you always turn up, it's green, it's grassy. I think most touring sides turn up and go, well, you have to bowl on that. You absolutely cannot win the toss and have a bat on what looks like the outfield.
Yeah.
That's just a no-go. But I think it's only 4 times in the last 13 tests that teams have been bowled out day one.
Bashir again as Williamson just goes back and across. And it's another decent over from young Bashir, who's 9 overs have gone for 30. He's picked up the wicket of Rashan Ravindra. And if England wanted to target, or rather New Zealand wanted to target Bashir, they haven't managed to do so. 172 for 3, still in a decent position. Williamson 65, Daryl Mitchell 12 not out. But yeah, carry on, Frankie.
Yeah, so it's an interesting one. I think the way it's talked about is that you bowl first and you're going to bowl teams out in 2 sessions and you're going to put yourself well ahead of the game. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think there's the opportunity to put yourself ahead of the game if you bowl really well.
I was going to say you have to bowl well, right?
Correct. It's not just handed to you on a platter.
Here is Stokes, and that is really short. A wild delivery from the skipper, and it sails not just over the batter's head, but also Ollie Pope behind the stumps. Wide called. Joe Root collecting the ball just by the boundary in front of us here in our porter cabin commentary position. And that's 5 runs to the score, 177 for 3 New Zealand.
Yeah, that's almost off his own toe, Ben Stokes. It's that short. He has really thumped that in and has flown over Ollie Pope. But yeah, I think it's a surface that actually it keeps a bowling side in it for the first probably 2 or 3 days. So you don't even see the day 2 scores, the day 3 scores be huge.
Here is Stokes again. This is a better length, but still a fraction too short, and left alone from Mitchell. The score 177 for 3.
And it's also not a surface that's going to break up. You're not expecting it to crack up, to turn into a dust bowl, to offer a lot of assistance to the spinners later on, or to get really up and down. It stays reasonably consistent. You get reasonably good levels of bounce throughout as well. So I think the reason why everyone leans towards a bowl first is, yes, it looks appealing first up. If you bowl well, you put yourself ahead, but you can also chase at the back end of a test.
Stokes again, and Mitchell's keen for a single here. Wokes at mid-on would comfortably have claimed that delivery, but Stokes, being the all-action skipper he is, quick to run in, pounce and prevent the run.
And it's very Baz ball as well, isn't it? I remember Ben Stokes doing a toss, and on the toss he said, we'll have a chase. And so that concept of knowing that a surface isn't going to break up, not going to offer a lot of assistance at the back end, is that if you can keep yourself there or thereabouts through the test, you can back yourself to run down a 4th innings target.
Well, England will certainly back themselves as Mitchell will take a single this time. This is high, near the armpit of New Zealand's number 5, number 6, number 5 batter. And he'll just take a single to short fine leg. Mitchell has always seemed one of the... Can you be flappable? You can be unflappable. Either way, he's unflappable, he seems to me. I don't know if he can be flappable, as Kane Williamson just prevents Stokes from coming in. A little bit of litter. Williamson's just given up. The wind is forcing a little bit of, I don't know what it is, a wrapper or something. He can't pick it up, so he's just scuffed it to one side. He's ready to go. It's Stokes wide of the crease, and this is pushed to mid-on. Flappable, yes. Daniel McCarty is about to come in. Flappable is a word. I would suggest that neither Williamson nor Mitchell have ever been described as flappable.
I was going to say one word that's good for that is irked. You can be irked, but you can't be unirked, disirked. You're irked. There is no other for that.
Irked. I like that. Yeah. Irksome as well. There's a good-looking shot from Williamson as he plays on the back foot, opens his body up and just drives this through cover point for a couple of runs. There's a fielder at point, one at mid-off. Really forces this shot. It's not so much timing, it's about placement. And that brings up the 50-run partnership, thanks to the PA announcer there. One ball left of the 47th over. New Zealand, who threatened just to get ahead of this game, only to be pegged back. Latham dismissed, 62 for 2 at that stage, 130 for 3 when Ravindra clothed that full toss to short mid-wicket from the bowling of Bashir. But here we are again, just getting their nose in front, possibly, but England will still fancy themselves. Last ball of Stokes over, and Mitchell will take a single to square leg. He moves to 14. Williamson 68. New Zealand 182 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2, talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And after a word from Frankie Mackay, it will be the unflappable Daniel McCarty.
Well, hopefully not the irked Daniel McCarty. I hope that's not what we're getting. But this partnership is a really important one for New Zealand. I mean, any top order partnership really is. But what I like about these two is when you look at a Ravindra, a Williamson partnership between the two, they almost just get into a very serene, relaxed tempo that they work together. Whereas these two are almost complete opposites of each other for mine. Daryl Mitchell is all hustle and bustle, works really hard, really busy, and it allows Kane Williamson at the other end to just continue that cruise mode, and all of a sudden you look up at the scoreboard and think, he's on 60, he's on 50, how did he do that?
Hello, Frankie.
Hello, Daniel.
Good to see you. Here is Bashir from over the wicket. Spinning back into the right-hander, Daryl Mitchell. And there'll be no run. I'm very flappable, very capable of getting angry.
Same.
Yeah. Daryl Mitchell too. I think he is flappability in him. That's a word I've certainly made up. Pushed nicely by Mitchell off the front foot. Didn't lean a long way forward, but nudged it. Good power past the bowler out towards Duckett at long on for a single as Mitchell moves to 15. 183 for the loss of 3. Just ask Safraz Khan in the series against India. I think Safraz Khan did New Zealand one of the biggest favours going around. Decided to get into a bit of a war of words with Daryl Mitchell. And English fans will know the competitive nature of Daryl Mitchell. I think he quite successfully got under the skin of England when touring England. Helps when you score as many runs as you did in that series as he did. Bashir goes around the wicket to Williamson, drives into the offside. There will be no run. But Safraz Khan really took it upon himself to poke the bear. And Daryl Mitchell combined with Will Young for a hugely significant partnership in the first innings of the third Test match. And I think it was simply because he got a little bit angry. It's a delicate back cut. Won't beat the field at backward point. There will be no run.
Yeah, well, he's a real competitor, Daryl Mitchell. He's a little bit combative as well. Someone who will puff the chest out, prepared to take people on. And I could imagine if there's a few words spoken, he wouldn't be taking a backward step to anyone.
Williamson, on the other hand, is just one sort of mindset. Going back and opening the blade, using the natural angle from the right arm around the wicket, playing to backward point. I always describe Kane Williamson. And what must be going through his mind is just a gentle, cool Mount Maunganui breeze. Just never changes. Complete control. He's in for a man who's caused a little bit of debate in New Zealand cricketing circles. Pushed into the onside, and there will be a single. Slight misfield from the England captain, who's very apologetic to Bashir. A single will see Williamson go to 69. Perfect timing to bring this up. Incredible that a lot of people were talking, well, Will Young's been so hard done by. I was trying to make the point in the lead up to this Test match. The guy they're bringing back averages 68 in New Zealand, batting at number 3. Now we'll see that average go up, because he's gone to 69. He's a pretty good player, and whenever you select an 11, you've got to factor in the balance of a side. Now, if they found a way for Will Young into this lineup, would have completely understood.
Well, it was never a question, was it, whether Williamson would come back in. He was always coming back in. He had to come back in. He was always going to bat 3. That was no question about it.
Stokes in again from the Botanic Gardens end, full of length on off stump. Once more, so in control as Kane Williamson as he defends, wanders down, does a little bit of gardening. What a batter's looking for, because he's not impacted a part of the pitch where the ball didn't land. Or you're all just crazy and seeing things out there.
Sometimes it's that. Some people it's just a little bit of a clear the mind. Get out of the batter's box, get away from the crease, do that light bit of gardening just to unwind, relax, turn off between balls.
3 slips and a gully. Await eagerly. Love a breakthrough, especially this man squaring up as Williamson as he defends from the crease line. It's demanding stuff from Stokes on this occasion. There won't be any run.
Most of the time, though, for someone like a Kane Williamson who's got an eagle eye, there'll be little somethings. I don't think the ball necessarily is going to be going through the top of the surface, but there might be just that little bit of scalloping on top of the surface, just with how grassy it is, that can come down and maybe feels like some are just sticking in the surface a little, so you go down and just give it a little tap.
Bouncing in once more is Stokes, short of a length outside of off stump on his toes. Trademark Williamson fashion, trying to punch the ball. Probably squarer than where he hit it. Found the field at cover. No run.
And sometimes it's just a little something catches your eye. Might be a blade or two of grass just sticking up the wrong way, and once it gets in the back of your mind, it just sits there and it worms away. So just get down there, tap it down, clear the mind again, away you go.
And when you're hopelessly out of form, you're seeing everything on the surface, even one that's, 2 yards outside a leg stump. Well, that could get me over there. Stokes gets 2 straight this time, worked through just forward of square, past umpire Tucker at square leg. Williamson to 70. He's faced 154 balls, 7 fours. He's just gone along at his steady pace. Put New Zealand in a good position after being sent in. It's 184 for the loss of 3 if you're just tuning into our coverage across talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. New Zealand sent in. The loss Conway for 2 with the score at 4. And then Latham for 47. 62 for 3. And then Rachin Ravindra, who's still probably throwing his gloves and bat around in the changing rooms when he had a low full toss to mid-wicket, gone for 34. Mitchell right in behind, pushing back to Stokes. There'd be no run. Atkinson, not the first, cast the second, Bashir the third. I wonder if the norwesterly breeze that was just picking up at the time actually helped out the off spinner. And those, Frankie, being a fine spinner, the ball just drops. It seemingly did in that breeze. Even full tosses can be hard to get away.
Yeah, well, the breeze can be really helpful. You get the tough job of having to bowl up into it, but that can actually bring some positives. Like you said, you can get the ball to drop.
Stokes going to go wider of the crease, fuller of length, pushed up towards mid-on by Mitchell, no run. That is the end of the over. 49 in the innings. Mitchell's 15, Williamson on 17. What did you prefer? Probably bowling down when you were captain. Be honest.
Depends on the format a little bit. T20 cricket, the good thing about bowling down breeze is then you've got players having to hit you back into it. So
control the scoring rate.
That's quite a nice thing. You can then trust yourself. You bowl nice and full, and you say, if you're good enough to hit me into a stiff breeze, over my head for 6, over long, off long on, go for gold. Are you brave enough to take it on? Are you silly enough to take it on? So that kind of can play into it a little bit. One day cricket, definitely.
You were looking to attack.
Yeah,
you were trying to take wickets.
Yeah, and probably more so the difference of into the breeze or with the breeze is you're probably more looking for, as an off spinner, right arm off spinner, the right to left breeze. So you get that little bit of curve away from the right-handed player, so you can attack the outside edge, especially if the ball's not spinning. But as a finger spinner, you just bowl where you're told, right? You just, wherever you're told to bowl, you say, thank you very much, I'll have the ball. Yes, it's into a 100-mile-an-hour gale. Absolutely, skip.
Like
let me have a go.
New Zealand spinner. Right, big moment here. Jacob Bethel on debut. He's going to come in to bowl his left arm finger spin. The shock blonde hair. Man, who the England coach Brendan McCullum told me before the day's play, has great composure, an attitude, real flair with the bat. Well, he needs to do a job with the ball here, which I'm not sure was in the thinking, the pre-match planning. Let's win the toss. Let's bowl first, and within 50 overs, Bethel will have a bit of a bowl replacing the other spinner. Bashir is 1 for 32 off his 10 overs. So left arm finger spinner is going to go round the wicket. He's got a slip. Joe Root's catching around the corner. Square leg slip. Starts. Ball pitching outside of leg stump and swept past Root in that leg slip position. He reacted, but only after it was past him, because Williamson was almost hitting the ball from behind the ball. Swept it away down to the fence for 4. A boundary. Welcome to Test cricket, Mr. Bethel. Can't bowl there to Kane Williamson.
Story to tell the grandkids, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
How was your first ball in Test cricket? Well, got swept for 4. Lovely shot, though.
Yeah. Guy was an all right player. Hit me for 4. What happened second ball? Spun it, knocked his off stump out of the ground. That'd be a lovely story. Pushing into the sprees. This one does spin, but it's wide of off stump and cut away to backward point. There won't be a run.
I was going to say, if that did happen, I'd be calling for someone to escort you out of the box.
Oh, but I'd be flying back to London and installed as the head of talkSPORT after that, wouldn't I?
Yeah, there's nodding next to me. There's nodding.
Yeah. You win some, you lose some. Spinning from straight. Hint of. Going back is Williamson, playing with the straight back. Great start. So how do you describe his action? Spinner Frankie Mackay?
That looks pretty tidy. First up, to be really honest, I think there's a lot to like there.
Gets quite close to the stumps, then jumps out. Nice and side on. Again, gets the line wrong into the pads of Williamson. He sweeps him away for 1. Much squarer this time out towards the boundary where it's protected. A single to Williamson. He moves to 75. It's 190 for 3.
Hasn't got the same height as Bashir, so doesn't have those same quite natural attributes, but still looks to get nicely up and over top of the ball. So trying to get overspin where possible, which is going to allow him to get the ball to drift, get the ball to drop. Hopefully as well, that's when you start getting the ball to spin too.
Mitchell bends at the knee, waits, he defends. Question is, if Bethel's going to continue to bowl, how long for? Because Daryl Mitchell likes to be a bit of an alpha dog, doesn't he? When he faces the slower bowlers, he's in a supreme hitter straight. And mid-on is up. I don't mind this. Mid-off is back. Yeah, 6 or 7 metres in off the rope is Duckett. Mitchell, it's a ball on middle stump and plays with the straight bat, pushing back to the bowler. No run. We've got 5 minutes to tea. 1, maybe 2 overs, 190 for the loss of 3. Mitchell 15. Williamson is 75 not out. Kane Williamson. When was the last time you had a bad year in Test cricket, Ricky? No, Ricky. Ricky Swinell on the mind.
I'll put my alter ego Ricky on.
Yeah, okay.
And
Ricky would probably know this.
Ricky would probably know. Sorry, Ricky, I'm letting you down already. I would argue that he probably hasn't actually had a bad year in Test cricket. If you compare him to the mere mortals going round.
Okay, so if you scored 559 runs in a calendar year at 32.88, would you consider that a bad year? You scored 200s that year.
I mean, it's
Test cricket.
It's bad when your career average is sitting at what is he now? 54, 55, somewhere in there. 50, maybe only 51 actually. Yeah, you'd potentially say 32 is a bad year.
Yeah.
For us mere mortals, if we're talking about 32, we're probably saying it was a fine year. Scored a couple of hundreds, had a good couple of days out, won some games of cricket.
I wouldn't shut up if I averaged 32 in Test cricket for a year.
Oh,
solid.
If we're saying that's my Test average, then I'm thrilled.
If Virat Kohli's done it for 4 years.
That's
all okay for him.
Get on the mic, talk about it. How's your day been? Well, I've averaged 32 this year. I had 200s. Let me talk you through them ball by ball.
So we'll say that's a pass. So it's not a fail. 190 for 3 is Stokes continuing from the Botanic Gardens end. Catches the outside edge of Williamson's bat. Soft hands. I should really focus on the field. It looks like we're going to see some real short stuff here from Stokes. Ironically, the first ball was quite well pitched up. Roll down towards third man. Who's not third man. It's more of a fly slip. You've got a fly slip. You've got man on the 45, 2/3 the way back. You've got a deep square leg. Man under the helmet, just forward a square. You've got a mid-wicket who's hovering back, what, equivalent of 25 metres would say there, Frankie. That's a catching position. You've also got quite a straight mid-on. Oh, it's like Neil Wagner's back playing Test cricket. He's still my beating heart. Mitchell waits. Stokes drops short, right in the bounce and tucked neatly off the hip for a single. So back to Williamson. So we'll say it's a pass, so that's not a failure.
How old was he that year of 32? How far into his career is he?
What about the previous year where he got 276 test runs at 26?
Fail.
That was 2011.
I was going to say, that feels like a long time ago.
Yeah. Incredible. He's on 76 not out. He waits for Stokes and he goes underneath almost before the ball was released. These are his averages calendar year. 42, 100 on debut, India. 27.6, 32. Then the following averages per calendar year. 41, 61, 90, 47, 62, 59, 51, 83, 65, 74, 57, 62. Genius. He waits, pulls the ball, hitting from high to low, keeping it along the grass. Duckett Fields at that 2/3 backward square position, a single to Williamson, who's now 77. But even the greats have peaks and troughs, ups and downs. Williamson, flatline excellence.
Very level, like his personality, right? There's not those extreme highs and those extreme lows, because he just really just stays in that middle ground of emotion.
And that's how I'd sum up his innings. It's been at his pace, on his terms. Unflappable as we complete the circle. Back of a length, played into the gully region. There's no run by Mitchell, who remains 16.
It's also a little scary to think about, because I do genuinely think he flies under the radar a little bit. Yes, when teams are scouting and preparing, obviously Kane Williamson's the #1 man they're talking about New Zealand. But when you talk about worldwide media, I think he's a guy that flies under the radar a little bit because he is so consistent, so unflappable, and he just does it his way.
Mitchell waits, powerful right-hander, powerful right arm, quick, and Stokes brings a hard length, fuller this time, left alone outside of off stump. Demanding over the final of the session as we just tick to 20 minutes to 4 local time, and that will be the end of the session. That has seen New Zealand advance from 104 for the loss of 2 at lunch, with Williamson 26 not out. Rachin Ravindra was on 21. They lost Ravindra. He was caught Crawley at mid-wicket, hitting a low full toss, the bowling of the off-spinner Bashir for 34. Scoring rate hasn't been as bright as it was in the first session, where they went at 4.33 runs and over. It's been clawed back by England. New Zealand going at 3.78 at tea, or 193 for the loss of 3. At the end of the second session, Frankie, with Williamson 77, Mitchell on 16, New Zealand have themselves in a good position.
Oh, they have to be happy with that. Have to be happy with the way they've played, the way they've positioned themselves, the fact that they able to weather that storm early on, lost a wicket early doors, got themselves nicely through the first session, only 2 down. I think Rachin Ravindra will still be fuming. There'll still be disappointment about how he went out, but to only lose that 1 wicket, to, as we talked about a little bit earlier, to have already had 2 spinners bowl within 51 overs, you won the toss on a green one, had a bowl. You have to say New Zealand have weathered the storm well, have applied a little bit of pressure back in their own way, and now it's actually having to say to England, well, you've got some questions to answer here. Is it going to be the short ball tactic, which is going to be quite sapping when you've only got the 4 seamers? Are they all capable of doing it? I'd argue probably not. Are we going to have to see more of the spin? Do they have to go more defensive with their fields? To me, lots of questions to be asked and answered, and I think at the moment New Zealand find themselves ahead of the game and should be really happy with the first 2 sessions.
New Zealand on a run of 3 straight 50-plus partnerships. The current one is worth 63 at tea. Williamson is 77 not out. Mitchell is on 16. 193 for the loss of 3. Great to have your company on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. If you're waking up early, very early in the UK, we've got a great... It's like drinking an energy drink coming up next. Coming up during the tea break, you'll hear from the rather effervescent Mr. Glenn Phillips, who sat down with talkSPORT Scott Taylor ahead of the first test with England. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of New Zealand versus England on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
talkSPORT 2 is your dynamic destination for all the latest sporting action, featuring live commentary of all the biggest events, including football, PGA golf, horse racing, Premiership rugby, cricket, boxing, and all the big-hitting drama of the NFL. Plus, talkSPORT 2's official betting partner, William Hill, is always on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need. talkSPORT 2 with official betting partner, William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Pandora's Black Friday promotion is here. Save up to 30% on charms and jewellery and get an early start on your holiday gift shopping. But hurry, this offer won't be around for long. Offer on 2nd of December. Available in participating stores and online at pandora.net while stocks last. Terms and exclusions apply.
Yes, gang! It's Black Friday time! A little birdie told me Ferry have some fab deals. Ooh, there's the PlayStation Digital Console, only £309.
And save up to 40% on thousands of toys, including brands like Lego, Barbie, and Hot Wheels.
Ooh, lovely!
All your Black Friday deals for fashion, home and more. Plus Berry Pay. Ways to pay that work your way. Berry, let's make it sparkle. PlayStation offer ends 12th of December. Event ends 2nd of December.
The Ford Transit Custom. Laden with awards, built for purpose, and always gets the job done. No wonder it's Britain's best-selling van. And we are proud to announce that it's getting an upgrade. Introducing the all-new, all-electric Ford e-Transit Custom. Everything you love about the Ford Transit Custom, now all-electric. Pre-book a 72-hour test drive until the end of November to experience it for yourself. Search Ford Pro 72-hour test drive. Ford Pro, driving productivity. Sales based on SMMT data. Test drive subject to vehicle availability at participating dealers.
The moustache is calling. For years, people around the world have been united by the power of the moustache. This November, unite to take on mental health, suicide, prostate and testicular cancers. Come together, grow together, raise funds, save lives. Change the face of men's health. Donate at Movember.com.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
Drive and caught! He's caught! Return catch! Gus Atkinson low to his left. What a catch! Devin Conway into the drive a little early. Atkinson reacted brilliantly. Superb catch. New Zealand have lost an early one. 4 for 1.
Atkinson is in. This is the shot of the day from the bat of Tom Latham. He's going to pick up 4 through long off.
Have you had a chance to go to the Botanical Gardens yet? No. It has been busy, I must say. We've got a bar in it.
The bat works the ball very nicely down towards Longleat. That will bring up the 50 partnership between Latham and Williamson.
Free slips in the gully in places. He's caught behind Latham. He comes forward and tries a replay of the last shot. Latham's got to go.
Here is Stokes again. Short pulled by Williamson. One of the shots of the morning. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent.
Williamson is 26. New Zealand's 100 is up there. 100 for 2.
Wokes in again, and this is a front foot drive, square of the wicket. There's a chase on for Bethel. And this is another handsome shot from Rachin Ravindra.
Here's Bryden Castle again. Oh, short, Williamson pulls out through, well, a bit long on actually. It's in front of square. It's again indicative of the lack of pace in the pitch. But Williamson has now played 2 or 3 sumptuous pull shots. Here's Bashir again around the wicket. Low full toss. Driven to mid-wicket. Oh, he's gone out to a full toss. Zach Crawley takes the catch at mid-wicket. Would you believe it? Rachin Ravindra can't believe it. He holds his bat in one hand and looks to the heavens as if to say, what have I done? It's another poor delivery and it'll be another boundary. Back-to-back falls, back-to-back long hops from Shoaib Bashir. And just as I was talking about using the wind as an asset and part of your armoury, I think it's been knocking him about a bit, and it's 50 for Kane Williamson.
Swept it away down to the fence for 4. Boundary. Welcome to Test cricket. Mr. Bethel. Up bowl there to Kane Williamson.
That's how the action has sounded here on talkSPORT 2. live and exclusive coverage of New Zealand against England from Christchurch through to Wellington, finishing up in Hamilton. And we've had a really engrossing couple of sessions of play here at Hagley Oval. New Zealand 193 for 3 at tea. Just 51 overs bowled so far, with Kane Williamson back in the side, one of 3 changes for New Zealand, 77 not out. And Daryl Mitchell, 16 not out. Wickets going the way of Gus Atkinson in just the second over of the day, dismissing Devon Conway. Bryden Cast picked up the wicket of Tom Latham. 2 wickets in the morning session, just the 1 in the afternoon. Rashan Ravindra smashing a full toss straight to Zach Crawley at short mid-wicket. But from that point onwards, it's been all about New Zealand. But England certainly will still feel they have the destiny in their own hands. Lots of play still to come here on talkSPORT 2, but now time for an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
So New Zealand 2-5 for the win. England 13-5 and the draw 17-2. Kane Williamson, who's currently 77 not out. Well, England are 7-4 to dismiss him before he reaches his 33rd Test century. That was today's odds update with William Hill. 18 plus, be gambleaware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Right, one of the most charismatic of all international cricketers is New Zealand's Glenn Phillips, a swashbuckling, all-action, spinning all-rounder. He takes wickets, he scores runs, he peppers boundaries. He's effective in white ball cricket, in red ball cricket. And he spoke ahead of this first Test match with talkSPORT's very own Scott Taylor.
Glenn, thanks for joining us. A couple of days out from the England series. How excited are you to be playing Test cricket back in New Zealand?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's definitely been an exciting few months and a challenging few months as well. So to be able to come back and be in home conditions again is really awesome, and to be able to play Test cricket in front of a home crowd is fantastic.
And the biggest challenge, I guess, for you guys is you've just achieved what seems to be the impossible, winning a clean sweep in India. To then back that up and win this series against England, I guess that's the biggest challenge for you guys.
Yeah, obviously every game is a challenge of its own. People only remember your last game, and for us, obviously, we've had a tour in Sri Lanka as well, where it was definitely not easy. So we're coming out here with a completely fresh mindset, and yeah, still remembering the stuff from India and how awesome it was, but starting afresh and understanding it's a completely new challenge. Obviously, England is seriously good in pretty much any conditions, so for us trying to be able to understand what we're going to need to do in terms of firing a shot and to be able to hold, I guess, them under a lot of pressure would be fantastic. So we'll see what happens.
I guess we speak to players before every series and they say they're confident of winning, and naturally you should be, but the fact that you've gone to India and won, how much more confidence does it give you that you've proved to yourself that you can actually go and beat these big teams ahead of another big series here?
Yeah, obviously it gives us a lot of confidence going forward, knowing that we've got the skill and the I guess adaptation to be able to take on big teams, not only in our conditions but in their own conditions as well. So for us, as I said before, it's just about taking it one game at a time, understanding that England posed a completely different challenge to what India posed in their own home conditions. So I guess for us coming out here, assessing the pitch as quickly as possible, and I guess understanding the way that England are going to play and how to combat that, and hopefully fire a few shots of our own and put them on the back foot.
And what's it been like for you in the last couple of weeks? You come off that high of winning against India in India, and then you've got straight to Sri Lanka for a white ball tour, now back to New Zealand for a Test tour. What's it been like for you?
Yeah, it's obviously running around quite a lot. Very minimal time at home, which obviously definitely takes a toll, but we've got a great group of lads, so to be able to be away with, I guess, a crew that's pretty much family is really helpful. We've been through a lot together, highs and lows, and obviously the highs of India really made things fly by quite quickly. But obviously all of us are missing families, and we all understand that they play an integral part in our performances and I guess our life balance. So it was nice for a few boys to come home for a little bit longer, and obviously myself to get home for a few days before coming here. So we're all refreshed and ready to go.
How have you found that balance? Because you've regularly played Test cricket for the last 18 months or so now, but have you got better at finding that balance between playing all formats for the Black Caps, but also having that time to switch off and mentally just rest, I guess?
Yeah, I think when it comes to that sort of thing, getting home and pretty much thinking about anything other than cricket, I try to get to the mountains quite a bit, and obviously spend as much time with my wife as possible. And we've got a couple of hobbies that we try and get out and do to keep things fresh. And obviously a couple of lads have kids, so to be able to come home and I guess spend some quality time with family and the kids is really high on everyone's priority list. And I guess being a part of their lives, seeing as we're away so often. So doing all those little things that I guess make up for, well, it'll never make up for the time we're away, but at least we do the best that we possibly can to refresh ourselves for the next series.
I was reading an interview that you did beforehand about your bowling, and you said you felt like you had to prove a point that you are an actual spinner, but how much has that helped that you've gone to a place like India where there's Jadeja, Ashwin, and actually you've performed a role in helping New Zealand win a series? Has that sort of validated your role even more?
Yeah, obviously at the end of the day, the way commentators and other people speak that's on radio and on social media really, I guess, gives people outside of cricket the information that they're looking for, and a lot of them still use the word part-timer and that he's new to bowling and all that sort of stuff. And at the end of the day, I know the work that I've put in and the amount of time and the amount of effort that I've gone through to get to this point, and I'm picked for a certain reason, and that's obviously for my batting first and foremost, but obviously being able to offer overs with the ball. And I guess for myself, I definitely see myself as a spinner, well, a batting all-rounder, and understand that I'm not necessarily going to offer the role that a number one spinner does, but to be able to play a part in the game at some point or scenario, especially in New Zealand where we don't necessarily play a full-time spinner, being able to offer those overs between myself and Ratchin is an integral part of it. And I think you have to be slightly better than a part-timer to be able to play for your country and actually bowl that number of overs, I suppose.
And you took a fiver against the Aussies here last time as well, so you proved you can do it in home conditions as well. But let's talk about England a bit, because we know the messaging from Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes over the last 2.5 years or so. You know they're going to come at you hard. So how does that change your mindset when going from, as I say, India, where the pitches are more friendly to spin bowling, against an England side in home conditions here, where you might have to play a different role with the ball?
Yeah, obviously as a spinner in these conditions, definitely things aren't in your favour. But at grounds like Hagley and the Basin, there's definitely elements of it that can bring you into your favour, which obviously is the boundary size, and understanding that you can probably play on the ego of the batter a little bit as well, knowing that they're going to come at both myself and Ratchin relatively hard. And if we can put the balls in good areas, they've still got to play good shots. It may still be that similar situation with that we had in India, where it was in-out fields, understanding that they really want to be boundary-heavy options. And I guess if we can take those boundary options away, hopefully that puts us into a little bit of a spot where we could maybe take some wickets, or at least assist the paces and being able to hold an end while they recover and carry on blasting from one end until they come and bowl from both ends again. So I guess it's just a new challenge, it's a new situation for both of us, and I guess the way that we did it against Australia and South Africa last year, it puts us in good stead knowing that we have something up our sleeve. But yeah, they're going to come pretty hard at us regardless.
Just a couple more. This is the last series, our home series for Tim Southee before he retires from Test cricket. Just what's he done, not only for the dressing room, but for yourself, settling in as a fairly new player to Test cricket, settling into this Black Caps dressing room?
Yeah, obviously having him as captain during the predominant part of my Test career was really helpful, especially from his mindset as a bowler, understanding that bowlers need time to settle in, especially spinners. It's not always easy to start, and once you get rhythm, it lets you go for quite a long time. And the sort of confidence he gave myself as a captain from a bowling perspective was phenomenal, and to be able to take that through to how Tommy Lath has captained all of us spinners over in the Indian series, it definitely paid dividends to see the role that he played and how he led the bowling unit. But then obviously he's been around since I made my debut T20 wise, and he was around when I made my debut for ODI stuff as well. So he's always been an integral part of this side from a team first perspective, but also with me personally being able to, I guess, be there as that senior person while growing in the international game, and just being that leader and role model on how to go about things, especially from that bowling perspective.
We heard Tom Latham speak before India, saying the phrase "throw a few punches." You've mentioned it a couple of times in this chat. Does that mindset sort of it seems to be a newish mindset from the Black Caps? Does that sort of help when going into this England tour? And it does sort of suit your game because you're quite an aggressive batter, I guess.
I guess we've got different roles in the side, and obviously mine is to be a little bit more aggressive, especially if we're behind the 8 ball trying to throw a few counter punches, or to be able to put the icing on the cake if the batters have all done their full jobs, and hopefully well after the second new ball that would be nice to come in, but obviously things don't always go that way. And I guess for us it's different for every different person. It's understanding that if it's difficult out there, to be able to pick your time and pick your moment to be able to put some pressure back on the opposition. And it's not necessarily about a constant throw of aggression. Obviously England have done that for quite a long time now, and they've managed to succeed really well at it. But for the players that we have in our side, maybe going at every ball is not necessarily always going to work for us. So throwing punches doesn't necessarily mean we're going to go out and throw haymakers, but to be able to, I guess, from a boxing perspective, throw a few jabs, understand that we need to put ourselves in a position to be able to at least throw one or two big punches, but then understand from a key moment's perspective when to be able to soak up some pressure and then once again throw another little punch back. So and that looks different for everybody. It may be coming down and I guess sending one over the top to get a field that you want, and then from there being able to take the game a little longer again. Fielder comes up, send them back out. That sort of thing. It's not necessarily that we're going to just keep throwing huge bomb shots all the time. So it's for us it's probably a little different compared to other teams, but I think we're doing it our way.
And just finally, you've achieved quite a lot over the last 12 months, one in India, you've hit a couple of T20 hundreds. Where would a Test 100 be, and is that an itch you want to desperately scratch? Yeah, it's a huge itch I want to scratch. Obviously being at 7, there's a slightly different role, and it does become a little bit harder to get that 3-figure mark, but it's obviously been a batter growing up and batting at 3 and 4 professionally in first class cricket, and understanding what it takes to get 100, and I guess I know how to do it. It's more hopefully just a matter of when. That would be nice, but the itch to get the 5 was probably the one on my bucket list that I never thought I was going to get. So that was pretty cool, but I think the 100 is around the corner at some stage, hopefully.
Glenn Mitchell speaking to our very own Scott Taylor, and I think boxing enthusiasts would have enjoyed that. The boxing analogies are coming thick and fast there. Haymakers, jabs, that's all served New Zealand very, very well in India, and they've certainly, they've been more jabs than hooks or haymakers today. Chris Wokes has changed ends. He's coming from our commentary box end. First time after tea, first over after tea, and the first ball is clipped away behind square on the leg side. They're underway immediately, moving on to 194 for 4. England, you can't just turn it on and turn it off, Harmy. I know that people like me make the mistake of saying that you can, sitting in the commentary box, these are human beings. They're difficult conditions. It was very hot this afternoon. It's very gusty and blustery now. The pitch is not offering very much encouragement. Having said all that, reasons, excuses, call them what you like, I think England need a bit more intensity, a bit more accuracy, a bit more passion. I don't know. They just looked a bit very flat.
I think England just need a little bit more consistency. Manners, I think you mentioned hooks. There's been plenty of hooks, if we're going to go on the boxing analogies, because England are bowled short. The bowls, and England can bowl too short. England can bowl, bowl too short and mean to bowl too short and have the aggressive route and go down the bouncer road. We've only seen that for 1 over. I think natural lengths have been too short. I think getting anything behind it, any velocity into the pitch, bowling with substance into the surface. I mean, there hasn't really been any of that. But I think the level of consistency, what would frustrate me, that England have kept going and haven't let New Zealand get away. 2 wickets on this, gets them right back in it.
Wokes again in once more to Daryl Mitchell, who plays defensively off the back foot. There was a spot of bother there with the weighted bails, which were brought out shortly after lunch, because they were blowing off as well. The extra heavy bales, the regular wooden ones were being blown off. The heavy bales, basically wooden bales which have been hollowed out and a lead bar inserted to keep them on the stumps, they were being blown off as well. Here is Wokes once more. Daryl Mitchell clips it away off his pads. There's an ooh and an ah and a groan, and Chris Wokes holds his head in his hands because it was a straight delivery, but the trouble is it hit the bat, not the pad. As a bowler, I think that you find that encouraging, or you think perhaps the batsman was lucky. It was an inside edge, to be fair, but it's a single rather than an appeal.
Yeah, it was a good ball in a good area from Chris Wokes, and it needs a good spell here. Does Wokes? He's the one that's probably looked the most inconsistent, because he's the one that normally you can hang your hat on, the level of consistency of getting the ball pitched up towards the bat, getting the ball to move away.
Here is Wokes again, and Williamson guides it away out towards Bethel at cover point, no run.
I think they can tell by just looking at England's bowling figures. England have won the toss, decided to have a bowl. Jacob Bethel on debut has come on in the inside the 50th over. Shoaib Bashir's bowled 10 overs of the 51.4 that's gone already. So that tells you that Ben Stokes has not been overly happy with the seam department, which he can be guilty of himself.
Here is Wokes once again, and this one clipped away out towards Brydencast, dives away to his right, and makes a good save. We've spoken a lot about how athletic Brydencast is. Would you say that? I know you're not a rugby man. He'd be a flanker if he played rugby, I think.
You're talking Dutch, German, I mean Swahili to me at this moment in time. I mean, I can name 11 players on a football pitch, but
he's
no idea
he's
whatsoever
strong,
about rugby.
Muscular and fast. Pushed away off the back foot now from Daryl Mitchell, and they take another single. Mitchell moves on to 18, 197 for 3.
I know what a fly half was, and I think he's the one that picked it and got it. Did he wear number 9 and took the ball outside, took it out of the scrum? But apart from that,
that's a scrum half.
Yeah, scrum half.
The
so
fly
I
half.
didn't
The
quite
Johnny
get it.
Wilkinson.
Johnny
fly.
Wilkinson's fly half. Yeah, number 10, the kicker.
Yeah.
But no, we could talk about boxing if you want. It's two blokes hitting each other. I can sort of get that, but rugby, no chance.
You follow American sports to a degree. I find that absolutely beyond my comprehension.
Basketball, I've got no idea in American football. But saying that, we sat in the pub that's been so good to us since the 6 days we've been here, while we've watched, chuckled while Australia's demise against India was live and evident in front of us, and our boss Jon Norman was throwing things at the telly while was it the Eagles, John? His team, the Eagles, were playing, and he did give me a quick education in American football, which was definitely needed.
Short hooked out towards long leg, lands well short of Zach Crawley as Brydencast continues with the bouncer theory. Ben Stokes, it's evident he will have first go. He's got first dibs on the bouncer attack policy, and now it's down to Brydencast.
Crawley didn't pick it up there, did he? And there's a few times, Manners, ball's gone in the deep. Even when Shoaib Bashir was bowling and Kane Williamson was sort of, slog sweep, hard sweeping, the fielders in the deep aren't picking the ball up when it's coming towards them.
Here is Cast once again, another quick bouncer, and Williamson not having anything to do with that one, ducks underneath it. High trees, tall trees. I mean, the oak trees and the sycamores and the other, they're 100 years old. I mean, they're high, tall trees. The Hagley Park was part of Lord Lyttelton's country estate, and it was decreed when he passed away that it should become a public park. But he planted the trees a long time ago. He probably didn't plant them himself. What do you think?
I don't think he did plant them himself. No, the Lord gentleman.
Short, pulled away, rolled his wrist nicely, did Kane Williamson, out to Bethel, fielding at deep square leg. It's 164 hectares, and it is beautiful. It is so so well maintained. I mean, we've walked around it, and some of us have run around it, Harmy.
Yeah, you're looking at me. Yeah, you're talking German and Dutch again.
And it is so well manicured, and the botanical gardens, which are a separate part of the Hagley Park, are just gorgeous. Here's Cast once again, short. Mitchell goes after it. Nobody knows where that's gone apart from Harry Brook, who takes the catch. A fine leg. He's hitting it through the leg side. A top edge has flown down to fine leg. Harry Brook, fortunately, was paying attention because the shot wasn't supposed to get anywhere near him. It's gone off the top edge, down to fine leg. Brook takes the catch. The bouncer policy's worked. Cast has a wicket. England have 4.
England have 4, top edge, a huge top edge. Daryl Mitchell is trying to hit this out of the Hagley Oval. He's gone hard at it, and it's come off the top edge. Fine leg, Zach Crawley, hands in the air, no idea. Square leg, Ben Stokes. No idea. Jacob Bethel's on the leg side as well. He's got his hands in the air. No idea where this ball's gone. Harry Brook, fortunately, down at deep third, more or less where second slip would be, but on the boundary. He takes a comfortable catch, and it was a... Is it brainless batting? I mean, 5 men, 6 men on the leg side, 7 men on the boundary. Cast has deserved that. The way Bryden Cast has bowled so far on this first day of the first Test match, Bryden Cast has deserved that little bit of luck, because that literally could have gone anywhere. Mitchell's trying to hit it too hard. He's got a top edge, gone straight into what I found out this morning of Zach Crawley, his best mate, Harry Brook. These two apparently are inseparable in and around the team hotel. He took a comfortable catch, and that's what really England needed. Good from Stokes to come out with a plan after tea. Excellent from Cast to fulfil that plan. He's probably been England's best bowler, so he deserves to be the man that's taken the most wickets.
Anybody who was merely listening to commentary of that wicket would have had no idea. Anybody who happened to have been watching it as well on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel would have been well aware, if they were paying attention, that I too had no idea where that ball was until Steve Harmison pointed to fine leg. And you've got the most astonishing eyesight. Here's Cast in again to the new batsman Tom Blundell, and he ducks underneath another bouncer, and it remains 199 for 4. Honestly, Harmy, I don't think half the England team knew where that ball was. Everybody was stationary. And yet, did you pick up the flight of the ball, or did you see Harry Brook twitching on the boundary?
I seen Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope was the one that picked up the flight of the ball. I seen Ollie Pope turn this way and pointed towards Harry Brook, and that was the clue for me that it was going this side rather than that side. I mean, if that goes to fine leg, Zach Crawley has not got an idea. If it goes up in the air, I don't think Jacob Bethel's got much of an idea either.
Pushed away by Blundell to backward point, fielded by Gus Atkinson, and the over comes to an end. I have to say that I cannot agree more with you. Bryden Cast has been all heart, guts, commitment, and passion, and really deserved that wicket. And so I wonder, whether, I mean, if Harry Brook picked it up straight away off the edge, then you guess it's a routine catch, as much as any boundary catch can be routine in wind like this. But if he hadn't picked it up, and it was Ollie Pope who alerted him to the fact that the ball was on its way, then it was a really good catch.
I think he's probably seen it straight away. I'm only guessing, but I mean, Manners, I wasn't I used to field slip, but I wasn't it wasn't my obviously favourite subject. I was an unbelievable third off fine leg, but slip, decent hands. If you field it first slip, you see the ball all the way, and I think from the position that Brook was in,
very fine, wasn't he? Here's Wokes now down the leg side, and that's tickled away for 4. That's not good. Wokes not been at his best today. Him, Gus Atkinson, Ben Stokes not at their best. Bryden Cast certainly at his most passionate, but that was angled in towards Kane Williamson, and that really is meat and drink.
Yeah, it's disappointing from Chris Wokes, because I mean, you're just getting a wicket, you want to keep the pressure on. First over after the break was a decent one from Chris Wokes, and then all of a sudden he's just started the over with a loosener down leg side, length ball, just clipped off the thigh pad and just takes it away a little bit.
Here's Wokes again, Williamson up onto his toes and pushed out towards mid-off where Ben Stokes does the fielding. So we're sitting here in the commentary box thinking, how many will Williamson get? It's not a question of if he'll score 100, because he's in now. You're going to need explosives to remove him. How do the England players, especially the senior England players who have seen Williamson and know how resilient and brilliant and skillful and determined he is, how do they stop themselves thinking the same thing? Here is Wokes, edged and falls short of Joe Root at first slip. Well, I almost talked him out there, didn't I?
Yeah, he did talk him out, yeah. The commentator's curse of fucking Williamson. Look, I mean, that was a good ball regulation outside edge. He wasn't pushing it away from it. Soft hands. You'd argue that was decently well played by Kane Williamson. He's just dropped his hands on it. He's probably wanting a little bit of a thicker outside edge of the bat to then go into the gap where Ben Duckett is. But, I mean, Chris Wokes is not getting the ball to carry. So, it is... I feel for Wokes here because he looks so out of rhythm whatsoever. Ball before, I mean, he's in the wind, he's running into the wind. He looked as though he was struggling to get up to the crease. So, yeah, I feel for Chris Wokes here. He doesn't look anywhere near in the rhythm or the usual Chris Wokes.
Here he is once again. Somebody disturbing the batsman's line of sight in front of the sight screen, and Wokes was just gesticulating for him to move away. This one is defended once more by Williamson, who's now 80 not out from just 169 balls, 8 fours.
This commentary, but I feel as though I'm on the Walser. I mean, I'm nearly seasick in this commentary pod, which is a little porter cabin on concrete stilts.
I told you it would wobble if the wind blew. Here's Wokes again, and it's guided into the gully where Duckett fields. Every now and then it does. It feels like a circus ride that's just about to get going. Hopefully it doesn't get going. There are 2 massive concrete anchors to which the porter cabin has been anchored with canvas straps. I mean, it does look a bit Heath Robinson.
I'm sure the St John's ambulance who's sitting right in front of us hope that doesn't either.
They are, that's right, yeah. Short and wide cut, that was a poor delivery, and it got what it deserved, to be honest, and it's run away for 4. Jacob Bethel is just running after it in order to retrieve it, rather than have any hope of preventing the boundary. That was a poor delivery. It was lacking in pace, direction, too much width, and cut away. So I have to say, Kane Williamson has had some gifts.
He has, yeah.
Honestly, throughout the day.
Yeah, he has. He got a couple of short ones from Bashir to got himself going. Atkinson didn't start the greatest. Wokes has been struggling for the majority of the day. I think Ben Stokes has got to be ruthless here. I think he's got to take Chris Wokes off. He just looks so out of sync, unfortunately, does Chris. I think he's got a new batter in Tom Blundell. And if it's Atkinson, he comes on, or Stokes comes on himself.
It's Bryden Cast continuing for the moment. Tom Blundell gets a short one, and he goes up onto his toes on the back foot and clips it out to Ben Duckett on the leg side. I was sitting in, I was working for the Sport Nation commentary team, radio commentary team, when Ben Stokes went to the bouncer policy, and obviously gave himself first dibs at it, and then brought Bryden Carson to do what he's doing now. And the enthusiasm and the level of affection for it in the New Zealand, amongst the New Zealand commentators, as you can imagine, is unbridled. That one is short and pulled by Williamson out to Jacob Bethel at square leg, and the reason for that is that they regard Neil Wagner as the pioneer of it.
Absolutely, and Wagner. But the thing with Wagner, when Wagner did it, because he was such a short man and, you know, vertically challenged, the angle he came from. I mean, Bryden Cast bowls a bouncer policy. He is likely to get 2 for an over, bowling this way in the first 4 balls, and then you've got to change a little bit. Wagner was so good at it because he was so short. He never had 1 for the over, never mind 2.
Cass in again, short, pulled away to Ben Duckett at backward square leg, one of 3 backward square legs, no, 2 backward square legs. 209 for 4.
So because Wagner was coming from over the wicket, left arm over the wicket, he was always at you, and you, as a batter, you just couldn't feel as though you're going to get it out of the way. So you had to stand up and play it. And like I said before, it was very, very short. It got high enough, but he didn't run the risk of, wasting 2 balls and over by having to pitch it up because he had already bowled them.
Bryden Cass in once again on the back foot. Williamson defends. Just go back very briefly to a comment you said when Daryl Mitchell holed out off that top edge. You said, was it brainless batting? And it sounded like a genuine question. It wasn't a rhetorical question. Because let's just expand ever so slightly. I'll be off in a couple of minutes. But on the battle of egos. Because a batsman can just leave all the short stuff, just let it all go and not play a shot. That's a bouncer again from Bryden Cass, and Williamson uninterested completely, actually even so far as disinterested, and it goes through to Ollie Pope. But then he is then made to feel, through no fault of his own, inadequate, and in some way as if he's been beaten because the game's going nowhere.
No, but as a batter in that situation, I mean, that's, what is it, first, second over after the tea break. They come out and bowl bouncers, first barrage of bouncers. Just have a look at it. You watch Kane Williamson, he only plays the ball, short ball, when it's really tight to his body.
Pushed away by Williamson, that was in maybe waist height. Clipped away for a single down to Zach Crawley. I think the way he picks length is brilliant.
It is, and that's why he is a great player. The high one, he gets inside and out the way of it, he gets underneath it. The one that's really in and around sort of chest, the middle of his chest to with sort of his nose, that from a straightness point of view, that's the one he hits. Where Daryl Mitchell, coming from Perth, you can't bounce me. And it's an ego thing with him. England, right, get the bouncer in the right area, you get it high enough, he will play every ball. I would say he is a happy hooker. And unfortunately for Daryl Mitchell, he didn't wait to see the inconsistencies of when it's this length or when it's a little bit fuller or a little bit shorter. And because of that, he holed out. And that's why I said I thought it was a little bit of brainless batting.
Once again, misdirected again from Wokes. And Williamson is in far too good nick now to miss out on a misdirected ball down the leg side, clipped away. Shoaib Bashir puts in the dive, running around from fine leg. There's enough on the ball for it to beat the fielder. 215 for 4 then, start of the 56th. Chris Wokes continuing from the Port Hills end. He's going at nearly 4 and over. Just releasing the pressure a touch as Williamson moves into the 90s. 90 not out from 177 deliveries. Bowled at both ends. Started with the new ball at the Botanical now. With a 55 over ball from the Port Hills. This time defended, watchful from Williamson. As a Air New Zealand plane just flies overhead. And a helicopter to the right just takes off from Christchurch Hospital. Beautiful day here in the most English of New Zealand cities. That's how it was described to me by a tour guide yesterday. And certainly there's a quintessential English feel to the gardens and the park that surround this ground, Hagley Oval, as this ball is pushed to gully, fielded by Duckett. 215 for 4, and every time it feels like New Zealand are just getting ahead of the game, they lose a wicket.
Yeah, they do, and I'm not saying that could have been prevented. I'm not for 1 minute. And Daryl Mitchell's a fine player, and he's somebody who plays the short ball very, very well. I just question at when he's played the short ball, if he had another over or two looking at the bouncers.
Works again, tight to the crease, and Williamson forward and just defending on an off-stump line. No run.
But England have played on his ego and said, right, from the first up, I'm sure there was some chatter out there. Come on, Mr. Big, you play the short ball well, let's have a go. And all these stuff that have been going around the huddle at the time and the infield, question whether Daryl Mitchell is the best hooker in the game. And then all of a sudden he's holed out to a ball and fallen to a trap. For a very, very impressive Bryden Cass this afternoon.
Wokes again. This is on good length and steered to Ben Duckett at Garley from the bat of Kane Williamson, who's it's almost like he's never been away, Steve Harmison.
Yes, it does. I mean, the running between the wickets been a bit sketchy, but apart from that, he has been in total control. I mean, he really has. You know, his ability, like Joe Root, to defend the ball into the ground and play, you know, within the body parameters, unbelievable.
2 slips in place for Williamson as he's forward and defending again.
Exactly like that, Jon Norman.
Absolutely. End of the over then. 4 runs coming from it. So Chris Wokes, who's been operating around the mid 120s, 125 kilometres an hour. We've still got 24 overs and till the second new ball. We've seen an over bowled by Jacob Bethel just before the tea break. Bashir's 10 overs went for 32, picked up the wicket of Rashan Ravindra. The short ball barrage has worked since the tea break, but how many do you think Cast has got?
1, 2 more. I wouldn't mind seeing. He's in this mode, so I'd leave him. I really would. I'd leave him. But part of me would be thinking, Blundell is in so poor form in recent times. Bowling at the top of the stumps. But I think this has been England's best passage.
The field I'll describe in a minute. Short delivery and Blundell takes it on. Now there's a stacked leg side field. He'll take a single, 216 for 4. And you've got a fly slip in place, backward point. There's Zach Crawley, I think, just in front of. No, it's Bashir actually at point, but it's the leg side field that is going to be kept interested. Nobody on the boundary. We've got Zach Crawley just in front of us here.
Into the wind, it's a long way out there.
70 yards, did you say?
70 yards,
70 yards on either side as Cast is in, and this squares up Kane Williamson a touch, a leading edge. Fielded a backward point. No run from the bat, expecting possibly a short delivery. 2 catching midfielders at mid-wicket. There's a square leg, a deeper square leg, who's about 10-15 yards in from the boundary. Zach Crawley 6 or 7 yards inside the boundary at fine leg, and then Duckett backward a square, kind of very deep leg side gully or short long leg as Cast turns. He's past the umpire now, he's in, and this is on the body of Williamson, not that short actually, but tucked towards mid-wicket, and Joe Root loses his hat. Guess who picks it up for him?
That's a picture, isn't it? That is a picture and a half, that. 2 unbelievable players in Kane Williamson and Joe Root, just coming together in the middle. One's hat's blown off. One great player's hat's blown off, and another great player picks it up.
Yeah, make no mistake about it. 250 tests between them, and a couple short. And where has that come off of, Steve?
Straight
Harmison?
off the helmet. Bang!
Sconded. He's basically headed it back to the bowler.
He's just, you know, a little cushion header straight back to Bryden Cast, who
goalkeeper
takes it one-handed, just like a little throw in, is it? You just throw in off your centre midfield player, drops the shoulder, comes over, heads it back, and you get it straight back in the hand. And now we're going to have an even more of a disruption of the game, because rightly so, concussion protocol will have to go through, and Dr. Physio comes on to see Kane Williamson. He looks fine.
He looks absolutely fine, but he's just going to run through the protocol. 216 for 4 then, 2 balls left in the 57th. Bryden Cast, the pick of the bowlers for England today, 2 for 42. New Zealand, though, with Williamson at the crease, 90 not out. He's been joined by Tom Blundell after the dismissal of Daryl Mitchell, caught at third man, or third, rather. On the hook, top edge. Harry Brook just settled under it, took the catch quite comfortably. Just seeing a replay of this attempted pull shot from Williamson. He missed the ball by a distance, and it's essentially hit him on the fern, the white fern.
Just threw it early, isn't it, John? He's got in a position early, he knows where it's going to go, short ball, It was well directed. He's just trying to keep it down because there's 6 men on the leg side. He's just gone through the shot a little bit early, and it's bounced off the white fern straight back to Bryden Cast.
Okay, we're ready to go again, and it's Cast continuing from the Botanical Gardens end, short and steered to the fielder there, Gus Atkinson, who's in the gully. Bryden Cast turns and makes his way back to the top of his mark. Still bowling in excess of 140 kilometres an hour is Cast. He's been England's fastest bowler today. They do, of course, have some pretty nifty and swifty fast bowlers back home. Mark Wood back in Ashington. Jofra Archer, of course, as Cast is in, and again Williamson looking a touch uncomfortable. He loves to play on his toes, does Williamson, but this is just giving him a little bit of the hurry up. Straight, it's on the body, and he defends the ball back down towards the bowler. End of another good one from Bryden Cast. New Zealand have got through it unscathed. 1 run added to the score. Steve Harmison makes his way. Chris Wokes is going to continue. And I'm joined in the commentary box by Chris Harris. What was the feeling in the Sport Nation commentary box when Daryl Mitchell was dismissed, taking on the short ball so soon after the tea break?
Disappointment initially, and then a little bit of surprise, really. We felt as though he'd worked really hard in that second session to come out and prosper in this third session, and just the fact that when you put those plans in place for that short pitch bowling, all you want is the batsman to take you on. Williamson's done it quite well because he goes from high to low and tries to keep it down, or even though he got hit in the helmet there.
It's going to be Chris Wokes continuing from Fort Hill's end. This is pitched up, and Blundell is beaten past the outside edge, squared up a touch as well. That's a lovely length for a new batter. Knew he had to defend the line, but didn't really want to play. 216 for 4.
Yeah, I was just very nervous when he took the very first one on. It's a shot that he plays, he tries to hit for 6. He tries to take that short pitch on. I don't think he had complete control. And then his next attempt, obviously top edge to Harry Brook, fielding directly behind the keeper. So yeah, it was disappointment for all the hard work that he'd done. And then just to throw it away like that, I just don't think he gave himself a chance.
Yeah, we've had 2 wickets really, but more down to batting error. Rashid Ravindra with that full toss that he pulled straight to Zach Crawley at short mid-wicket. That was the only wicket that fell in the afternoon session. We've had 1 in the evening with 2 in the morning. New Zealand 216 for 4 as Wokes is in. 2 slips in place and a leg slip as well, as Blundell will take a single to the fielder, backward square on the leg side, coming forward inside edge, and he gets off strike. He'll be happy just to stay at the non-strikers for a bit. He's under a bit of pressure, isn't he? He's had a lean run of scores. He's got a good record against England, averages just shy of 69, but 15 single-figure scores in his last 23 innings. In fact, it was that put in a couple of performances against England in February last year, but not too much to report since. England will be mindful of that as Wokes is in. Williamson just clips this to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, had a pretty lean run in Sri Lanka and India in recent times. A couple of contributions, but not as many as he would have liked to have made, and that's why this series for him is very important. So he's under a little bit of pressure, but these are certainly conditions that are probably his preference, where the ball comes on a little bit. He's quite an aggressive player, so he'll like these conditions, so it's just a matter of him getting himself set and giving himself an opportunity.
Williamson it is, though. Lets this one go. Tarsi off stump again. Wokes has been battling with his line a little bit today, hasn't he?
Yeah, I just think he's bowled a little bit short. I like it when he's a wee bit fuller and trying to get the batsman onto the front foot, just with that swing and that ability to go away from the right-hander. But I thought it was a huge breakthrough for England. It was one that was desperately needed, and they'll feel by getting Mitchell out straight after the tea interval that it just opens up an end and it gives them an opportunity to get into this New Zealand middle and lower order.
Yeah, if there is one strength that England enjoy over New Zealand is the batting depth, as this time Williamson is forward and placing this ball to Carse at mid-on. They bat so deep, England. You know, when you've got Bryden Carse coming in at 10, he's got a fine first-class record. He's scored centuries in first-class cricket in the county championship. Gus Atkinson scored a test century this year. Chris Wokes, of course, has got... He's a genuine all-rounder. And New Zealand don't quite have that, do they? As Wokes turns past the umpire and is in. And again, playing watchfully, defensively as Williamson, no run. 217 for 4.
To be fair, not many sides do. They bat very, very deep.
Yeah.
I think, is it up to number 10 that they've all got first-class hundreds?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, that. But New Zealand feels like they've got a reasonable order. Well, obviously with Phillips in next. And then the debutant, I imagine, will be Nathan Smith. And then after that, England will feel as though it's a real opportunity to get through New Zealand quickly. You know, Tim Southey, his history against England, will have other ideas. He found a little bit of form over in India, played a very important role, scoring 65 one of the test matches, which ended up being pretty important.
He did. That was the first one, wasn't he? Him and Rashid Ravindra smashed India all round the shot. I mean, it does help when you bowl the team at 46, but
yeah,
still, when you consider how the pitch eased, India put on 400 odd in the second innings. They needed those runs, although it probably would have been a draw. But short delivery, and that is a flying attempt at a stop from Stokes. That square of the wicket on the leg side. Got a hand to it, I'm not sure. Either way, it's no damage done and no run taken.
Well, they did scamper through for a single.
Oh, you're right, they did. It's Williamson back on strike.
This to me is only encouraging England though in Cast. When the batsmen are looking to take it on, they're not leaking too many runs. When they do get it right, they only get a single. So they're going to continue as long as Cast has got the energy.
Cast again, short again. Williamson rocks back and pulls all along the ground, and he'll take another single fielded by Jacob Bethel. Square of the wicket. I mean, we saw these tactics. I wasn't expected to see these tactics quite so early. I thought when I was walking to the ground this morning, I thought that might be a little bit more for the bowlers. I didn't expect them to be operating this kind of length so soon, but what it does do is it keeps the scoring rate down, doesn't it? This is a period of the game where you'd expect New Zealand to start to increase the run rate, but if they can keep things tight up until the second new ball, maybe nip out one, possibly two, I feel they're actually ahead of the game. There's a cast in again, short again, and this is a misfield from Ben Duckett. It wasn't a chance. Bounced right in front of him, and it went fast and flat, and deflected away for a single.
Well, England will feel as though they've seen this before, and with Neil Wagner, something he used to do a lot for New Zealand. They did it very much against England in the last series. So it's a bit of your own medicine.
Yeah, Steve
Harmison.
Yes. No, it was Daniel McCarty when he was on early. He said it's like he's gone back in time. Not that far back in time, because of course Wagner was playing last year, but you certainly know what he meant. Cast is in. This is too short, ducked by Williamson. The question, of course, is that going to be called a wide? It is. Not for the first time today. We've seen a wide called. The ball sailed over the batter's head. Castle will have to bowl this one again. The question is Wokes isn't going to be operating the short stuff. They will be mindful of the second new ball. Stokes has bowled a few. And how long can they continue with this tactic?
Yeah, is Wokes under a little bit of pressure? His record in New Zealand particularly is not flash, is it?
Wokes?
Yeah.
No, he averages 51, but he's only played 2 test matches. One in Auckland when England were bowled out for 58, and then one the following year at Hamilton. Pass again. Good looking shot from Williamson. He'll pick up one again. A dive from the fielder, Joe Root, at short mid-wicket. Can't cut it off, but Jacob Bethel does. So one more run to the score.
To be fair, you can't be too critical of there's only 2 test matches, can you?
No, not really, but I mean, you know, the criticism has been levelled. He wasn't taken to Australia for the last Ashes. In fact, he hasn't played a lot of overseas cricket since the West Indies tour of 2022. He was taken to Pakistan, so essentially that was his first overseas test match in best part of 2 years. And he did play on a flatty at Hamilton as well. As this is... Oh, that is so close to a wicket for England. It would have been a slightly fortuitous one as well. Blundell playing defensively, thick inside edge, and it's essentially bounced back And I'm not sure if it's gone over off stump, but it hasn't gone too far from it. Oh, it's gone over middle. It's bounced over middle stump.
That's very close, isn't it? He's played it down, it's gone back. It's gone comfortably over, but it was exactly over middle stump. Almost looked as though Blunder was a little bit late.
He's playing very deep in his crease, isn't he? Mindful of the short ball, down the leg side. This is going to be 4 runs. Not from the bat, but that somehow has managed to bisect Zach Crawley and Harry Brook, who must be, what, 7 or 8 metres apart at fine leg and fly slip. It's raced away. A rare bad ball from Bryden Cast, but New Zealand will be thankful for that. The lead now, or rather the score, not the lead, 226. 226 for 4 after 59.
Well, they do lead by 226 as well.
Well, technically they do. I've just been sold by the little fruity that we've got here, the little graphics. Not lead, but it is a lead. It's all those cricket things, isn't it? It's actually the wrong thing, but the right thing to say. So that's Cass's 13th over done, 2 for 47. Where were we? We were just discussing something there. Chris, was it? It wasn't Neil Wagner. We'd moved on from that conversation.
Oh, it was Chris Wokes. But I think we'd sort of come to the end of that.
Oh, yeah, Chris Wokes, yeah, of course. So he came back into the side, and of course Jimmy Anderson played in that first Test match, his final Test match at Lord's. And Wokes shared the new ball with Anderson in that first Test. Came into that Test, and he was a bit off. But as his workload increased, as the Test matches went on, as the series progressed, he got better and better and better and better. I think the Chris Wokes that we're going to see in Hamilton, if he's still playing, and I'm sure he will be a better version than the one we've seen today. He's too experienced and he's too good. But certainly he'll probably look back at today, whatever happens, and just think, yeah, it wasn't quite there, but he's experienced enough to know he'll come back tomorrow, day 3, and he'll go again. Shoaib Bashir is back into the attack, and this has been an over-pitched delivery to Kane Williamson. Gets away with it somewhat, fielded by Chris Wokes at mid-off, no run. So there is one answer to the question about how long England are going to persist with this. Cass might have one more in him as Williamson's down the track. Pushes this full ball from Shoaib Bashir up to Ben Duckett at long on and takes another single. He moves another run closer to triple figures. 227 for 4. New Zealand.
I thought it was a mixed spell from Bashir in that previous session as well. I thought he bowled a couple of good overs, but he also bowled a couple of poor overs, which released a little bit of pressure. So it'll be interesting to see if he rectifies that in this session.
Yeah, it's kind of been the story of his career so far. He's down the track is Blundell. It's fielded from his own bowling, Bashir.
Well, I imagine he's going to bowl a lot of overs because England are a long way behind the over rate, and I think they might even be lucky to get to this new ball.
Yeah, I mean, it has been slow going. We had a bit of a stop-start first session. There's a few troubles with the foot marks as this is given loads of flight. Blundell trying to come down the grounds, open up the offside. But can't beat the fielder at cover. It's Bethel. Again, this over from Bashir. It's a little bit not one thing nor the other. Down the track again. You can see Blundell's trying to get on top of Bashir.
No, I like that slower pace. So he looks as though he's asking the right questions. New Zealand look a little bit confused when he slows it up a little bit. I like that.
I know it was a full toss, but it was also his slowest delivery of the spell when he did dismiss Rashin Ravindra. So he is mixing up his pace a touch. In now, this is again, slower, flatter, and defended by Blundell. End of a decent over, 1 run coming from it. New Zealand 227 for 4. And is it my stint over already? A word from Chris, it'll be Daniel McConnell.
It goes fast, your stint doesn't when it's enthralling. Well, New Zealand trying to rectify after the early loss in this session of Daryl Mitchell. Just talking about behind the over rate they are, and Bashir is going to have to bowl a few overs. What England wouldn't give, just to have 4 or 5 overs at New Zealand with that new ball tonight, but don't think it's going to be possible. We've seen the end of the tactic with Cass coming from the Botanic Gardens end, bowling that short pitch stuff. I'm going to go back to normality with Kane Williamson on strike. 2 slips, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Seems a bit bizarre to look at it normally. Welcome, Daniel.
Good to be back, Harry. They might need you bowling from both ends. Catch up with the over rate.
It would help the over rate. I think it would help New Zealand's scoring rate as well.
You were pretty good at dotting it up.
Occasionally.
Occasionally. Harsh on yourself. 2 slips gully. Wait eagerly. Other wicket here as cast bowling to Williamson, leaning forward, defending. Ball hitting high on the bat. It's bounced a little bit more. How do I know this? Well, Kane Williamson tells you after he's played the stroke. He wanders away and his body language just tells you all you need to know, especially when it hasn't come out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah, we've actually had a change in that end. It's actually Atkinson who's replaced Cast. It's a good little spell that from Cast, though. Break for Mitchell and ask some good questions of a skipper.
Right arm, medium fast, bowls. Cut into the gully, well taken, low! 2 hands, pouched, huge moment. It's Crawley, I think. Williamson steering it into the gully, couldn't get over the top, and he falls for 93. Falling 7 shy, what would have been a 33rd Test match 100. Big wicket for England. Williamson gone, and it's 227 for the loss of 5.
You can't believe it. He saw 4 all over it, and it was high and was wide from Atkinson. Just bounced a little bit more than Williamson expected, and a comfortable catch to Crawley. Just in a deep gully line, just to his left. Grabbed it with 2 hands. Kane Williamson's head went straight down. Couldn't believe it. Thought it was 4, and instead he's on his way back. New Zealand 227 for 5. And Williamson out for very well made 93.
He is slow to leave, very slow to leave. Frustrated figure, absolutely, Chris Harris. He explained how playing the defensive stroke ball before, he thought it bounced a little bit more. This did get high on him, unable to control. Checking the replay, it was a bit closer to Crawley than I initially thought. Catch that needed to be taken was. And that really has opened New Zealand up now, because the middle to lower order has been light on runs. Blundell especially. He's got through 15 balls to start his innings. He's on 6, but Glenn Phillips comes out.
It's a very important partnership for New Zealand. We know Nathan Smith will be in next, debutant for New Zealand. He'll be nervous. And then you go through the bowlers. So this is a big partnership. It's at an interesting stage. New Zealand 227 for 5. No question they're not out of the woods. Well, he's certainly hoping to go well past 300, especially with the platform that the top order had set.
Good thing for England, they've just chipped away. It was 3 consecutive 50-run stands of 58, 68, 69, but no game-changing partnership there. And now they've snared the big one. That will just lift the spirits. No end. 3 slips. 2 gullies. Bethel quite fine. Deeper square of the 2, Crawley just took the catch. Atkinson bowling to Phillips, who's tied up as he tries to work the ball onto the onside. Bit of pad. Trickles into the onside. There's just a little bit more noise and energy you can hear from the English in the field.
Because they know if they get it right that the end might not be too far away. There's that energy that has to lift, all of a sudden get a wicket. Not only have you gone from a challenging time and a partnership that you needed to break, you've all of a sudden got 2 new men at the crease. And they'll feel as though both ends are open.
Two 7 for 5. Straying into the pads of Phillips, nudging the ball into the mid-wicket region, no run. Just a little bit duller. The light, the increasing cloud, which will bring some rain tonight, but well after play will end. Just taking the glare of the sun away. It's been a beautiful day. Warm conditions, sapping conditions out in the field, Harry, we talked about it. Hot, that nor'wester. What did you describe it, the nor'west?
The nor'west, yeah, breeze, that takes it out of you. Makes you a little bit crazy.
There's a drive from Phillips. Good tumbling stop by the captain at mid-off. No run.
But I take...
What was the official term? The northwest...
Arch.
Arch. There we go.
Yeah, it does.
I was listening.
I tell you what takes the
Promise.
crazy away from it, though, especially if you're in the field.
When you get Kane Williamson out?
Have you get wickets. Yeah.
If you get Kane Williamson, you can come out of the padded cell. Much happier. Corden waits. Here's a drop at mid-off. Stokes diving full length, two hands. In fact, I think he's dived too far. It might have hit palms and wrist. Phillips on the aggression, trying to be the aggressor, and it's been spilled. It could have been a dream over for England. It's a good one, not a great one. 228 for 5. Phillips gets off the mark.
He looks to the heavens, doesn't he, Ben Stokes? Brilliant fielder, very good catcher. It's hit very hard, and it would have been a terrific catch, but one that he had expected to take. Sets himself very high stand. He's got two hands to it. Dive to his left. I think you're right, Daniel McCarthy. I think he's just got his hands just too far past the ball. It's just hit high on his left hand and hasn't stuck. That would have been an absolute magnificent over from Atkinson, getting rid of Williamson and then create an opportunity to get rid of Phillips. They haven't taken it. How costly could that be for England?
Phillips will retain the strike. Listen to talkSPORT 2 via the talkSPORT YouTube channel. Phillips will get a second, nudging a ball that pitches on leg stump, spinning, bouncing from this tall right arm off spinner, but nicely played by Phillips. There is Root catching around the corner. What a square leg gully. Phillips to 2. 229 for the loss of 5. Just tuning in. Kane Williamson gone in the previous over. Blundell comes down the wicket to a well-flighted looper. Waits patiently, gets to the pitch, nudges through mid-on for a single. 230 for 5.
Well, that's why we love Test cricket. I felt as though a couple of overs ago New Zealand were probably still in front of the game. All of a sudden now, I feel like it's very much 50-50 game.
Bashir has one already, got rid of Ravindra in the middle session, pushing Phillips back onto his stumps, defending to the onside, no run. Stokes collects and then asks his field long on, who's very straight, to sort of go wider. I think Stokes himself's going to come straighter, so to prevent that easy single. She moves in again. Fuller into the pads of Phillips, nudges to Stokes. Hardly has to move in that new fielding position, no run.
This is an interesting contest for me, Bashir versus Phillips. I know Phillips likes to be very aggressive against spin.
Phillips waits, bat raised very high, goes back, tries to cut, beaten, bit of bounce. Takes it past the outside edge, the oohs of the ahs. Living and breathing every ball now, England, after that breakthrough. Phillips goes for a bit of a wander. Just gathers his thoughts. It's been an eventful 8-ball stay. He's already been put down by Stokes in the last over. Plays off the back foot, heading to the aforementioned Stokes at that straight mid-on. The end of the over, 230 for the loss of 5. And Phillips didn't have a great tour of India. 14 in the first innings of the first test. Not required in the second as New Zealand won by 8 wickets. Gone for 4 in the first innings of the second test. I forgot that was the second innings. He made 9 in the first, so it was quite forgettable. In the third test, 17 and made 26. And the defences, his defending against the spinners really tested. Bowled on a couple of occasions, LBW if I'm not mistaken. But of course, it's far more sedate spinning conditions, these ones. It was turning from straight, it was really sharp at times, it was quite difficult. And he and Blundell have been light on runs, they need to produce. Blundell will get runs here through square leg, into the hip. Nicely nudged away by the Wellington wicket-keeper batsman. Towards Bashir, trotting in. Coming back for 2, 232 for 5.
Yeah, he's played that nicely, Blundell. Got up on his toes and just eased it backward a square leg for a comfortable 2 runs. But yeah, Phillips has certainly come out with that positive intent, hasn't he? It's almost as though you've given him that prep talk. Now, remember, in India, he got out quite a few times being defensive.
Yeah.
Let's not make
Here
that
are your
mistake
scores
here.
from India, by the way, just to remind you. Not nearly enough. Atkinson bowls into the front pad of a shuffling Blundell. He got outside the line of off stump, so a stifled appeal. Atkinson is 2 for 46. This is his 14th over. Ball to nip back nicely off the seam on that occasion.
Bit of a catch-22. What did New Zealand have to score for you to feel as though you're reasonably comfortable? It's got to be over 300, doesn't it?
At least. 350.
So England can certainly sniff an opportunity.
Atkinson in again. Glorious square drive. Crawley will have to set off and chase. Long boundary out there, but it's a retrieving job for Crawley. That's a confidence-boosting stroke from Tom Blundell. Bounced on the width, the length. Hitting a boundary. His first of the innings. He's 13 at 236 for 5.
Yeah, it's got the length. Loves to free his hands outside off stump. Blundell made a good step towards the ball. But happy to throw his hands through as this ball. Now 63 overs old. Wonderful shot.
Atkins. Past umpire Raza. Fuller tighter to off stump defending is Blundell. Out this session, Daryl Mitchell. He took on the short pitched attack, hitting low to up, getting a top edge. It sailed down to fly slip. Harry Brook took the catch off the bowling of Casper 19. It was early in the session. He will be frustrated with that. And then Kane Williamson. He's getting one that bounced on him. Couldn't keep the cut stroke down. Crawley taking the catch in the gully, gone for 93. Blundell, once more shuffling right across to off stump, working to square leg. No run. If it was England 5 down, I'd be pretty confident then getting to 350 with that lower order that they have. It's
discussing that earlier with John.
Supercharged.
First class hundreds up all the way up to 10.
Yeah. Well, New Zealand, I've lamented a lot with you, Harry, in recent times. It's 7 down all out, it would seem. The lower order is filled with hitters. It might come off for half an hour or so. Blundell dabs to point, no run.
And to be fair, I'm more comfortable with hitters on this type of surface than I was so much more in Asia.
It's the end of the Atkinson over. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 50, 236 with a loss of 5. Well, in that series there was a ball with your name written on it at any time.
Well, it's so much harder to take on quality spin when they can vary their pace. Some are bouncing, some aren't spinning, some are. Yeah, it's just you sort of have to take it on because you can't trust your defences. But on a wicket that's a lot truer, where you know roughly what the bounce is going to be, you know, some like Tim Southey's a pretty good hitter and he's got a pretty good height, pretty good hand-eye. You know, he can do some damage out there still.
That's what I like about Will Young in that series. It was almost like, okay, I can't protect both edges of the bat. Phillips hitting uppishly into the extra cover region. Uppishly, a theatrical leap, one-handed attempt. Not sure if he got a finger on it. 10 for the effort. Who was that? It's going to be 4 runs, most importantly to Phillips, who's going to be aggressive, it would seem. 240 for the loss of 5. Let's check the replay.
Harry Brook, I tell you what, I don't think it's far away.
Wow. It's one for the photographers.
It's a great effort.
It is
it's a couple of feet over his hand, isn't it?
Yeah. That was. Phillips pushing up towards mid-off. There's not going to be a run as Wokes does the field. It was Bethel. One of those goalkeeping attempts, eh? Just put in the old dive just for the cameras and comfortably tip it over the bar. Bashir bowls. Flatter. Straight. Push back to the bowler, no run. So Phillips put down by Stokes. How costly will that be? Because he is a dangerous player. He really is. When he gets going. Defends in front of his front pad, pushing to Stokes at short mid on, no run.
Well, the news for England is that breeze. It's still there, but it's not as blustery as it has been. I'm sure the happiest in the English camp will be Bashir, who's bowling into it, pushing up into it from the Port Hills end. Joe Root comes from a short mid-wicket, a short square leg into a short mid-wicket.
Bashir continuing over the wicket, putting the ball back into the right hand of Phillips. Short man goes back, works to short mid-wicket. So how would you describe it? A very straight silly mid-on.
Well, it's not silly, but
it's not silly mid-on, a short mid-on.
Yes.
Very short mid-wicket catching.
And an orthodox mid-wicket.
And then an orthodox mid-wicket who's creeping in, but he's just been asked to go a couple of metres back. She bowls to Phillips, goes back, or bounces. It's high on the bat as he plays off the back foot. He's tidy over, 4 runs off the first ball, not without risk, hit uppishly over a leaping Bethel at cover out of the fence for 4, but after that 5 dot balls. 240 for the loss of 5. You can answer your own question. What total do New Zealand need to get to for you?
And
Chris Harris, former New Zealand international, to be comfortable.
320 plus, I think. Yeah. So this partnership needs to score a good proportion of that. I was just going to say, I really like that Bashir last over. I know he got hit for 4, but it wasn't in complete control from Phillips. And then he got a little bit quicker. And we know how aggressive Phillips likes to be. And if I'm Bashir, I'm just trying to keep him quiet, trying to make it difficult for him to take me on. And I thought it was a good over. It was some good signs.
You're listening to talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Daniel McCarty alongside Chris Harris. This game very nicely poised at 240 for the loss of 5. Atkinson has 2 for 50 to be exact. Starts from the Botanical Gardens end, lifting ball down the leg side. Up they go behind the wicket. Trying to flick the ball away was Blundell. Steepling bounce, taking it away from bat and gloves. Conway made 2, Latham 47. They were the 2 men out prior to lunch. New Zealand were 104 for 2 at lunch. Much in Ravindra hitting a low full toss to short mid wicket. The bowling of Bashir, the only man to fall in the middle session for 34. New Zealand at sea were 193 for 3, but soon after lost Mitchell. Caught it fly slip off the bowling of Cast for 19. Atkinson full wide of off stump, no stroke from Blundell. And then the big wicketer was Kane Williamson. Trying to cut. Steepling bounce, got too big on, could not keep the ball down, and Crawley took a comfortable enough catch. Diving away to his left in the gully. Gone for 93, 225 for 7 at that stage. Blundell's moved to 13. Phillips to charm life. Put down by Stokes at mid-off. He's moved to 6. Just the 65th over of the day. Still minimum of 25.4, he says optimistically. Here's a short ball that's hit powerfully through square leg. Bashir has no idea where it is. It's gone to deep backwards square shot for 4. Don't worry, it was never in the air because Blundell has played that very well. He's hit it exactly where he would have wanted. He is a good puller of a cricket ball, having spent a lot of time playing at the Basin Reserve with pace and bounce there. 244 for 5.
Yeah, it's a wonderful shot of authority. Looks certainly comfortable, just above waist height. Got back, stood tall and swung it through square leg. Hit it like a rocket.
Atkinson moves in again, fuller of length, playing Blundell up, working to the onside. There's no run. Without doing the old commentator's curse though. Best body language, sort of confidence I've seen from Blundell in a while at the crease.
Yeah, he's played a couple of shots that I think have given him some confidence. He's back in an environment that he prefers with the ball coming on, and he just looks more comfortable, doesn't he? His feet are going nicely, he's getting to the pitch.
Defending also with a straight bat, which he's had an issue with. He's played right around the ball a lot recently. It's a beauty. That is a great one. Nipping away. He shuffled across, got to off stump, but beaten all ends up as he was squared up. Shoulders pointing to mid-off at the end.
You've got to take some credit for that as well.
It's just delicious bowling. He's actually missed it by a long way. It's too good for him.
He's playing that well. He's now missing it by plenty. Yeah, but his feet are going. I mean, that was just a terrific delivery. It has actually gone away, but his feet still are going nicely. He was actually in a good position to hit it, but it was just such a good ball he couldn't.
Well, that was Wokes' problem with the new ball, wasn't it? When he went past the outside, he got the ball to move too much off the seam. At least half a dozen playing misses. Leaving alone his bundle, unsurprisingly, after the ball before Atkinson. Physical look, hand to mouth, the end of the over. It's 244 for the loss of 5. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. And via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. More from Chris Harrison than Jon Norman.
Yeah, it's been a good spell from Gus Atkinson. Came back and got the big breakthrough of Kane Williamson. Yeah, but I thought England was just a little bit short in that first session today. But they've certainly got better. And we're just saying again, we think it was over, but as happens in the modern game, TV umpires called out to the middle, and then Gus Atkinson has overstepped. So there'll still be one ball remaining in the 65th over. So everyone goes back. Welcome in, John.
So we're going to get Daniel McCartney. We're one short. Down the steps. The final delivery of the over has just been bowled again, and it's defended by Blundell. Just listening to what would have been the consummate commentator's curse. But I concur. I thought that shot from Blundell over square leg, I thought that's not the shot of a guy that's under a lot of pressure and doesn't know which end of the bat to hold, and is putting on his shoes on the wrong feet. That was a shot of authority, and it was a shot of a guy that was comfortable with the pace of the pitch as well.
Yeah, he certainly feels more comfortable in this environment where the ball's coming on a little bit better, sort of skidding on. Because when you get in India, we saw a little bit up and down, and some spinning and some not. Here, you're going to get certainly a more consistent bounce, which certainly suits his game.
Yeah, and we covered New Zealand's tour of India in 2021, and he didn't look like a batter who knew how to score. It was all about preservation. This is clipped into the leg side by Phillips, who's had a life, dropped on naught. Had extra cover by Stokes, who got to the ball two-handed. 9 times out of 10, you'd expect Stokes to take the catch. He didn't. He put it down. Hasn't cost England yet. 6 not out as Bashir in again, and this is placed to one of 2 fielders. Very straight mid-on. There's a short mid-wicket as well. Bashir trying to get Phillips to play with bat in front of pad. Flat up. This is a bit of a drag down, and Phillips will take a single. Score moves along. 246 to 5.
Ben Stokes would have been disappointed, wouldn't he, though, to miss. He's such a good fielder and an athlete, and he sort of rates himself as a very, very good catcher. And he did get 2 hands to it. It was hit very hard in his defence, and it was away to his left side, but it was still a catch. I think if he saw the replay, he'd still expect himself to catch it. So it was a big let-off for New Zealand and for Phillips. He hadn't scored at the time.
Yeah, we'll see. He's shown an aggressive streak throughout his short Test career. Don't expect anything to change. It's Blundell, though, playing back and defended Bashir. I must say, Ben Stokes has pulled off 2 of the best catches I've ever seen live. That famous one at Trent Bridge against the Aussies in 2015 at 4th or 5th slip. Bashir in again, and he's got Blundell just coming down the track, forced into a defensive shot, though. You want to be seeing a batter do that. He's not going to be scoring a run, full of peril. And then that catch, extraordinary catch at deep cover against South Africa in the World Cup in 2019. Out! Blundell, what have you done? Stepping away from the crease, and he has just played a delightful back cut straight to backward point.
Can't believe it. I think it looked as though he was in complete control, but he perhaps didn't get over the top of it. I think he just saw it, he had 4 all over it, and he's just exactly that. Just hit directly at backward point. Good catch taken, but one you'd expect Atkinson to take, and Blundell just can't believe it. Just as he looked comfortable and getting underway, he's on his way back. And New Zealand now 246 for 6, and England will be feeling as though they're very much in this contest.
Well, another New Zealand batter departs with a shake of the head. Ravindra, Mitchell, Williamson and now Blundell have all departed, and whilst England have kept things relatively tight, run scoring has never been particularly easy on a kind of sluggish pitch, but one that's not providing purchase that we expected. That is a disappointing way to go if you're Tom Blundell. Just as we were singing his praises, he's just handed a second wicket to Shoaib Bashir.
Probably not two best balls he's bowled in Test cricket to get wickets. He'll certainly take them. That was certainly wide. And Blundell will say that it was in his area to hit. Just perhaps bounced a little bit more than he expected and just got a little bit high. Again, just singing his praises. Unfortunately, he's on his way back.
Oh, that was a really poor misjudgment from Blundell. I can't say Williamson's shot was particularly good. He had scored 93. The time he picked out Zach Crawley at backward point. Mitchell top edge on the pull very shortly after the tea break, and then Ravindra pulling a full toss to short mid wicket.
You almost feel as though Blundell could have gone horizontal on that. It was like he was trying to play the straight bat. He had enough room to cut it.
So 246 for 6 then, and we've got a debutant. It is Phillips though who is facing Atkinson, who's picked up 2 wickets himself, and this is left alone. Will this change how Phillips goes about things? Chris Harris, he's got a debutant at the other end. He's the last recognised batter. New Zealand have subsided. 199 for 3 has become 246 for 6. They're in danger of being bowled out this side of 300.
No, if anything, I think this is only going to encourage him to continue to be positive. So I think we were already going to see shots from Phillips, but I think that's going to certainly continue.
Phillips with the high back lift, and he pushes this into the offside. Nathan Smith, a couple of steps down the track, but he's sent back.
I think Ben Stokes has picked up on that as well, and that's the reason that he's got 2 men out in the hook. He's got Bashir at fine leg and a deep backward square leg, just to allow Atkinson, if he does want to bowl that short one to Phillips, he's happy to, because he's prepared to take it on, as Phillips will. They'll see that as an opportunity to dismiss him.
Yeah, it'll be more of a surprise bouncer than the laid-out plan that took place when Bryden Castle was bowling. Here is Anderson. It's not short, it's cut, and there's a good diving stop at backward point to prevent a boundary. It takes Phillips from onto 8, and it means Nathan Smith about to face his first delivery in Test cricket. Right-hander moved from Otago to Wellington with that great result, notably with the ball in hand. Had a fine 7 matches for Worcestershire in the county championship this year.
Did you see any of them?
Yeah, I did indeed. Follow a lot of the county cricket. It comes at a good time of year because it's played so early. There's nothing else going on apart from the IPL. First ball then for Nathan Smith, bowled by Gus Atkinson, his teammate at Surrey now, and it's defended back to the bowler, no run.
Well, could be a bit of chat about that too, could there?
Well, Gus Atkinson he's not one.
Doesn't chat a lot, does he?
Doesn't really say a lot. Doesn't say a lot to anyone really. Keeps his own counsel. He's bowled better as the day has progressed, I'd say.
Absolutely. He's looking dangerous now, isn't he? I think he's got his length right. And when he does go short, he goes high. But generally
full driven by Smith, but no timing. Fielded by Stokes at extra cover. A little tempter there. Smith himself, I mean, look, they're not going to try and block it out now, are they? Especially with the second new ball due in 14 overs. Whether we will see that tonight, what time is it? 10 past 5 in New Zealand. So we've got an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 19 minutes.
So effectively no chance.
Well, no, you'd think not, unless Bashir can zip through a few more. As Smith this time plays with a straighter blade. Back up the track.
Now, to be fair, there's an outside chance. There's a chance they may get 1 or 2 with it.
Yeah. Let's see at the end of the over. Of course, we might have a change of innings to factor in as well.
Well, we sometimes have the tendency we can go bang, bang, and it'll be all over. This is well, I did say the last partnership was important for New Zealand. This one's crucial. You know, Southey will be positive, and he's had some success against England. He will certainly play his shots, so if it's his day, terrific for New Zealand. If not, he will certainly give some opportunities. And and then as you go further down, it becomes less and less resistance. So it could be over quickly, effectively, John.
Yeah, whatever happens, I think it's going to be runs or wickets, I think, for the next hour or so, with Phillips and Smith at the crease. Second new ball 13 overs away, and Shoaib Bashir continuing to bowl from the Port Hills stand. And, Phillips is playing back and pushing this back to the bowler, no run.
To be fair, both Southey and Henry are capable of scoring quick runs.
Welcome listeners to our coverage here from Hagley Oval. Full toss from Bashir, and Phillips picks out Stokes and sets off quick. That's not Stokes actually, that's Potts who's on the field, the substitute fielder. Welcome to listeners from talkSPORT. You come at an opportune moment. England have just picked up a wicket, the 6th wicket to fall today. Blundell, second wicket going the way of the off-spin at Shoaib Bashir, caught a backward point, and it's just opened up things for England, who've decided to bowl today. They've now got a debutant in Nathan Smith to bowl at. Just moves across the crease towards off stump and then plays the ball back to the bowler. He'll want to get off the mark, won't he, Nathan Smith? It goes without saying. On debut, you just want to get that first run. He's got a straight mid on, and he will get off the mark with a good-looking shot through the covers, actually. There's a dive from the fielder, close to the wicket, but Smith will come back, and he'll just feel a lot better about life.
It's a good feeling, that, getting your first test run, and it just takes a little bit of pressure off. It'll just allow him, since he's come to the crease, that he can actually breathe now.
Do you remember your first test run?
It was a long time ago, John, but yeah, no, I can.
Bashir again, Smith waits and drops forward, defends.
In Colombo, and all I can remember is, oh my gosh, how hot is it over here? It was very, very hot.
What time of year was it?
The hottest part of the year. Can't remember. I managed to get 56 in my first test. Should have stopped after that, to be fair.
And who was the first run? Who was the bowler? You remember? It was Bashir. And again, this is punched really to the left of Potts. Good looking shot from Smith, fielded by the substitute, and comes through for a single. 251 for 6 in New Zealand.
Wicker Singer, I think. It was just a little leg glance down to fine leg. But I've been saved by the drinks break.
Well, we've got plenty of time.
Yeah. Oh no.
Got loads of time to talk. Matt Pryor, we covered a Sri Lanka series in 2018, and Matt Pryor, former England wicketkeeper, was with us. He said he'd never, ever, before or since, encountered conditions anything like Sri Lanka with batting.
With heat, humidity.
Heat, with humidity.
Yeah.
He, I can't remember how much weight he lost playing in the innings. I don't know if Manners can remember, but he...
It's
4.5 kilos.
It's horrendous when it gets really muggy over there in Colombo. It's so tough. But I found Malaysia and Singapore a bit like very similar as well. They were both very tough places to play cricket.
Followers of cricket, whether it's on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2, whether it's England cricket, New Zealand cricket, will no doubt be interested in the ongoing Border Gavaskar series that's going on. The reason we're interested is because Australia have got absolutely destroyed in that first test match. And
never stopped smiling since.
Well, exactly. And they've announced a squad update. The Tasmanian all-rounder Bo Webster has been added to the squad. Now, I don't know if that is because they have an ongoing concern with Mitch Marsh, who hadn't bowled a lot of overs in the build-up, reported sore after bowling 17, if memory serves. So maybe, just maybe, Australia will be forced into a change for that kickball test, which gets underway in Adelaide next week.
Anyway. I think they'll be nervous if he misses out. I mean, his bowling's a bonus, but for me it's his batting. Another experienced player out, that would make me very nervous.
Yeah, absolutely. You can join us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel for following on India. Jared Kimber hosting throughout the Border Gavaskar. But meanwhile, at Christchurch here in New Zealand, the floodlights are not on, or they're not on. It's just getting not quite gloomy, but it's certainly not as bright as it was earlier today. It was really hot sessions 1 and 2. But these are bowling conditions that England will appreciate, Chris Harris, as we approach the end of day 1 here.
Absolutely, and if they had time to take the new ball, which they may still just sneak in an over or two, this would be perfect conditions with the overhead conditions. A little bit of cloud cover would just help the swing, because they didn't get a lot this morning. But if you look at it, only seems not that long ago, New Zealand were roughly 200 for 3, and all of a sudden at 251 for 6, England will be absolutely delighted. Thought New Zealand was in front for a long part of the day, but England have certainly got themselves back in this match, and for me, England now slightly ahead.
Yep, I'll go with that. We did actually see this in the recent tour of India, didn't we? New Zealand did lose wickets in clumps. They very often got off to decent starts. This is part of the reason Will Young was heralded so batted a lot of deliveries. Devon Conway and Tom Latham almost took turns to score runs. Will Young would come in, and then Rachin Ravindra, certainly in the first 2 test matches. So it meant when the collapse came, if you can call it the collapse, or the clatter of wickets, the damage wasn't terminal. They had runs on the board.
To be fair, though, in that Indian series, you still felt as though, even watching on TV, that one ball was going to have your name on it. And I feel like in this innings, a lot of the New Zealand batsmen have got starts and got themselves out through probably bad execution or a bad decision. I mean, there's been some genuinely good bowling, but there's also been some batsmen getting themselves out.
We're back, and so is Ben Stokes. Full delivery outside off stump, and Nathan Smith with not too much foot movement trying to drive this ball through the covers. There's just one fielder stationed in front of the bat on the offside, and it's quite a straight mid-off, which is, I can't quite see, is that pot still? Either way, there's the tempter there, isn't there, for the debutant.
Ben Stokes won't be afraid to test him out either. He might have a little chat and won't be afraid to bowl on the odd bouncer. He'll certainly mix it up and try and make it as uncomfortable as he can for Nathan Smith.
Yeah, 3 slips, gully, and a backward point. If he's in again, and there's the batter hopping, jumping, leaping, clipping the ball to that short square leg fielder, Bryden Cast, who's bowled so well today. 251 for 6. Can New Zealand bat out the day? Can New Zealand get up to, I don't know, 320? They do, then possibly that's a score, but they do say batting becomes easier on days 2 and 3, even if the bowling conditions actually may favour New Zealand with the drop in temperature expected tomorrow and on Saturday. Stokes again. He's up, right arm over the wicket, and this has just helped. Well, it'll be a leg bye, essentially. It's on the pads of Smith, who comes through for another run.
I think, well, that 300 barrier is a bit of a psychological barrier, isn't it? If New Zealand got bowled out under 300, they'll be extremely disappointed. So they'll certainly try and, I think every run they can get over 300 now will be a bit of a bonus. And England will certainly see they've got an opportunity at one end to go through this rest of this New Zealand order quickly. Their goal will certainly be bowl New Zealand out for under 300 from here.
What I found interesting today is at times I felt that New Zealand possibly batting a touch too slowly. As Stokes again is in. And this is...
I think that's a fair point. I thought in that middle session with Mitchell and Williamson, it just felt as though they didn't want to lose another wicket, and they were trying to get through to that last session to cash in. And unfortunately, from their point of view, they didn't make the most of the opportunity. Although, to be fair, Williamson did. He'll be disappointed with the way he got out, but I thought he still played pretty well. But I thought Mitchell worked really hard to get into that third session, and then, yeah, I thought that was a bit of a soft dismissal. We took on the first ball, didn't look in control, and then the next ball we took on, top edge out.
The only counter to that, as Stokes is in again. This is down the leg side, swing and a miss from Phillips, who's faced 25 deliveries now. He's 9 not out, dropped on 0 by Stokes at extra cover. The only counter argument is that when New Zealand have tried to hit out, they've got out. So that just makes me wonder whether this pitch is quite as true as we assumed or thought it would be. We were thinking lightning outfield, you know, there'll be wickets, there'll be runs, it'll be a good pace to the game. But whenever New Zealand have tried to put their foot on the accelerator, they've come unstuck, as this is cut square of the wicket to Crawley from the bat of Phillips, who remains 9 not out. The score 252 for 6.
That ends the end of Ben Stokes over. Yeah, I think also because of the grass, there's 12 mil of grass and it's pretty live. I think it can be a little bit too paced. and 80% of the time it does come on nicely, but every once in a while it just holds in the surface and doesn't arrive. It's almost like the ball gets gripped by the grass on the seam and it just holds it up. So you've sort of seen reaction from batsmen that just makes it look just a little bit too paced. And so although it looks an absolute belter and we know the outfield's fast, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. As John jumps out and Manners comes in, that it's just not, it's very good batting conditions, but not perfect, and it does take a little bit of time to get used to the pace.
Shoaib Bashir continues now to Nathan Smith, who comes forward and nudges it away defensively. I mean, if you we do the usual analysis, how many batters were got out and how many got themselves out, and I think that it'd be fair to say that more than half of the 6 wickets would blame themselves. In fact, probably 4.
Yeah, I think Tom Latham got a pretty good delivery,
yeah,
to be fair. I even think Conway, I thought, you know, a terrific catch, but driving on the up, I don't think it was quite there to drive. I'd perhaps put him in the 50-50 basket.
Turned out to short leg and taken. Nathan Smith has gone and Shoaib Bashir has another wicket. Well, that was a smart piece of work from Joe Root under the helmet at short leg. It's I don't know whether it turned. I very much doubt it did turn, but it was quite quick. It was angled in to the pads and it bounced a bit, and Nathan Smith has just nudged it straight to Joe Root's ankles where his hands were.
I tell you what, he's done a lot of work in that area too, Joe Root. He was out here the other day doing some practice with Brendan McCullum under the helmet. You think a man playing 150 tests wouldn't need to go under the lid, but he actually wants to.
Wouldn't agree to.
Yeah, exactly. But he practiced it a lot. We saw him yesterday doing lots and lots of practice, and that practice just shows you kids it pays off. You put the hard work in, you'll get the reward. And I tell you what, it hasn't been an easy day for him either. He's got a few short balls from Bashir and it's been rushing around his ears, but to stay down, it is a wonderful catch. It's Nathan Smith, unfortunately from New Zealand's point of view, is on his way back, and New Zealand now 252 for 7 as Matt Henry makes his way to the middle.
I get the impression, I think that New Zealand will feel here that it's like being told to walk up a mountain path. It's okay, it's safe, just take it easy, don't take too many risks. And I think they've been careless, and I think that they've thrown away a potentially very good position. That's not to take anything away. It's always good, isn't it? I mean, it's always credit due, where criticism is received. And I think that England have done well, have fought their way back, but I think they've been assisted along the way. I think New Zealand have not been careful with on the path.
I assure you now, man, as that philosophy is going to change. They're not going to be careful anymore with these two at the crease, Matt Henry and Ben Phillips. They'll be a lot less careful and there'll be a lot more freedom.
Here is Shoaib Bashir in drives. There's Matt Henry. Huge fan of Matt Henry. And you know, we were talking about Tim Southee a little bit earlier on, and Henry was the most effusive of all the players and management and staff who've spoken about Tim Southee's career. Here's Bashir once again, and back and across goes Matt Henry, briefly playing defensively. But it was Henry who said, what is forgotten about Tim is that how often and how many of the hard overs he was prepared to bowl, the hard overs, the uphill, into the wind, old ball, those overs. Here is Shoaib Bashir once again, short, wide and cut out towards Jacob Bethel sweeping on the cover boundary. And it was a point well made, and Matt Henry's was generous in his appreciation of Tim Southee's career. I want Tim Southee to come out and smash some sixes. He's currently 6th on the all-time list of sixes, test match sixes.
So you'd like to see him slide up to 5th?
Well, he's not going to catch Brendan McCullum, is he? Only 3 players have struck 100 or more sixes. You know who they are, of course.
I'm pretty sure I can guess them. Did Adam Gill?
He's second.
Yeah, I think he got to 100, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He was in the 90s for a while. Brendan McCullum, obviously. And was Chris Gale the other?
No, Ben Stokes. Chris Gale is one behind. Chris Gale's in 5th place. One behind the man in 4th place, who you'll never be able to guess. New Zealand are 253 for 7. He was a man never associated with 6 hitting. Pushed away defensively by Matt Henry. He's on 1. Glenn Phillips is on 9. I've piqued your curiosity now, haven't I? He obviously played a lot of Test
a lot
matches,
of cricket, yeah.
But he was never associated with, quite the opposite, in fact.
Was it West Indian?
No. Think of somebody who was famous for his very long, obdurate innings, and it's not
Javed Miandad.
No. No, they didn't hit sixes, but their bats weren't good enough in the 80s and 90s. Here's Stokes once again, and Matt Henry punches nicely off the back foot. It's misfielded by Zach Crawley. He knocks it on, and that allows the batsman to go through for a single. New Zealand 254 for 7, having been put in by England, who have now, I think, have the justification for making that decision.
It's obviously an English player.
No.
Oh, Australian then.
You're getting further and further away from...
Oh, back to the cricket then.
Over 12,000 runs. In 4th place with the fourth most sixes ever hit in by a player in Test cricket. Here is Stokes once again. Down the leg side, that's come off something. Up goes the finger! Sounded like thigh pad to me. So, and well, Glenn Phillips thinks exactly the same. He's immediately reviewed it. Just didn't sound right. Heard the noise immediately. At England, I don't even think their appeal was particularly convincing, but Hassan Raza had the finger up in a flash.
I was actually surprised to give him out. From our angle, it looked like there was a noise, but it didn't look like he had it. And as you said, Phillips went straight up and said, I haven't had it, guys. Let's just carry on. So, well, I guess the review will see, but Phillips is absolutely confident. Just clipped him on the
He was dismissively confident, wasn't he? He was like, oh, you are joking. And I think we're seeing the reason why. It just sounded wrong. It just sounded absolutely wrong. It sounded like a soft thud rather than a hard click. The answer is Jacques Callis.
I was going to get there.
Keep going through.
He probably would.
Well, when you said 12,000 runs.
It does limit it, right?
Ball, it's the back side pad.
Okay, the third umpire is Adrian Holdstock from Cape Town. Hassan Raza knows that he got it wrong, and umpires don't bother. It's not that they don't bother these days. It doesn't upset them anymore.
That's why I like the review system, though, perfectly for that, because that was obviously a bad decision, and we can't make them, but it's been rectified and carry on.
Yeah, don't try and fiddle a wicket with the review system. It just doesn't. It doesn't work really. Here is Stokes once again, and forward comes Phillips, playing defensively, fishing up towards mid-off. That's exactly what you were saying earlier.
That's what England did in the
I wanted to echo your sentiments. It was there to eliminate the shocker,
and too often now it's used for that 50-50 call. It's like, oh, we might as well throw the dice. We've got 3.
And it's what's really annoying is that, you know, or we've got 3 left. There's 7 down. We need to use them up. You don't need to use them up.
You should get points if you don't use them. I reckon bonus points.
Get 4 in the next match. Pushed away by Phillips up towards mid-on.
Well, perhaps if you use no reviews, you get something back for your slow over rate.
Get your fine reduced. They do still get fined, don't they? They get 10% for the players per over and 20% for the captain, I think so.
No, I think more importantly, you lose points towards the Test Championship, which is even the most important, especially if it ends up costing you a spot.
Cost Australia a spot, didn't it, when New Zealand got into the first edition. Here is Stokes once again, and a slashing drive. Jacob Bethel has been posted out sweeping behind square on the offside. Stokes, I think that's exactly why he knows that Glenn Phillips is going to drive. He's going to accept the invitation to drive. That's exactly what he did there. 71 overs gone, 255 for 7. Phillips 10, Matt Henry on 2. Tell you what, it's had some quiet periods today. But it's had far more intrigue and talking points than quiet points.
Well, that's why we love Test cricket as well. I think it's seesawed as well. I think quite early on in the day, I felt New Zealand was in control, and around 200 for 3, very much in control. But England have brought it back beautifully with this session at 255 for 7. England very much ahead now, comfortably in this game.
Chris Harris is making his way out of the commentary box. Many thanks indeed for your time, Harry. It's been a real pleasure to work with you again here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Here is Shoaib Bashir continuing now to Glenn Phillips. Off the back foot, punches it out to extra cover. There's a few sweaters appeared on the outfield, on the fielders now that the temperatures have dropped, and the high of 28 seems like a little while ago. Shoaib Bashir in once more. He's growing in confidence. He's got a couple of wickets to his name, 3 in fact, 3 for 45. Shoaib Bashir. He first one, Rachin Ravindra, just went. It was the first of 3 times when New Zealand appeared to me about an hour away from taking control of the Test match, and 3 really important wickets fell. Bashir took the first of them with a full toss, and Rachin Ravindra clipped a delivery that he was on the charge to, straight to mid-wicket. But vindication for the selection of Shoaib Bashir, and also, you would say, at this stage, for the decision to bowl first. Down the wicket, using his feet gloriously, Matt Henry has hammered Shoaib Bashir for 4 or a 6, we can't quite be sure. First of all, Rod Tucker couldn't see, and neither could I, but Frankie Mackay has joined in. She's got a clearer a line of sight than me. I've got the sight screen in the way, so I couldn't see whether it bounced before or over the rope. Frankie, thank you for coming.
No, thank you. I think it's gone for 6 at first look, but happy to be proven wrong.
Here's some non-pressure work for the third umpire, who's got a clear view. Half volley? Does it hit the...
Yeah, 1 bounce, I think. I think that'll be 4.
Nice shot from Matt Henry, though. Chris Harris did say that he wouldn't hang around and that we'd be in for some entertainment for as long as he was there. We've got 55 minutes play still to come. We've only had 71 and a half overs, but I'm a huge fan of Matt Henry with bat and ball. He's he won't die wandering, which is a great attitude. Forward comes Henry again, driving firmly, but this time straight to Chris Wokes at mid-off. A couple of well, several hundred, if not 1,000 or more of the crowd have disappeared off to find themselves a sweater. Here's Shoaib Bashir again pushing it away out defensively on the offside. Yesterday there were hundreds of English supporters besieging the local shopping centre looking for, what are they called? Jangles. Flip-flops.
Yeah, jandals.
Jandals. One pushed out towards mid-off, and other summery items that they hadn't brought with them. Sun cream was a big seller yesterday, and I think that if they're not gone off hoodie and sweater shopping now, they've gone back to their hotels and guest houses to go and bring the sweater back to the ground. End of the over, 72 gone, 261 for 7.
That's actually cricket watching 101, I think, in New Zealand, is you have to bring every item of clothing for every weather condition possible. So you have to come with a warm layer or 2. There has to be a beanie, and if no beanie, then you have to have a blanket. Even if you turn up and it's 30 degrees, you bring that with you. Jandals, shorts, singlet for when it is warmer, hat, get out of the sun. But then you have to have a pants option, a long sleeve option, always, every time.
Here is Ben Stokes continuing. Hits Matt Henry high on the bat, maybe even a bit of glove in there as he defends it. Is that cricket watching rules or just living in New Zealand rules?
It's easier to come to the cricket with just a bag of all your stuff. Bring your deck chair in under one arm and bring your bag of clothing in the other arm. A little bit harder to do in your day-to-day life, carry around a full bag of clothing and blankets and everything.
But a second layer, absolutely compulsory. Always. Height of summer, doesn't matter. Second layer.
Have to have a second layer, either with you or in the car, or yeah, absolutely.
Here's Ben Stokes again. Short, wide, uppercut from Matt Henry, and he's missed it, but it was, I like the intention. That was a bouncer from Ben Stokes, and Matt Henry was not only uppercutting it, but doing so with so much gusto that I think he was in the air when he played it.
Yeah, certainly not going to die wondering with that. That is thrown the absolute kitchen sink at it. I will say what, my mum is a good cricket watcher, a very good cricket watcher, but wherever she sits, she will find the warmest place of the ground. So it's not about the viewing angle where she wants to sit, it's purely for warmth.
Here is Stokes off the back foot, punched away through extra cover. Glorious from Matt Henry. Just absolutely delightful. Simple, clinical and efficient. He knows that Ben Stokes isn't going to be pitching too many up to him, and so he's hanging back in the crease, but a back foot cover drive, really, and it deserves to be described in such pure terms. There was nothing hoiky or agricultural about that.
Oh, that's a touch of class from Matt Henry. It's banged in back of the length and he's up on the toes, riding the bounce. Nice high front elbow, punching it away through the offside. A thing of beauty from Matt Henry.
He's into double figures, onto 11 now, as Stokes is in again, and Henry is forward. He's looking for the drive, but I think he's reluctant to get onto the front foot too early, because Stokes has been banging them in. 3 slips and a gully, a very conventional looking field now, with a long leg as well. Mid-on is quite straight. Mid-off's not particularly wide. There's a mid-wicket as well. Chris Woakes is probably closer to the square leg umpire than he would. He's going out now. He's going out on the hook to Matt Henry. So, and Zach Crawley is also going out, sweeping at deep backward point. I actually think that Ben Stokes has got Zach Crawley in a catching position there at deep backward point. He's just seen him play the uppercut. Driven now, flat-footed but efficient from Henry. Just stood in the crease. And, well, they do say that sometimes, Frankie, that foot movement can be overrated if you've got the hands and the momentum, inertia going in the right direction.
He's got phenomenal hand-eye, does Matt Henry. He really does. He is someone who, at times it can look a little bit ungainly, but hits a phenomenal amount of balls out of the middle of the bat.
Three slips gully, deep mid-wicket and deep backward point, as Stokes comes thundering in once again to Henry. Hits him on the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, kept unusually low, and Stokes is up appealing. Everybody's up appealing. And then Stokes is looking at keeper Ollie Pope and gesticulating down the leg side. So it's your call, Ben, but he just wants confirmation from Pope that he also thought that was heading down the leg side. And he duly gets it, and they do not use a review. New Zealand, 267 for 7. Do you think England deserve all the credit for fighting their way back into the Test match in this final session? Or do you think that New Zealand deserve an equal amount of criticism for making the mistakes which have allowed England back?
Good question. It's a mixture of both for mine. I think some of the dismissals, there will be some people sitting back in the dressing room still annoyed with themselves, still shaking their head at how they've managed to let that position of strength slip out of their hands, and it's a couple of shots that you wouldn't expect to see too often. You think of a Kane Williamson, the way he went out, you don't expect to see that from him ever, let alone when he's in the 90s. A Tom Blundell, it looked like there was that little hint of return to form, and then again a little bit of a soft dismissal that you wouldn't expect to see.
Here's Shoaib Bashir, 3 wickets to his name on the first day of a Test match in New Zealand. Not very many spinners have done that. I think he might only be the second, actually. It began with Rachin Ravindra.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit of a horror one, and it probably followed on as well to Daryl Mitchell. You know the short ball plan's coming. You've had a break, you've come back, the chance to re-establish yourself. Sometimes you've just got to weather the storm a little bit. I'm all for taking the game on and being aggressive and looking to push the scoring rate on, and I just felt sometimes you've just got to absorb that pressure for a little bit of time.
Shoaib Bashir in again. Nice looking drive from Matt Henry, and picks up a single. It's wide of Chris Woakes at mid-off.
And I mean, the reason we've seen Neil Wagner for years, the short ball plan being so effective, and why it was so effective is because he wouldn't bowl spells of 2, 3, 4, 5 overs of it like you'd see other teams' fast bowlers do. He'd be bowling spells of 7, 8, 9, 10 overs. And so I just think you have to be prepared to absorb
short ball from Bashir. He has dragged a few down in his spells today, but he's got a man out sweeping on the deep square leg boundary. Zach Crawley keeps him down to a couple.
So I think there's frustration from New Zealand. I think they've definitely allowed England an in back into this match, but I think the way they've bowled, especially in this last session, the different plans they've used, the in-out fields, they've kept catches in place. Nathan Smith comes in, there's men around the bat, man under the lid. So they've kind of created their own luck a little bit with it as well. So I think a good bowling performance at the back end of the day.
Here's Bashir again, and so I'm pushed to Stokes at short mid on. There's no run. Chris Wokes is warming up, loosening up. Well, he's warming up actually, because there's a nice refreshing chill. I might be overdoing it, but there's a freshness in the air that hasn't been there for much of the day. That's terrible delivery, short and pulled, heaved by Glenn Phillips. Absolute gift for Glenn Phillips. Long hop, and there was no intention whatsoever of keeping that down. The moment it came out of the hand, the moment he picked up the length, he's saying to himself, I'm hitting that for 6, and he did.
Yeah, and smart. He's hitting with the breeze. It's still, whilst not quite blowing as strong as it was earlier in the day, it's still enough to give you some assistance. As soon as he saw that short, gets back deep in the crease, gets that low body position so he can get underneath it, just sends it all the way for 6.
That also is shorter than Shoaib Bashir would have wanted, I would imagine, and Glenn Phillips tucks it away for a single to keep the strike at the end of the over, of which we have had 74. New Zealand are 278 for 7. If they do manage to kick on in the last 45 minutes, the floodlights have come on. In fact, never mind that. You take it over. You finish my thought for me, and Garth Galloway will take over from me.
The thought that was so rudely interrupted by the lights coming on and the excitement that came with it from the crowds. It's good to know that everyone is still paying attention and have noticed the lights coming to effect. It's such an exciting thing now with the lights and LED setup that we have now with cricket grounds. It's just a flick of the switch. It's no longer that the lights need to warm up and heat up. It's just flick the switch and they're on.
Here's Stokes bowling and Phillips is playing into the onside. So we've gone back to, it looks like it's going to be a bit of short ball theory. So Phillips is 22 with that run, 279 for 7. Henry's on 14 and the Barmy Army are livening up. Yeah, it's easy, isn't it? They just come on, and great facility, Hagley Park, though, isn't it? Hagley Oval in the middle of Hagley Park here in Christchurch. Fabulous. So it looks like we're going to see, I like the way that Stokes takes it upon himself to bowl the short pitch stuff. Good bouncer. Crawley is back at long leg. Duckett is on the 45, about 30 metres in from the boundary. Root is under the helmet, 10 metres away. And just in front of square. And another fielder on the boundary, or just 10 metres in from the boundary behind square. So very much a leg side theory as Stokes bowls short, and underneath it is Henry. I think it's a good time to try this.
Yeah, I agree. Again, we were just talking about whether there are times in a game where you need to take the game on, and then there are times in the game where you need to just try and absorb some pressure, weather the storm. And this is one of these moments that perhaps for New Zealand, look at yourselves, 279 for 7, a short ball theory, it's not going to last for a long time. Do you weather the storm with it? Are you prepared to duck and weave, maybe take a couple on the body?
I always think that Henry might be that player as he's onto the back foot, giving himself a little bit of room and playing through the offside. Bashir has the chase out to the boundary at cover, and the batsman turn now for their third run. Phillips having to hurry to the non-strikers, to the strikers' end in the end, but there was no real danger. 3 more runs to the New Zealand total. Phillips is 22, Henry's 17, 282 for 7. Well, Henry's just making batting look pretty comfortable and easy when you play in that orthodox way. I just felt some of the New Zealand batters tried to make things and create things, which has led to their downfall.
Yeah, that's how it's felt a little bit, that there's been that desire to loosen up, to free up, to push the scoring rate on a little bit.
Stokes bowls, Phillips plays into the offside, and again it's Bashir who is fielding down on the boundary at third man now. Another run to the New Zealand total, 284 for 7.
And I just think it's actually a ground that if you are reasonably disciplined in how you approach it, how you go about things, you actually can score quite quickly anyway. It's a ground that I feel you never need to try and really push the game on. It will just naturally happen with the pace and the bounce that is in the surface.
And the big boundaries as well, 75 metres, which in the modern game represents a long boundary. Been quite a few threes run today as Henry is defending to root it to short leg.
Yeah, well, the biggest ground in the country, biggest ground that these games will be played on, and utilises all the space as well. Boundaries reasonably well pushed back on the playing surface.
Still a good crowd in here at the Hagley Oval. Not too many people leaving, and I think probably many of them enjoying more pleasant temperatures. It got up to 30 degrees, but a hot northwest wind blowing through Canterbury this afternoon makes living pretty uncomfortable. And now the weather turning to the south, where the rain comes from. This ball strikes Henry as he ducks into it. We'll just see if there's going to be a check on him. Is there? I think it was into the shoulder, so no need for any concussion check. 75 overs have been completed. 283 for 7. Phillips is 23. Henry's 17. And I think, you know, it was interesting listening to you talking with Neil about, you know, whether England are solely responsible for being in this position or New Zealand have helped them a little bit. The thing I've liked Stokes' captaincy. He's been proactive. I thought he's bowled Wokes a little bit too much today, but with Bashir, love the fact that, you know, coming into this match, Southee 61 wickets, the top wicket taker here, and then you go down the list with it's a predictable list from New Zealand's point of view. Bolt and Wagner, and Jamison's been successful here as well. But Williamson has taken 2 wickets, the top so-called spinner for New Zealand, and it's been a spinner's graveyard. Yet they've persisted with Bashir. It just shows you the faith they have in him. Here he is now bowling to Phillips, who's playing off his pads to mid-on.
Yeah, I like that you make mention of that as well, because I actually think the last time that England toured here, I think the way that Ben Stokes captained and used Jack Leach, I think was very similar. There was a lot of confidence shown in him on grounds that weren't necessarily really helpful.
Here's a drive from Phillips. It's a beautiful shot, over pitched by Bashir, and the chase is by Bethel from cover. 2 more runs to Phillips. He looks so much better when he's not trying to thrash the ball all around the ground, and just playing an orthodox drive on that occasion. 285 for 7, Phillips 25.
And that captaincy of spin is probably an area where New Zealand has copped a little bit of criticism, how they use their own spinners in their own conditions.
Yeah, copped a lot of criticism at times as Phillips drives again, this time to Wokes at mid-off. They'll run 1. Yeah, well, I thought that Latham's captaincy of the New Zealand spinners in India during that successful time, I thought he was fantastic. Used them really well. And I do think it's been something that's been lacking a little bit in the past.
Yeah, and it's whether we can then see that approach still in different conditions. I think you have the advantage of playing in India. The ball is spinning, spinning square at times. You're afforded to have men around the bat. Don't need to have the same type of in-out fields that perhaps you need to utilise in New Zealand, where the spinners are a little more, at times, cannon fodder.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, they certainly have been on this ground, but not Shoaib Bashir. 3 for 65. He's often been expensive as well, Bashir. Bowls a few loose deliveries, but England don't worry about that. They want to see him trying to turn the ball, getting bounces. A drive from Henry brings up his 18th run, 287 for 7. And we really are set, I think, for an enthralling day of cricket tomorrow. Should be fabulous, regardless of what happens this evening. How long have we got? 5:52 at New Zealand time, so play should finish at 6, but with the overs being the way they are, we have the ability to take an extra half hour. So we'll go through to 6:30 almost certainly, as Phillips is onto the back foot and playing the ball square of the wicket into the offside. He's 27, 287 for 7.
We're in the 76th over, so no prospect of all of the overs being bowled today.
No, which is a constant source of frustration, isn't it?
The menace of Test cricket, isn't it? Every season we talk about, you know, what is the remedy? How do you fix it? Do you have a view?
I'd love it to be fixed. I would love it if teams were able to get through their overs. I think little things have been tried. At the moment, you're losing points out of your World Test Championship hopes for over 8.
Bashir goes around the wicket, this time to Henry, and he plays defensively at the end of the overs. 76 overs completed, 288 for 7.
But I'm not sure that helps too much, because Ben Stokes in his pre-match press conference just said, well, WTC, it's very confusing. We play a lot more games than other people. I don't look at the table. We just try and win every game we play. I don't pay too much attention to it. So losing a point here or there for slow over rate, that's not really having its desired effect if teams aren't paying any attention to it.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. And it's finding that right punishment, isn't it, where it really stings, because I mean, it should be possible, surely, to bowl 15 overs in an hour. There's nothing difficult about it. And it's a game of entertainment. You know, the game has to be kept moving.
Yeah, I wonder if you can start looking at really out-of-the-box solutions to it. If you're more than 5 overs late in the day's play, you only get 9 wickets when you bat.
There you go, and that is out of the box in Test cricket. There'll be a few arguments about it as Stokes bowls from the Botanical Gardens end and Phillips is back and across. Just looking at the, gosh, we're spoilt with these statistics that we're getting through today. And this partnership, an important one between Phillips and Henry. It's realised 36 runs. In India, just looking at the Test collapses in India, they lost for 4. This is New Zealand in the first Test, lost for 4 for 40 and 60 balls, 3 for 30 and 30 balls. In the second Test, they lost 7 for 62 and 5 for 24 as Stokes bowls, and Phillips is playing away from his body, down to third man for 4. Good shot by Phillips. Stokes short and wide outside the off stump. Phillips over the top of it, clipping it away, and he smiles, grinning as he talks to Matt Henry in the middle. Phillips is 27, 288 for 7. And then just looking at that last collapse in the third Test, 7 for 76 and 7 for 80. So New Zealand really have struggled. This partnership, you feel, is an important one.
Yeah, well, huge. The game had very drastically changed between overs 60 and 70. Losing wickets, all of a sudden it felt like all that momentum was now with England, but this partnership's been huge.
Stokes bowls to Phillips, who stands and delivers, driving square of the wicket into the offside. 4 more runs. The ball over the boundary at cover point. Phillips is 31, 292 for 7.
That is glorious, that is. It's actually the back foot that goes across. Just allows him to rotate the shoulders, get himself perfectly lined up and thrash that through the offside.
296 it is, with Phillips on 35, Henry on 18. And the bugler being very sporting indeed with New Zealand scoring runs. And here's a slash outside the off stump. There's an appeal by Pope, and he's supported by Root and Brook. At first and second slip, and now Pope walks down to his bowler, Stokes, and they're going to review it. I must say, my impression from here, such as it is that he might just have got a little feather on that.
Just go forward.
I think he's gesturing that it might be the strap of the helmet that's actually clinked against the grill and made a little sound.
He's certainly not looking worried about it, Phillips. He's survived. He was given out, caught down the leg side earlier by umpire Raza, and it was given not out, given out rather, and then reviewed it successfully. Phillips is on 35, Henry is on 18, 296 for 7, and the review is taking place, and you can hear that they're looking at whether or not it's a fair delivery, and it's been confirmed that it was. Well, certainly the slips, Root and Brook and Pope were very confident.
To the umpire, to the director,
Well, they went up
Their
immediately.
review for caught
Wasn't
behind.
it the slips called, and they were
One-field
all
decision,
interested
not out.
by the sound.
Check the boater's feet, fair delivery, front on, please.
You can hear the sound through our FX microphone. 296 for 7. Well, it certainly hasn't hit his chin strap, has it? So if it's hit anything, it's going to be the edge of the bat. We'll just wait for Snicko and see what it's telling us.
Keep just rolling through, keep rolling
Gone
through.
past and no spike at all.
Keep rolling through. A clear gap between bat and ball. No bat and ball.
Isn't that intriguing? No edge at all, but yet
Stand by.
a keeper and slip
On-screen
Corton who were
signal.
absolutely confident in their conviction.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'd be doing that chin strap up on the helmet a little bit tighter
Always.
than what he's got at the moment, because straight away when he walked down towards Matt Henry, he was just gesturing, big smile on his face, saying everything's okay. It's just the chin strap against the grill. No big deal.
Well, the difference in watching a review when you know that you haven't hit it and when you have, chalk and cheese. Phillips has looked very relaxed indeed during both reviews. Here's Stokes bowling to him now, down the leg side, wide delivery from Ben Stokes. One ball remaining in the over, 296 for 7.
I think this partnership's just showed that there's not a lot of demons in the surface.
No.
Yes, there's enough there to keep bowlers interested. Yes, there's enough where you can still nibble it round on the surface. There is that little bit of extra bounce. But they've actually shown if you're prepared to be patient, if you're prepared to be watchful at times and fully commit to those lucid deliveries, if you're looking to be aggressive, play an attacking shot, then you're trying to hit it for 4 or 6. They've shown that actually you can score and score quite quickly on this ground.
Stokes bowls to Phillips, who drives, no real timing. The ball ends up at mid on the end of the over. Phillips looks mournfully as he thinks that probably should have gone somewhere else and should have gone to the boundary, possibly over pitched by Stokes. 296 for 7. Phillips 35. Henry is 18, and we're going to see, looks like, is it going to be Cass coming back into the attack? Looks like he's going to replace Bashir. So Cass, who I think with Bashir has been, Cass certainly the pick of the quicks today. You've been impressed with him?
Yeah, I have. I've really liked him. I think there's a lot of attributes there. He's looked to have pretty good momentum. Looks like he hits the bat pretty hard. Is probably one of those bowlers that the speed's coming up on the scoreboard. He feels a little bit quicker than that. It looks like he's really actually hurried people up, hit the splice of the bat at times, shown the ability to swing the ball a little bit too, as well as seam it. So for me, I think there's lots to like. There's a big, strong lad, and I think there's a lot of attributes that mean he could have some real success. Yes, he's probably gone for a couple more runs than he would have liked, but he's shown some genuine wicket-taking ability. And what I love to see early on is he was actually prepared to try and pitch the ball up. He really tried to bowl best to the conditions.
I think he's one of those players, the England camp love him because he just never stops trying. Runs in similar pace all of the time. Here he is bowling a short pitch delivery, which Henry ducks under. So we're going to go back to this short pitch theory again from England. The light they might be thinking that that's something which is impacting on their strategy as well. All of the lights on now at the Hagley Oval. It's got dark in stark contrast to the rest of the day where we've had lovely warm conditions. High of 30 degrees. And tomorrow, you were talking to Neil Manthorp about the clothes. Tomorrow it will be all of those cold clothes that you talk about. A high of 15 degrees forecast. Dunedin conditions as here's Cass bowling, short delivery, and no shot from Henry.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be quite a change.
Yeah, well, how will it affect the game?
There'll probably be a few bowlers who won't be enjoying it quite so much. It's not quite so enjoyable. Probably the good thing in terms of the surface is I would have concerns if we had 5 days of 30 degrees northwest winds, how dry it would get and the impact that would have, and potentially just how flat the surface would get. I think already we've seen a pretty considerable change just from 1 day of that weather.
cast bowls to Henry, and he plays defensively off the back foot. I've been impressed with the condition of the pitch. I worried a little bit about the ground temperatures coming into this, because you live here in Christchurch, obviously, Frankie, and it's been that easterly wind has been blowing for weeks in Christchurch, and we've had sort of blue skies, but such cold temperatures.
Yeah, it looks lovely, doesn't it? You get up in the morning, you look out your window, it looks beautiful, brilliant blue sky, and you go outside and then you realise actually you need 3 more layers on than what you're wearing.
There it is. Yep, the easterly's back.
So yes, it hasn't been the most enjoyable cricketing weather, especially. There's been some club cricket getting played in Hagley Park and Hospital Corner just over the back of the ground. That gets mightily cold in the easterly.
Henry faces and plays off the back foot to Bashir at cover point.
And so I think that cricketers, cricket fans all enjoyed the fact that the sun came out. A warm day today, and what a way to mark the first day of the home summer as well.
Absolutely fabulous. And the ground full. Play started today at 11 o'clock. Then Stokes, the captain, won the toss and wanted to have first use of the ball in the field. But the ground full at about 10:25. People coming into the ground at 9 o'clock this morning when the gates opened up. Here's a short delivery which Henry goes underneath. So Cast not looking quite as effective with the strategy. It's more of attrition.
Yeah, and I'm pleased to see from Matt Henry that he is prepared to duck and get under a few. He's already worn a couple of them, that it's not just someone's bowling short, so I have to take it on, have to go after it. The way to stop this plan is to just hit myself out of jail. Actually, the way to stop this plan is to make it look as easy as it is right now. Just duck, sway, make them work hard for no reward.
Here's Cast from the Port Hills end, and Henry is driving, but gently back to the bowler. Cast fields on his follow-through, and the over comes to an end. 296 for 7. We've got about 26 minutes of play remaining in the first day of the first test here at Hagley Oval between New Zealand and England. Phillips is 35, Henry is 18, and in fact we're going to have one more delivery just as we're closing off. Gee, that TV umpire is a curse for commentators. We've finished 3 overs today and had to come back.
Well, poor Will Young, he's actually run the drinks back all the way from the dressing room. He's got all the way out to on the block. He's probably 2 pitches away from the strip that they're playing on today to just see the no ball call and be sent back off.
Here's Cast, this time presumably with the last ball of the over, and it's a repeat as it's short, and Henry again just down, bending his knees and getting underneath it. This time the over is completed. 297 for 7. Some more comment. In fact, we're going to have drinks coming onto the field. 297 for 7. And we'll have more comments now from Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much indeed, Garth Galloway. It's been a real pleasure working with you for the first time. And many thanks indeed for your time. We look forward to another 3 days or 4? 3, Garth says. So a day 4 finish. Well, we shall wait and see. We don't get too many test matches going into the 5th day these days, but who knows? It's a pitch which doesn't deteriorate. That's its reputation. First test match here in 2014. New ground, of course, established in the wake of the condemnation of Lancaster Park, or Jade Park as it was known after the earthquake in 2011. So a new ground established in Hagley Park, the Hagley Oval. And it has produced some very, very absorbing, compelling test cricket in its short lifespan. Shoaib Bashir is beginning a new over, this time from the Botanical Gardens end, and the first delivery is driven by Phillips up to Chris Wokes at mid-off. Floodlights on, LED lights. It's not that gloomy, but there's no harm in having them switched on as Shoaib Bashir drops short, allowing Phillips to pull out to deep square leg where Harry Brook tidies up. Zach Crawley, I beg your pardon, tidies up. 298 for 7. Should we finish in the region of 3:10, 3:15 for 7. I suspect that, well, I think England have won the session. I think New Zealand won the first 2 sessions. But I think that both teams would be reasonably happy. I'm not so sure that either side would feel that they'd dominated in any particular way. Down the wicket comes Henry, looking to drive. That was that was ambitious. That was fun. And he hasn't timed it at all. Came off the bottom corner of the bat, I think, and Bashir is able to get across to do the fielding. Although Ben Stokes has put himself in right alongside the bowler at short mid-on. On the back foot defending now is Henry. So we've got Harry Brook at regulation slip. Joe Root at short leg, just behind square. Took a super catch earlier on to get rid of the debutant Nathan Smith off the bowling of Bashir, and he's still in there. Stokes is also down the wicket again. Comes Henry, driving down towards long on and taken by Ben Duckett. That might be a wicket that tips the balance ever so slightly in England's favour. I thought if they finished 7 down at the end of the day, so both teams would be happy. But I think Matt Henry becomes, I think, batsman number 4 to be solely responsible for their own dismissal. But he wanted to be positive. The bat twisted in his hand. Hello, Steve Harmison.
Hello, Neil Manthorp. Yes, that's another big wicket, because that partnership was becoming annoying for England. Really, really annoying. 40 minutes ago, England's dear, no problem at all, looking to bowl New Zealand out for less than 300. Henry batted beautifully. Phillips is going well, but that's it. We said it, Manners. How many times have we said it today? It's a massive outfield, a massive ground here at the Hagley Oval. And Ben Duckett took an easy, a comfortable catch. A couple of metres in. I'm really, really pleased for Shoaib Bashir, because nobody give him a chance of getting 1 wicket on this Test match ground. Never mind 4 wickets. He has done a brilliant job for Ben Stokes. When Ben Stokes needed him, I mean, there's a couple of bowlers been off colour here. There's an end where we are at the Port Hills end, where seamers have really struggled in the footholds, especially into the wind. And Bashir, he's toiled away and he's now got 4 wickets. Yeah, I think he's bowled really, really well for his team. He really, really has. And I say it'll be fantastic for him to get his 5 for. Talked about New Zealanders. I think it was you told me a little bit earlier, Manners, wasn't it? It was, I mean, the most New Zealand wickets on this ground for a spin bowler is 2. And Bashir's got 4 in 1 innings.
Not me, Harmy. I was a big advocate of Bashir's inclusion. I thought that he would play a crucial role. I said they should definitely pick him, didn't I?
I think you did.
No, I was very much amongst the sceptics, absolutely. And
when you said he'd play and bowl, I said it wouldn't surprise him if he bowls him, because that's what Ben Stokes does, and he'll manage him.
Bashir into the new batsman, Tim Southey, who deservedly was given, if not a standing ovation, certainly a generous round of applause. It's the last time that the Cantabrians, the Christchurch crowd, will see him in a Test match, and he's off the mark immediately. First ball, chopping it through the offside. 79 overs gone now, 299 for 8. And Shoaib Bashir, when you said he's bowled really, really well, he has, but not all the time.
No, not all the time, but what I mean is bowled really, really well. Like we talked about, looking after Ben Stokes, looking after him, Ben Stokes protecting him with outfields and everything that's going. What I'm saying is he's bowled really, really well. It's for the team, because for about 30 overs of this game, a seamer couldn't bowl from this end. The wind was too strong. The footholds weren't the best. They're still trying to dry out. So from that respect, he's bowled really, really well. He's bowled a couple of bad balls. That's been dragged down. Phillips had a brilliant 6 over there, the mid-wicket with fast hands. I think he struggled to bowl at Kane Williamson, because he's Kane Williamson and he's a fantastic player. But I think everybody else, you see him grow throughout the day.
Bryden Cast is thundering away from us now from the Port Hills end of the ground, and it's defended resolutely by Southey.
It's interesting this. Bryden Cast wasn't going to bowl this over, and he's only bowling because Tim Southey's got on to strike. Jacob Bethel was about to bowl the over, but Ben Stokes changed right at the last minute. 79th over, so we've got a new ball coming, which you look at Atkinson and Wokes. England will take the new ball next over, because Saudi came and got on strike. Bryden Carse came back onto ball and expected a few short balls.
2 slips in place, Bryden Carse in. There's also a man at deep square leg as Saudi thinks about backing away and giving himself a bit of room, but then contents himself with a defensive push out on the offside. Crowd has certainly thinned out. Lots of people have headed off to avoid the end of day rush, or perhaps they're just going to collect that sweater that they left in the hotel this morning when it was really welcomingly warm. It's Bryden Carse once again. There's a deep short leg, mid on, mid off, cover, backward point, 2 slips. Tim Southey hoik. He does hoik it rather well. That's out towards deep mid wicket and crashes into the boundary triangles now. That was just such a Tim Southey shot. He knows what he's doing. I mean, it's not an uneducated hoik.
Oh, he's waiting for the short ball. He's playing French cricket with a ball that's pitched up. He's waiting for the short ball. He's going to sort of try and defend his stumps and make sure that nothing gets through with a tighter back lift. And then he's got himself in a position to just sort of clear his hands, that anything short or back of a length, he can get a full range of movement and try and pull it into the leg side. If it goes up in the air and gets out, well, he's number 10. He's meant to get out.
Here's Bryden Carse running away from us now. Bouncer, very, very short bouncer, and it's gone over the head of the keeper, Ollie Pope, and 4 byes is called. I'm a massive fan of Rod Tucker. I love Rod Tucker. He's great fun. He's a real cricketer's umpire, but I hate that. That's
that's
just
not
nonsense.
Fair. Really, I know I'm a bowler. That's not fair. Yeah, on Ollie Pope at all. I mean, four byes for that. Not that I want to see an extra ball bowled, because I don't think we can afford to have an extra ball bowled. I think we've got enough money in the lights for the game to go on even longer. Here
is Bryden Carse again, and Southey flicks it away out towards mid-wicket. They go through for a single as Jacob Bethel does the fielding. Yeah, I mean, so every now and then Tim Southey looks like he's just hitting the ball like a blacksmith, but he's got over 2,000 test runs. I mean, if you're going to be a hitter, which he was always going to be, I made the mistake 16, 17 years ago thinking he was going to become an all-rounder. But no, he's a good hard-hitting bowler.
Yeah, he's a bit like, Goffey. When Goffey first came in, went to Australia, slugged a few up in the air, got a 50. You've seen the bat swinging round with that wear helmet on. And then as soon as Australia started bowling at the helmet, you realise that it's not going to be the all-rounder that we were expecting. Tim Southey the same. Stuart Broad to a lesser extent.
Short and pulled once again by Glenn Phillips this time through mid-wicket, and that's gone for 4. That's actually a quality shot, because that was pretty high. That was somewhere, I reckon, chest height, maybe heading towards throat height, and he's pulled it through mid-wicket. A brilliant shot, and Phillips moves on to 40. 80 overs gone, 312 for 8. New ball time?
Yeah, new ball time. Yeah, it was a great shot. It was got good hands, as Phillips. It was higher than that, I reckon, Manners. Yeah, I think he's got that up to throw tight, but the hands, the quickness of the hands through the pivot and the swivel of the body, got the ball right on the perfect spot, out in front of himself, get it over the top, got it in front of square. It was an excellent shot from Glenn Phillips, and now I think, do you know what, I'm taking a new ball, no problem at all. I really am. I'm actually quite concerned, because I don't think England have bowled in patches, have bowled too well. They didn't bowl well with the first new ball, and Southey and Phillips are only going to play one way. And what do we got? We've got 14 minutes till the end of the day's play. What's that going to be? Probably 3 overs. It's going to be 3 overs with a new ball. Tired bodies. This could go one or two ways. England could nick them off, and that's it. 2 wickets quite quickly. Well, New Zealand could get 20 or 30 runs by swinging the bat, and yes, I'd still probably take it.
Yeah, you're thinking about it though, aren't you? Here's Gus Atkinson, first over with the first delivery with the second new ball, and it's edged. by Southey, but doesn't carry to Duckett at third slip, who tumbles away to his right, gets a hand to it on the half volley, takes the pace off it, and they go through for a single.
I think I'm taking it not because it's at 80 overs. I think I'm taking it because there's 14 minutes to go. I think if there was a full 10 overs to bowl, I'm not sure the way England have bowled, the way Atkinson's bowled, especially the way Wokes has bowled, that I'd want to take the second new ball now with 10 overs to go. Phillips could, be disruptive, but I think with 14 minutes to go, I think it's the right thing to do.
Here is Atkinson, and that's a good delivery. That nips back, or maybe it didn't nip back. Maybe it's just the extra pace and bounce that you get with a new ball, and it hits Glenn Phillips on the thigh pad and ricochets past the slip cordon for a leg by. 34th extra of the day. The 4 byes against Ollie Pope. Nonsense, really. 10 wides and 10 no balls.
10 wide, the two 5 wides.
Yeah.
Bouncer over the top.
Yeah. Which the third one should have been as well. Southey plays defensively to Atkinson, drops it down on the onside, and Zach Crawley trots in to do the collecting, the returning to the bowler. 2 go over the keeper's head and are called wides, 5 wides, and the third one goes over the keeper's head and it's called byes. So a little bit of inconsistency, but these are small complaints in what's been a thoroughly absorbing day.
I also think Rod Tucker might be thinking, we haven't bowled that many overs in the day. Do we really need to bowl one more ball?
Here's Atkinson again, driven by Southey up towards mid-off, and I think Ben Stokes has got a hand to it. I think he got a hand to it. He's dropped one at mid-off, and that was a tough chance, but he got both hands to it. Did he get his left hand to that?
I'm not so sure. If he did, we were talking about a chance. I know this lad's superhuman, but I tell you what, this would be one unbelievable effort if he has getting anything on it. It's right behind him. He's thrown his whole body at it, and I don't think he has got anything on it. Oh, I couldn't really tell. Ben Duckett was in the way from a replay.
Maybe the thinnest sliver of fingertip if he did. But it was a superhuman effort. Wow. Anyway, Southey's run through for 2, and he's on 9. 316 for 8. Atkinson in with a bouncer. He doesn't bowl too many, but Southey ducks underneath that one. Conventional field, really. There's only fine leg on the long leg on the boundary. Otherwise, conventional field. So that was a surprise delivery from Gus Atkinson.
Also gets to this point when you've got 8 wickets down nearing the end of the day. You've got your opening batters praying and going, right, just get that clock to 20 past 6 and not get a wicket, so they don't have to have a dodgy 10 minutes or a dodgy 5 minutes in. But now they're desperate for 2 wickets, so they can come out first thing tomorrow morning with a bat.
Atkinson in again. Southey backs away and steers this one out to the sweeper, Bethel, down at deep backward point, and they go through for a single. Yeah, we're now past the point where Crawley and Duckett will have to bat today, but that would be an ideal scenario, wouldn't it, if England can open up fresh in the first over tomorrow. Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT. You've joined us with 10 minutes of the first day of the first test remaining, with New Zealand 317 for 8, with Glenn Phillips on 40, Tim Southey in his farewell test series on 10. Shoaib Bashir has claimed 4 wickets, and 2 apiece to Gus Atkinson and Bryden Carse. There have been 4 points at which New Zealand threatened to get away from England, and 4 times they've been hauled back.
They have by, I think, poor execution. I think the poor execution of the shots. Daryl Mitchell questioned the timing of when he took the pull shot on, straight after a break. Kane Williamson didn't get over the top of his. Blundell the same, gone with a sort of straight bat shot rather than a cross bat shot. But here's Wokes.
Underwhelming day from Chris Wokes in terms of the threat that he posed. That was back of a length, and it's pushed defensively away by Tim Southey. I mean, Harmy, you look at his figures, and he's bowled 6 maidens, 5 maidens in his 15 overs, none for 53. But hasn't really asked too many hard questions.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't. It hasn't been the Chris Wokes of, and I mean this with all due respect, the Chris Wokes of England, and there's a lot of question marks of Chris Wokes playing abroad and away from home, but I think this is different.
3 slips in place now, and heave from Tim Southey, and he's played straight over the top of it, and it goes through to Ollie Pope. There might be 8 minutes left in the day's play, but Tim Southey isn't bothered about
no interest whatsoever. If it's up, it's off. And that's a no ball. We've had loads of problems with no balls from this Port Hills end. Chris Wokes in the past, when it's been labelled at him, he's had Broden Anderson in front of him. He's now front and centre. He's the leader of the attack. He's the one that takes the first over. He started the summer like this, and he got better, and he became a valuable member of the England attack of the summer. By the end of it, I think in the summer he was playing as a batter as well as a bowler, because obviously Ben Stokes is injured. He's having to bat 7. Not the case this time. I think this is a big 5-10 minutes for Chris.
Wokes in once more. That's looked like it was slightly quicker, but a bit of width, back of a length, and a cut shot attempted from Tim Southey. Makes contact only with the bottom edge, and Southey remains on 10, Phillips on 40, 318 for 8.
But things change very, very quickly in this game, Manners, as you know well, and a wicket here or 2 wickets in the next 6 minutes, you just never know. He come in spring and he walk off the field feeling a lot better than he did at lunchtime and at tea time.
Here is Wokes once again, and straight this time, maybe a little too straight. Southey tries to play it on the leg side, hits him on the thigh pad, and there's no run once again.
No movement. It's a bit cooler now. 125 kilometres an hour, so no real pace on it. Tim Southey a couple of times have come out of his crease now.
What difference to the way the ball behaves and the pitch behaves, if any, will the temperature halving tomorrow? It's gone from 28 to 14 tomorrow. It's going to be a cold day. That one is driven down the ground, nicely fielded by Wokes with his left hand in his follow through. Will it, I mean, I'm not talking about the temperatures and the effect it will have on the fielders and the bowlers and their fingers. I'm talking about the ball and the pitch. Because the association is that it never swings when it's cold. But if the pitch is cold, the overall temperature is cold, what would you be expecting as a fast bowler?
I think it does swing when it's cold.
Does it? Oh, pushed away defensively by Southey. Again, bottom edge. Does it?
I've played all my cricket at Durham.
I know,
it's always
exactly.
cold there, and it's swung. I mean, there's plenty of times.
You can swing the ball in April in Durham.
Yeah, of course you can. If you get the ball in the right condition and you get the seam in a position upright, there's a chance that the ball will swing, even if it's relatively cold. If it's -4, which sometimes it is in April, that's probably a different.
Here's Southey once again outside the off stump, and it's left alone. I think
that's a different
I
story
think that
altogether.
perception actually is probably based more on subcontinent and southern hemisphere.
Absolutely. I mean, you go Headingley. I mean, Headingley, the majority of the time, Headingley, Durham, even Manchester, the north of England, it's always cold in that part of the world. You see bowlers swing the ball, no problem at all.
318 for 8 for our listeners on talkSPORT. New Zealand asked to bat first by Ben Stokes when he won the toss. 93 from Kane Williamson, 47 from the current captain, Tom Latham, and 34 from Rachin Ravindra. 4 wickets for Shoaib Bashir, 2 apiece for Gus Atkinson and Bryden Carse. We've got 8 overs left in the day. We're not going to get them because we've only got 5 minutes left. New Zealand are 318 for 8. And it's Gus Atkinson continuing from the Botanical Gardens end as Glenn Phillips pushes defensively out on the offside.
England looking to give Phillips a single here. Fine leg, deep square leg. He's down at third, but he's more backward point. Gully line on the boundary. Lancaster's extra cover. He's a little bit wider. Mid on and mid off are straight and deeper. I think England would rather Southey be on strike than Phillips.
2 slips in a gully as Phillips punches off the back foot out to extra cover, and there's no run. We had a super interview with Glenn Phillips during the tea break, which was done by our producer Scott Taylor, and in it, I mean, having committed himself to the conversion from wicketkeeper to off spinner, Scott asked him how high the bucket on his bucket list a Test 100 was. He said, yeah, it's definitely on there, but the 5-wicket haul, that was top of the bucket list, and he's now done that as a retreaded wicketkeeper become off spinner. Atkinson in once again, pushed defensively by Phillips.
Yeah, I think he got he's got a couple of he's got the 5 foot. That that makes him confident enough. I've always said this about, and that's the difficulty of this the way that England select this team. Not Bethel, no hundreds, and players having no 5 foots. The best way to learn it is experiencing it, and he said in that interview as well. He knows now how to take a 5 foot.
Here is Atkinson once more. That's quick, full, very full. Certainly almost Yorker length outside the off stump. Phillips left it alone, taken by Ollie Pope. But by the way, yeah, we finished that point, but I just wanted to say before, lest I forget, how tidy's Ollie Pope been today?
He's been excellent. He really has been good. I think his energy's been good. That's the thing. His hands, he's standing a long way back, so the glove work, he's got a lot more time to come in. I think he's been very, very good, very efficient.
Here's Atkinson again. Oh, drive inside edge from Glenn Phillips, and that's a brilliant stop from Ollie Pope, right on cue. Well done, Ollie Pope. He's got an inside edge there. It's full from Atkinson. He's inviting the drive. He's looking for an edge. I think he's trying to challenge the outside edge, but he's got an inside edge there, and it's gone just past leg stump. Yeah. A very good stop from Pope.
It was a good stop. I think he has been very good. But just to finish off on Phillips, you learn how to get 5-footers. You get a 4-foot, then you're like striving right next time you get in that position. I know I'm getting the 4. This is how I might get to the 5. You get the 5, and it's the same as hundreds. You churn out first-class hundreds before you get into the England team. When you get into the England team, you get the nervous 80s and 90s. It doesn't become alien.
Atkinson in again to Southey outside the off stump. It's wide, and he's had a little fish and a flash at it, and he hasn't made contact. And the umpires have called stumps, so finished with a dot ball. Atkinson might well have had a 3rd wicket there, but Southey will live to fight another day, or tomorrow morning, in fact. He's 10 not out. Glenn Phillips is 41, and New Zealand are 319 for 8. Still very hard to give either side a definitive or a decisive edge after the first day's play. I think both will be pretty happy. And in terms of historically, it's been inverted commas, a very average day, because the average number of runs scored on the first day of Test matches here at the Hagley Oval, 290. Average wickets taken is 9, with pretty bang on course. So it's followed the historical precedents, with New Zealand reaching 319 for 8. Questions will be asked, I suppose, whether England will be disappointed having chosen to bowl first. But you have to remember, I think, that when England decide to bowl first, they are just as much choosing to bat second. They're not saying, we're going to bowl the team out, we're committing ourselves, we think that we can make the best of the conditions. In fact, Ben Stokes said he thought the pitch would get better for batting, so it was more, as much at least, if not more, a decision to bat second rather than to bowl first. 319 for 8. Just some brief thoughts, Harmy, because we need you to save the good stuff for the following on podcast. So while Jon Norman completes his notes, we'll have some brief thoughts from you, and then it'll be the following on podcast.
Yeah, from a numbers point of view, I would say it's a good day. I would say from a performance point of view, I think England, there's a couple that I think will look at themselves and say, not could be better, but I think will be better as the series goes on. So I think all in all, England have had the better day, because I don't think this pitch has got any massive demons in it. It is going to get flatter. It has been an average day, and I think Ben Stokes will be relatively pleased with his effort from these bowlers. I think there's one or two of them will probably look at themselves and say, could possibly have done a little bit better.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
Welcome to Following On from talkSPORT. I'm Jon Norman, and alongside me for the next 15-20 minutes or so will be Steve Harmison. You will hear from Kane Williamson, who top scored today with 93, and also from Shoaib Bashir, who took 4 wickets, a spinner on day one at Hagley Oval. It's been quite a day. New Zealand ending it, batting as they started. England winning the toss, deciding to bowl. Tom Latham saying he would have done the same thing as Ben Stokes. And England striking early. Devon Conway superbly caught in his follow-through by Gus Atkinson for just 2. 4 for 1 at that stage. Then a little rebuilding partnership between Tom Latham and Rashin Ravindra. 62 for 2 though, when Tom Latham was dismissed by a beautiful bit of bowling from Bryden Carse, who really stood out today. But at lunch, thanks to a decision not to refer an on-field caught behind, it was New Zealand on top. 104 for 2, and at tea, 193 for 3. The only success, Rashin Ravindra clothing a full toss from Shoaib Bashir to mid-wicket. But with Williamson and Mitchell at the crease, it looked like they would take advantage in the evening session and start to capitalise on an England bowling attack that looked like it was just short of a couple of overs. But that isn't how it occurred. England actually ended up taking 5 wickets. 199 for 3, became 252 for 7 in quick time. Mitchell taking on the short ball early in the session and perishing, caught at third. Williamson 7 away from 100 before he cut one from Atkinson to backward point. And when Tom Blundell steered one to the same position on the field and Nathan Smith on debut was caught at leg slip, it looked like England might even be batting by the end of day one. That wasn't how it played out. It possibly would have if Glenn Phillips hadn't been dropped on naught, because he's still there at stumps, 41 not out. A decent partnership of 46 with Matt Henry, who was the 8th wicket to fall, lofting Shoaib Bashir to long on for his 4th wicket of the day. Southey came in and is 10 not out at stumps. And we are set for a cracking day 2 here at Hagley Oval. Steve Harmison alongside me. Where shall we start? I'll tell you where we'll start. Shoaib Bashir.
Yeah, Shoaib Bashir. I'm really pleased for the lad, because there's a lot of talk. England picking 3 spinners, and Hagley not spinning, New Zealand not conducive to spin. He did a job for his team here, right? I said he bowled really, really well, and he was excellent. And maybe he's went over the top with, the words of praise for him, because he did bowl some bad balls in there. But I think what he's done for the team, he's got 4 wickets, right, on this surface, and that is like extraordinary, because spin bowlers get wickets here. But I think what he did for his team was far better than the 4 wickets, because he held this end up, because the way the wind was, because the way the footholds were, because the seam bowlers were really struggling to bowl from this Port Hills end. I mean, if he had come off with, what has he got? 4 for 69. If he comes off for 0 for 69 or 1 for 69, I think even then he's done a job for his team. So to come off for 4 for 69, I mean, hats off to him. Well bowled, Shoaib Bashir, because his team needed him. When his team needed him, he stood up and he did the hard job for the team. Ben Stokes, I think, will be saying that to him in the corner. He got his bonus because he got his wickets that I thought he thoroughly deserved.
He bowls better when Stokes is in the side, doesn't he? And of course, Stokes brings balance to the side and enables you to pick a spinner. It's the two are combined, but there's a lot to like about Ben Stokes' captaincy. But for me, Harmy, one of the best things is the way he uses his spinners. He gets the most out of his spinners in a way that, dare I say it, some captains that came before him failed to do.
Because he's always one step ahead. He's always thinking about the positive outcome. He's thinking about where the game, he wants the game to be driven in. He'll not let a game meander. He'll not let the game just drift. There was passages, to be fair, John, there was passages where the game was drifting, and he tried something, didn't work. You know, I don't think his seam bowlers backed him up, other than, you know, Atkinson got better as it went on. Carse I thought was quite good throughout, even though I'm quite concerned about the back end of the day with Carse. It looked as though he was carrying, he was hobbling about a little bit. But I mean, when Ben's in the team, and Ben's setting fields for his spin bowlers, there was a passage when Kane Williamson was hitting fours down to sort of deep square leg, when Shoaib Bashir was probably a little bit nervous, apprehensive to bowl that, you know, such a great player. Dragged it down a couple of times, and what he did was, instead of filling that gap, he moved his fielder around to where the player, where Kane Williamson was scoring the runs. But also what he did was he brought a man up and brought his infielders a lot straighter, and said to Shoaib, right, I want you to bowl fuller now. Right, if you drag it down, it doesn't matter. I've got you protected. But I want you to bowl that little bit fuller now, and I'll give you the protection in the field. So if he wants to play the big shot, he has to play across his front pad, and then you're in the business and in the game. Didn't always work, but you could see there's a cog in the wheel. It's moving all the time. I thought it was excellent captaincy, but your bowler's got to back you up, and I thought more often than not he did.
Let's just run our eye down the bowlers. Chris Woakes, who took the new ball with Gus Atkinson, 0 for 54 from his 16. 18 overs bowled by Gus Atkinson. He picked up the wicket of Devon Conway early, and then came back again and got Williamson, 2 for 61 from his 18. Bryden Carse, for me, the pick, 15 overs. He bowled good length. He bowled short when asked to, and he bowled at good pace as well. 2 for 57 from his 15. Stokes, 0 for 59 from 13. Look, he would have got Ravindra out the over before the lunch break if England had noticed a thin outside edge. And then Bashir, 4 for 69 from his 20. And Jacob Ethel bowled 1 over just before the tea break. They went for just 5. So, yeah, look, I think we can be honest and say that Chris Woakes has had better days and will enjoy them possibly tomorrow or day 3 or day 4. He wasn't quite on it. Atkinson looked like he was fighting himself a little bit. And it was really thanks to Bryden Carse, actually, that just kept a lid on New Zealand, kept them honest, as they say. And for a guy that's just bowling in his 3rd Test match, he looks the real deal.
No, I've always believed Carse is the real deal. It was just putting a string of performances together from a body point of view, where he will be a banker to be selected for England. I think he'd be a huge asset going forward, especially when you head towards Australia, them bouncy pitches. He ran in, bounded in, hit the deck hard, and bowled aggressively into length. There will be a lot of people jump on the Woakes bandwagon. You know, he don't do this away from home and all that stuff. Look, he had an indifferent day. He had a day which he'll be better for it. Should we say he'd be better for it? 16 overs under his belt, he'll be better for this run out. And Atkinson, I mean, I thought his first spell wasn't the greatest.
Just a couple of technical errors at this end. So carry on, Harmy. You were just saying.
No, I mean Chris he'd be better for them 16 overs. He started the summer like that, didn't he? He was a little bit scratchy at the start of the summer. I think the luxury for him at that time, he was playing as a batter as well as a bowler. This team, if they did look further down the line, then he's not as needed from a lower order point of view than he probably was in the summer. I thought Atkinson, as the game went on, and it's always difficult. I mean, I spoke about it earlier on TV when you
when you play at a new venue, you're not so sure, it's overseas, you land and your front foot's not as consistent as you want it to be, and then you start slipping, then you start bowling no balls. Psychologically, that's a difficult thing to overcome. And Atkinson's, he's in the infancy of his career. He's had a golden summer where things have not, he's not had a passage of, I would say, not disappointment, that's not the right word. He's not had a passage where something's gone against him and he's had to overcome it in international cricket. And I thought for the first 2.5 spells, he had that today, but I thought he bounced back really, really well. And when you look at it, he's got 2 big wickets, Conway and Williamson, huge wickets. And I mean, if you're not fully on it and you're not feeling 100% and your rhythm's there and everything that goes with it, I mean, it's not a bad sign to pick up wickets like
that. What about New Zealand then? How do you assess their approach? For me, they were just a little bit too defensive in the second session, the afternoon session. They lost Rashid Ravindra, but could they have just applied a little bit more pressure back on England's bowlers? Do you think, especially when you consider the conditions, really windy at one end, and it made bowling very difficult and very hot as well. So it just seemed to me that they maybe just got a little bit stuck.
You say get stuck. I thought you talk about the decisions. I thought some of the shot selection decisions and executions were poor. I think they were trying to throw a punch back to England. I thought Mitchell's execution of his shot and the timing of it. I think it was second over after a break, and he's gone for the big pull shot with 5 men on the leg side boundary. And I think that was the start, wasn't it? Mitchell's wicket was the start. That was a catalyst. 199 for 3, and then all of a sudden you're 298 for 8. I think Mitchell's was the wicket when he's gone to try and put pressure back onto England, and then Williamson didn't quite get over the top of it. Blundell tried the same. When England went to the short ball technique, Mitchell went for it, Williamson went for it, Blundell went for it. They were all playing the shot, but I think England's pressure at that passage of play really put the New Zealand middle order under pressure, the scrutiny of their the decision making. And I think from that point of view, that's where England turned the tide from being behind the game to now in front of the game.
What about that drop then? For all the good work today, it was an uncharacteristic drop at mid-on. Glenn Phillips hadn't scored, and he's still there at stumps. They actually chased him a bit, didn't they? He actually overturned the caught behind decision on 9. England gave up a couple of reviews as well. Well, one review on him late in the day. He's the kind of batter, if New Zealand come out tomorrow, him and Southey, if they're still batting in, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, suddenly they're pushing 400.
Yeah, I was going to say 10 overs. If they're batting 10 overs, these two bat 10 overs tomorrow morning with a new ball. They're not going to be blocking it. They'll be flying it everywhere. So England have to be right on it in the morning. There's two things in the Stokes catch. One, I'm not sure anybody else would have got there because he made a hell of a lot of room to his left to go. And 2, I think he went too far, and he dived too far to his left and got a wrist on it rather than the 2 hands on it. But yeah, you're right. It was a crucial drop because it's Ben Stokes, and you expect him to catch that. Phillips on 0, that could be a big. That could be the difference of 70 or 80 runs when it comes to the end of the New Zealand innings.
Okay then, so looking ahead to tomorrow, we will hopefully hear from Shoaib Bashir at some point. Also, Kane Williamson, who came so close to, I think what would have been Test century number 33. He came into the side. It took him a while to get off the mark, didn't it? And he looked a bit fidgety at the start of the afternoon session, but in the main, it was like he'd never been away. We talk about big moments in the day. That moment, out, cutting a delivery from Atkinson to backward point. That just changed the whole complexion of the match because it looked like New Zealand would be eyeing up 400, and at one point, it looked like they were struggling to get 300.
Yeah, it was a big moment, and I think the last time Kane Williamson got out in the 90s was 2018. I think somebody told me it was 91 against Sri Lanka in Wellington. He's converted. His conversion rate's ridiculous. That would have been, you're right, 3300s for him. He would have been his 5th 100 against England, so he loves playing against England. early in his innings, for me, just told you he was in complete control of everything he was trying to do. When players like Kane Williamson and Joe Root, two great players, are defending the ball basically down onto the white line to their toes in front of themselves, they're in a great position to defend the ball, and they're also a great position that then the extension of the arm is in a good position to hit the ball down the ground straight. And when I keep telling kids, if you can get into that mode of doing that, then all of a sudden your game can expand as the ball moves wider. You go wider with it. But if you're defending the ball down into the ground, it's telling you your hands are in a good position, your head's in a good position, your back plane is coming through the line of the ball. And early in the innings, he looked in total control of the defensive game as well as his attacking play. It was just uncharacteristic error and a very, very big surprise that Kane Williamson didn't convert that 36 Test 50 into what would have been an excellent 33rd Test 100.
Okay, well, look, we're going to wrap things up here. If you want to hear the Shoaib Bashir interview and also one with Kane Williamson, it will be available via the following on podcast feed. So go over to wherever you get your podcasts from and download the following on podcast, and both interviews will be there. But for now, thanks for listening and following us here from the Hagley Oval, where myself, Steve Harmison, will be back alongside the rest of the talkSPORT Cricket commentary team for day 2. We go to air at 10:45 a.m. New Zealand, so that's 9:45 p.m. if you're following us in the UK. But for now, thanks for watching us here on Following On.